Hello, 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 everybody. How are y'all doing tonight? Still trying to get signed in. By the way, my short that I uploaded still has 0 views. If anybody wants to go take a look at it, um, I'm gonna tell you about it, but I'm not gonna show it during the live today. I hope everybody's doing good, y'all. I got updates, I got documents, I got videos, and I got facts. And we're going to discuss it today because I'm just tired of being lied to. I'm tired of being played like I'm stupid. Um, and so apparently between sorry, y'all. I'm emotional and I'm mad. I'm mad as hell right now. Real talk. So apparently FEMA, y'all blow a biggin. Um, and I don't mind showing y'all stuff. I'm trying to figure out a way to show you what my FEMA stuff says without giving up my account information, because then anything that they wouldn't decide to tell me or give me would, leave me open for somebody being able to take it. Anyway, not that y'all would, but anybody can watch a video. So please understand. Please don't take nothing personal on that one. So long story short, let me break it down. Well, I'm seeing if I got a goodie powder left for this headache. Yesterday I sat on the phone with FEMA for over 4.5 hours, got hung up and disconnected twice. I'm gonna try to do the call again and mic it up and let y'all hear what happens. Um, Today I've been on there 6.5 hours, and when I finally got through, guess what? Yeah. Um, when I finally got through, it's there's something problem and it disconnected the call because it was after hours. They closed while I was on the call waiting to be talked to. So unlike everybody else, I don't have a category miscellaneous items or goods, I think, on my thing from them. So I don't have the 750. I've not gotten that yet. And also, I've been approved for 30 days reimbursement lodging. A hotel all the way in Kannapolis is the nearest place that's available. And now I got an update today after I emailed them, and I'm going to show y'all the email. I think I can show that without giving up my info that I can't. But yeah, I got an email today telling me that they're getting ready to contact me with the housing inspector for the damage to the property. I'm a renter. I told them that in my app. I have all that. I've double, triple checked. Said there was damage, wasn't insurance, but I wasn't making a claim for it. Didn't make a claim for lodging. I had personal items that were destroyed, one being my microwave. And that had to do with electricity. I'm not still sure what happened. But and, I'm doing okay. So anyway, my doctor's appointment's the 14th. My phone will be cut off on the 14th. I was counting. I know it sounds stupid. I was counting on the little 750 FEMA check to be able to pay my cell phone bill and my copay for my doctor's appointment and get my blood pressure meds and my inhaler and stuff. But anyway, doesn't look like that's gonna happen. And please, everybody that keeps messaging me, whatever, Burke County's not on the list yet. Bullshit. I'll take you to FEMA's site and show you we are on the list. My daughter's been approved. Her check should have been here 2 days ago. It's not. My friend that lives less than a city block from here. Got her paper check yesterday. It looks like the old school income tax checks, by the way. Um, and I do have a picture of it that I can show people. Walmart's cashing them. They said they cashed them all day. Um, my neighbor got one. Uh, these are people that applied either the day before or the day after I did. Um, I have direct deposit approval. It's a lot. Let's see. Now, on to the next thing. So, hmm, those that are in here might want to go real quick and check out the short that I uploaded. It's misinformation or rewriting history, and you see September 2020, 22, and October 2024 side by side. The reason I say that is it's about FEMA, the broke agency. First of all, by the way, um, and I'm gonna put a link to it's Blaze News, Blaze TV. They there's a thing called Open Books, Open Our Books, whatever. Um, Long story short, FEMA has over $8 billion in their coffers from previous natural disasters that Congress and them awarded them that they haven't paid out to anybody yet. But, we need to get more money because we need to get that built back up so we can give it to the migrants who we're not giving it to. Remember the speaker, the lady, Karen, whatever I told y'all about? I'm going to prove it. Screw it. I'll just show y'all the short and it'll get no views. And then hopefully TikTok will get a view. Because, by the way, I don't get a check this month from YouTube. I've only made $30.13. You have to make 100 or more to get paid. So, and let me also I'm going to show y'all. Yes, Starlink service is free. Sure is. And I qualify for the free monthly Starlink service. But guess what? Um, let me make sure. Let's see. Okay, it says my session has expired, so I have to re-pull it up for Starlink. But I have it here for you guys. Yes, it is free. I qualify for the $0 a month until January 1st for Starlink service. And it's only going to cost me $393 for the equipment that I have to pay for to get that free service. So I'm wondering if Elon Musk or anybody else, I don't want to sound ungrateful. So I'm saying thank you for offering your service that you charge $120 a month for. That is the same thing that Rectum charges me $59 a month for free. But if I can't afford 120 a month, how the hell am I supposed to pay you 400 to even have access to the free service to use? And why did Duke Power waste their time reconnecting us, knowing that we have no way to make $1 to pay a bill? If you're going to reconnect the service and in less than a week and a half, you're going to turn it off because we can't pay you right now, that we need time because the federal government says they're going to give us the money to pay the bill, but then they won't give us the money because, they take 11, 12 days to show up or to get us added to the list. And by the time that they start processing anything for anybody, Florida's got smashed again by a hurricane. I'm looking at it. I feel so bad for those people. I know what they're going through. And it is a real dog and pony show. You know what I mean? Like, we're just it's all fake. It's a facade, and they're all putting it out there. And I watched the news conference with the North Carolina authorities this morning. You just walk up to a FEMA table, and if you got direct deposit, you get something in 15 minutes. It's a freaking lie. I've got direct deposit. For some reason, I answered every question the same way that 5 other people do. And myself and one other person, 2 out of the 5, we all live in Burke County. We all had issues. We all had power outages of more than 4 days and nights. We all had cell service down for more than 4 days and nights. We all had some type of loss. And we all clicked the same boxes on our applications. We all have different categories that's showing up. Um, the one person that said they were homeless now, that actually got a paper check, she wasn't approved for the temporary lodging, but she's homeless because of the storm. Okay. Myself and the individual that said there was damage to our residence, but we were staying here and we had access to our residence, got approved for 30 days temporary stay at a hotel reimbursement. If it's the pre-approved ones, there's a list and we got to call. I emailed FEMA with my cover sheet and a screenshot of my information today, right? Instead of replying to the email, now my stuff is updated and saying that it's been assigned to an inspector and they will contact me to set up a date to come out. And until then, I can't get any assistance. So let me get this right. The press conference, and I can play it, I have it geared up. I have a whole lot to show you guys on weather manipulation, on what's really going on what's being told, and what's actually happening. Like our government contradicting themselves. Like FEMA saying stuff that's being said is misinformation, right? But where it directly comes from is FEMA's press releases. So your press release was misinformation, FEMA? I mean, I'm confused and I'm angry and I'm tired because I'm not anybody's fool. And if I have you on video telling me 2 years ago that the sky's purple with green polka dots, and now 2 years later you're telling me that's unequivocally false, that's a lie, that never happened, and then I've got a side by side of both. Am I ever supposed to believe anything that comes out of your mouth? I mean, so it's a natural disaster enough that we need all this help on the ground, right? That we don't have power, that we don't have water, that we don't have cell service, correct? Okay. So you're supposed to do something to help us so we can get back in that position and whatnot. So a few days to a week afterwards, I'm going to get all that cut off again, and it's not no kind of disaster, and nobody gives a shit because I lost. I can't communicate with the job I was supposed to start. And I won't be able to continue to earn any money. My my crops to make my jams and my wine, they're gone. They're gone. I have 3 muscadines left. No tomatoes, no lavender. Um, can't go online. Oh, by the way, before I get knocked off and everything gets cut off, anybody that's listening, just so you know, I'm making shirts on my Teespring. The link is in the description box, all the videos and the about section on the channel and whatnot, for Teespring. And it's going to be Vote Chili Pepper 2024 because I think my dog has four paws squarely on the ground. She understands women's values and issues. She was raised right here in good old mountains of North Carolina. Humble, middle class, lower middle class. Has the people squarely on her mind. She's definitely a people personality. Um, she will take kibble, peanut butter bones that are 99 cents a piece, and bacon strips and belly rubs for pay. um, Save us a whole lot of money in the long run and stress and heartache, in my opinion. Okay, but real quick, I am gonna key up the short. Sorry, guys, I am sweating to death up in here all of a sudden. I'm just frustrated, and while people probably are thinking, screw North Carolina, get to Florida now, don't worry about it, blah, 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 or, next week we'll be not worrying about Florida. Here's my thing. If it happened here, and just a few days later it happened there, who's going to have to do that? Is it going to be snow? And just for those that think that our government doesn't participate, or no government uses weather manipulation and warfare tactics, I've done a video or two about our government that I can prove that's not true. Since, Vietnam. That's the first time cloud seeding was officially, unofficially used, and I have that video. I have a lot to up to show you guys of certain stuff that's happened, and most of it is government studies and such. A lot of some stuff has to do with lithium and quartz mines. 30 days ago, Albemarle stock, around the time, by the way, that Hurricane Helene hit South Carolina, North Carolina, and it's very important. A lot of people are missing. There's a key element that in South Carolina that was also one of the hardest hit areas of South Carolina. That also ties into the mines in Kings Mountain, Spruce Pine, and Newland. And I have that documentation. I've got the Department of Defense contracts to show. I've been hard at work because there's two areas. One is on the border. I'm sorry if the audio is scratchy. I apologize to everybody. I barely have cell service. I don't think people understand how bad it still is here. Like, I couldn't make text or calls for hours today. It's still internet. Anyway, I'm going to show this video and see what I can do to clarify audio. Let me turn it up a little bit. Let me start there and see if it'll help. Again, I do apologize, but more than likely it's going to remain not the greatest audio, you guys, simply because I don't have great signal. Even Wi-Fi is disconnected. I'm doing everything with the hotspot off the cell phone, and when it's going on the 14th, it's a wrap. And I don't have my copay for doctor's appointments, that I've waited on for all these months. I'm just frustrated. Everything that's supposed to be isn't. And I'm tired of fighting. And I'm tired of being lied to, for real, by the people that are out here actively asking, give us your vote and support. Why should we? Tell me why we should. Tell me why. 20, 30 years ago, I was ready to sit down at 5:30, 6 o'clock, somewhere between there in the evening, and somewhere between 10:30 and 11:30 at night with the family, a family activity. Paw, Mama, Daddy, Mom, whoever was around, and watch the news. We watched Dan Rather most of the time, waited for them because they were official, they were trustworthy, they were unbiased, they were not propaganda. We weren't a communist country. By the way, I would love for Kamala Harris to tell me and the rest of the Americans out here why you keep repeating that stupid ass comment that is the mantra of Karl Marx. Anybody know? If y'all don't know the comment I'm talking about, like it's the one about moving forward, forgetting the past, moving forward with the future and all that stuff. That is a direct quote from the manifesto that Karl Marx wrote. I'll pull that up while we're here, along with some other stuff that I'm trying to do while we're here. I'm gonna show y'all the Starlink thing I'm talking about. And then we're just gonna get into other videos. So, right quick, trying to share screen and get it going. Everybody that's in here, all like 5 of us right now, want to shout out and say, hey, we've got Bama Cat in the house. And we got Lisa Kleckner, JR Nana Boomer. Love the name. Thank you. Sending love and light to all. Thank you so much. And just reading everybody. Sorry, y'all. Okay. And I'm trying to see. It's only a 30-second video we're going to start out with. And then I made a category under Helene to watch later with some videos I've been doing some research on. I ain't worried on today's stream, y'all. It's not about getting monetized and getting $1. It's about getting this information out. And did not take sorry. Relief, I gotta rewind that and make it bigger. Okay. And not that big though. Dadgummit. Oh, ay. Oy vey. Okay, let's share screen. Sorry. Right now it's more about getting this information out and the truth out there. People being called liars. And Roy Cooper, I'm ashamed of you. I'm gonna say it. What have I got to lose? I'm about to be cut off from the world again with no hope. And I wouldn't have been in this position if the storm hadn't come through. And it's enough of an insult to only be offered $750, but it's better than nothing. And I wasn't trying to look a gift horse in the mouth, and I was trying to be thankful as I was brought up, and hope and pray that I could trust and believe in those that I lost faith in. I can't watch CBS, ABC, NBC, CNN no more and feel like I'm going to get told the truth. I feel like I'm going to see and hear what they done bought and paid for, like I'm going to see and hear what the highest bidder did. And the one thing that I don't think that certain officials out there have understood is whether these were humankind manipulated occurrences, disasters, whatever, or just all Mother Nature. Your ideal of a unified government and a unified digital currency would work. Because anything like this happens and you're screwed. No cash. Some places still in this area can't take anything but cash. Of course, there again, we won't have mom and pop places, will we? Because you'll be afraid that they can use the barter system and not have to depend on your new world order. Correct. That's why the small businesses have been crushed since, I don't know, late 2018, early 2019 ish, when that fungulitis came to town. There's a lot of stuff that all ties together that I would have never even thought of tying together. But I'm going to shut my mouth and let this play twice so y'all really let it sink in. And tell me, after those of you that are in here and watch this video, can she have stated what she said in 2022 and 2024 and be telling the truth? It's my question. All right, I'm muting and playing.
Did not take female relief money to use on migrants. So FEMA regional administrators have been meeting with city officials on site to coordinate available federal support from FEMA and other federal agencies. Funding is also available through FEMA's emergency food and shelter program to eligible local governments and non-for-profit organizations upon request to support humanitarian relief for migrants. Did not take female relief money to use on migrants. So FEMA regional administrators have been meeting with city officials on site to coordinate available federal support from FEMA and other federal agencies. Funding is also available through FEMA's emergency food and shelter program to eligible local governments and non-for-profit organizations upon request to support humanitarian relief for migrants. Did not take female relief money to use on migrants. So FEMA regional administrators have been meeting with city officials on site to coordinate available federal support from FEMA and other federal agencies. Funding is also available through FEMA's emergency food and shelter program to eligible local governments and non-for-profit organizations upon request to support humanitarian relief for migrants.
Okay, now I'm going to set up the next thing that we're going to get into. But here's my question. For those of you in the chat, please respond and let me know. Honestly, am I off, or should I feel lied to after watching that? Because 2022 Karen and 2024 Karen are saying the exact opposite. Yes, ma'am, it will, JR. Thank you so much, Nana Boomer. I love your name too. Boomer. I love saying it because it's all caps, so I put the boomer in it when I say it. But anyway, I just want to know. Thank you, JR Nana. I love you. That is very helpful. I'm very thankful and appreciative. Anytime you share, watch, any of that, I get credit, and it's I don't know. They may demonetize this video, and they may demonetize that, and say that it's false information. That's not false information. That's not. Why do you think she stutters so much when she's talking? I've tried to give this woman the benefit of the doubt. I really have, and I'm trying to give this administration the benefit of the doubt. But I'm just tired of them. I'm sick of them. Sick of them. You drinking beer with Stephen Colbert, Kamala? Joe Biden's kicked back on the beach, and half of your East Coast is gone, destroyed. Do y'all even care? Do y'all really care? And to say what I'm about to say, so many people are afraid because of the stigmatism or being called uh, just mean, racist people. But it's not, I don't think it's racist or mean to ask your government, why will you do more for somebody that wasn't born here, that hasn't paid taxes here their whole life, than you will for somebody that lives here? Is it because you already got us? It's kind of like, to me, it's kind of like, a relationship with a significant other. He already got you, so he ain't got to do nothing to get you now. He trying to get the next, you know what I mean, to build that sister wife community. Is that what it is? Is it that kind of mentality? What I want to know is, so you won't give me 750, right? My property tax is nearly 700 a year. Where the fuck my tax money at? That's what I want to know. Excuse my language, but I'm tired. I'm very tired. We're tired and downtrodden. And I don't know how certain American people, in different geographic areas are different. Like you come around these areas looting, you ain't gonna come up missing. You gonna come up with some Swiss cheese holes in you. I mean, and people are tired around here. We work hard. We're taxed the hell out of. We had for a minute that little 2% food tax. It's 7.5 cents on everything we buy. Tax. And that's just at the store. Okay. Then you tax a property. It's a mobile home. It's not a long one. It's a short one, double wide, not modular, nothing. 1994 model. Okay. Maybe 93 because it was set up November of 94. That's what I live in. I have 0.79 acres of land. 2022, December 2022, when my mother passed away, she hadn't paid her taxes yet. I didn't know it. Found it, paid them. It was about $148. I'm rounding up to make it even. And I tell y'all that because the same property not valued it any more than it was valued that day. The next year, the taxes was $548. Yeah. The next year, this year, current taxes, $748. So $2 more and I could be the equal amount as to what they were FEMA's giving. And I tell you that because you can't get past Old Fort, a property like mine. Their taxes is astronomical. But also where the property here is valued, that property I just described, at $73,000. That's it. House, land, little carport thing, little shed out back, muscadine vine, lavender, all that. 73,000 and some change. Same property in Blowing Rock, Chimney Rock, or Asheville is going to be probably close to $1 million. And imagine what their taxes are because their tax, per dollar value of property is higher than here. And I say that because I want Kamala and Joe to tell me where's my tax dollars. I want the city of Morganton and the county of Burke County to tell me where's my tax dollars. How about that? I want Glen Alpine to tell me where's my tax dollars. Didn't I pay enough? And how is it that when we're applying for these FEMA checks, and when I say next door neighbors, like in a trailer park or whatever, you got maybe 3 foot between your back door and somebody's front door. Picture that in your mind. And a single wide mobile homes. Tell me how lot 3 gets approved for the 750, but lot 4 don't. And they tell because lot 3 had more property damage or flooding than nothing. The 750 is not supposed to have anything to do with that. Are you in the counties in the list that was affected? You were supposed to be able to get that. According to I'm gonna play that news conference where he says he's been working with FEMA, and all you got to do is walk up. You don't even got to have an ID and prove really who you are. You give them the information. They put it on the form and put it in the computer. And if you have direct deposit, within 30 minutes, you got your money. I got direct deposit. I'm waiting on an inspection that I never asked for. I didn't ask them to place no property. I applied for the 750. I didn't ask for the lodging. I told them I was staying at home. I could get to the home. It was safe. It was everything. It does, don't it? It sounds real fishy, Miss Justice. I'm gonna take a chance to get struck because there's some shit I'm just showing. So let me show y'all real quick too. Let's look at Elon and what he's doing with Starlink. And now I want people to understand I'm not trying to downgrade. I want the truth out there. I want the truth out there. Did I show our DJ Arnana? I uploaded ID. I did mine from the laptop. I went down, I walked down here and used Dollar General's Wi-Fi to put my application in. Right now, when I don't have Wi-Fi, most of the time I can't make a call. Today, um, from I think it was about 7:30 a.m. to about 5 something p.m., I was back to no bars and an X at SOS if I didn't have Wi-Fi on. So, but you should see on the screen, and I'm just gonna. I don't think it'll let me scroll down, but I just want y'all to see uh, what it does and what it charges. And screw it, I guess my Addie's gonna be out there. I don't care. Oh heck, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry, y'all. Apparently, here we go. Yeah, okay, whatever. Back to home. Residential's what you're supposed to do. I got this link, by the way, from X. Uh, okay, yep, my address pops up. You click order now. Now, there's anywhere they got the FEMA trucks set up, JR, you can go stand in line. It's quite a while away from where mine would be. Okay, so let me scroll up. You push the 0 hurricane relief, okay, for Starlink. And right here it tells you Starlink. Let me get my glasses so I can read this to you. Y'all ain't caught up to me yet. Starlink is providing free service in your area for those impacted by Hurricanes Helene or Milton. Select the hurricane relief option below for this subscription. These will be moved to a paid residential subscription after the end of the year. Read more here, right? Okay. Okay. No long-term contracts. 30-day free trial. Arrives in 3 weeks. Understand that part. So you get a 30-day free trial starting today when you apply and activate. And in 3 weeks, you'll get your stuff. So you get one free week. But it's going to be 3 weeks before I leave that phone service again. Okay. That's one, too. Now you see it says hurricane relief. $0, right, y'all? Okay, let's scroll down to checkout. I ain't going to enter no personal information. I want y'all to see this. Service, $0 a month. That's 120 less. Hardware, $349. Taxes, $24.91. Due today, $393.91. Please show me where that's free, y'all. That little thing to the left, you see that little box and looks like a solar panel. That equipment to use the Starlink. That so yeah, the service is free. You get a month's free service, but you can't access it or use it without purchasing that, unless you have one already. Just so you know, okay? I wanted, don't take my word, take Elon's word. And you can go and check this out yourself at starlink.com. Oh, I'm going to, JR Nana. Don't worry. That's the next one. I just was late enough being able to start the live that I had posted about, and I wanted to show everybody. So when I said I'm going to tell y'all the truth, and it ain't going to be my word, I'm going to let it speak for itself. That's what we doing. I'm not done. We're going to keep exposing. Tonight is the exposing expose. Sit down, get your popcorn, get your coffee, get your cigarette, get your popcorn pop, run the moon if you're in the house. And get with it. Oh, I got JR Nana, I'm on it already. I ain't cutting it from my life. I'm working on it simultaneously. Exactly. Exactly. Now wait till y'all find out who Elon has partnerships with on the lithium front. I ain't done, babies. We just getting this party started. Trust and believe. I hope y'all know I'm in it to win it. And thanks to X for providing me the most of the information. Go Elon. Okay, so let's see if I can multitask on this thing while we're talking. Anyway, I just want everybody to understand it's not some bunch of crap and bullshit and or something I'm coming up with because I know how people are. Oh, she's just trying to get $1. Nope, nope. I'm just trying to tell y'all and show y'all everything I can find to show you for the next 3 days while I have the ability to do so. Um, okay, so let me get to the next. And I'm trying to highlight, let's see, let me go back. I've tried to figure out every way. What I have been able to find out, StreamYard and Restream, for some reason, when you're using their free service, and it's replay, um, they don't show the live chat in the replay. So I do apologize. So I'm going to try and just kind of highlight everybody I can. In their comments, so those that are in the replay party will be able to see. Okay, so let me. Sorry, my computer is moving slow, and I do apologize. If you guys have any questions or thoughts in the chat, please feel free to ask. I'll answer with the best of my abilities. My last live stream, that music that was playing in the background, there has been, due to that, I've had to cut and edit stuff out because though they weren't giving me a copyright strike or blocking it, they were taking any monies that I earned from it. And of course, guess what? It was the most watched live stream that I've had in 3 months. It's always convenient that that occurs like that, isn't it? Yeah. So let's see. Let me get us plus pull up this video because, like I said, I have. I just gotta figure out how to get to my list to pull it up. I have a list of stuff I wanted to show y'all and discuss. Lord have mercy. I just wish it quit moving so slow. That's all. Okay. Let's see. See what it says. I clicked on you. Okay, here we go. Oh, and I will show that too before light videos are clips. I'm looking for my playlist that I created. Okay. Really annoyed moment. I created this playlist so I could come right to it and have everything I wanted. It's not to watch later. I may have to go to the actual channel. Hold on. Sorry, y'all. Bear with me. I'm old. Let's see. Maybe it's under this playlist. Okay, I think I might have found it. No, I don't want just one video. I want the entire playlist. I swear for Bob. Eventually, I'll figure out how to get it up. Okay, start. Maybe I just have to hit play, y'all. No, it doesn't work that way either. Fudge balls from Hades. I'm trying, y'all. YouTube is messing with me. Accidentally on purpose, I reckon. It keeps just wanting to play that one video and not. Here we go. View full playlist. Hi. Finally, maybe. Okay. Here we go. And let me share my screen. And we're just going to start. And I'm going to show y'all a whole bunch of stuff. If y'all think what I showed y'all about the Bill Gates thing was anything, wait do y'all see this? Wait do y'all see where FEMA's been saying that this is misinformation and that's misinformation, and guess what? The misinformation came directly from them and their websites. And let's see, is it sharing it yet on the screen? It should be up, okay. And if I get time, I'll show you that second video, what's going on in Springfield, because that was crazy. Let's see. Lithium stock crashes. Now, look here. This video was 1 month ago. 75%. And a good old Albemarle is listed in that. Conveniently. And the reason of the crash is because the lithium that is in Africa and Chile that Albemarle is mining is not as pure as what we have here. Also, within the country, they don't have the facilities to extract and put the ore into a form that's needed to use in the batteries. So they have to mine it there and freight it here. That and it's in a big rock, and they got to get it out, and they have to get it here or to another country where they have a facility to be able to extract it and then turn it into the powder form, that kind of looks like salt or powdered sugar, to be able to make the batteries. So that's extra expense. So the lithium value and the stock goes down because they're not able to produce enough to supply, and they lost orders and stuff. You feel me? And the video that you're seeing explains it. I'm going to put links to all this. That's why I have them saved in this playlist to make it easier to find and get to. So I can put the links to everything I'm going to show you guys, and you can watch the entire videos. You know, uh, there's just some that are missing, and it's kind of really got me peed off here because there's one specific one I'm looking for to start with. But some of these are going back a year, 2 years, 10 years. You know, anybody ever heard of Operation Popeye from back in the Vietnam War? That's the first time our government used weather control as a weapon. Don't think they couldn't be doing it here. We got Truth by Harp. Oh yeah, I got a lot of stuff just so y'all just see me just scroll. But I'm missing one particular video and I want to know where it's at, y'all. Huh. Sure ain't other videos. I'll go right into my history if I have to on a different page and pull it up in a heartbeat. Because it's really weird that I know I saved that and I know it's gone. I got several I want to talk about. And I tried to get shorter ones to share with everybody. Got some stuff about harp. One of America's most significant mines, and I don't know how to pronounce that word, in Spruce Pine. Spruce Pine in Newland is one of the areas that was destroyed now. Um, Another one about harp. Another one about weather control. Another one about how bad is lithium mining for the environment. Another one where uh, Chimney Rock and other areas surrounding it were fighting the mine reopening and expanding a year ago. Another one here by CNBC about how lithium producer Albemarle took over the electric vehicle industry. I hope not. I hope not, Miss Justice. But if it did, I may have it recorded somewhere else. So I'm gonna look. This one is the one that ties, I believe, Mr. Tesla himself in. Then Kings Mountain Mine 101, and that's directly from the Albemarle Corporation. And then a month ago, their stock dropped 75%. Buy it before it skyrockets. So, in 2025, and I got the DOD contract to show y'all to prove what I'm about to say. And by 2027, when the mine's fully operational, bet you that stock is more expensive, which I won't bet. See, a month ago when this hit, they weren't getting the zoning and the support from the community. All the community was against it. They were fighting back against the occupation. Exactly. Lori, honey, by the time FEMA even pulled up in the vans or anywhere else, we were already a wrap. And I will show this. Let's see. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I can go to my history real quick. And hopefully I can pull up a couple things. Y'all just go see everything I'll be watching. And by the way, that Black Hawk that blew the stuff away, that's been widely represented, it was a North Carolina National Guard Black Hawk. Unofficially, it's been said the team that was on it are currently grounded. And this is direct information, allegedly, in my opinion, coming from my on sources on the ground, including my damn self. I'm here. I'm here. I'm in Old Fort Mountain. I've seen Asheville. I don't understand why they're barring news media, whether it's local, whether it's homegrown, whether it's national, from getting. Well, I do actually. They don't want y'all to know how bad it really is, and they surely don't want y'all to see that people that had 8 foot of water in their front door can't even get the $750 check. I'm just saying. So anyway, let me find that video. Lord, I'm okay. Come on, it was before that. Before that. Oh, and I'm gonna try to get something up for you guys. If you haven't heard, there is a trilogy, and you'll see on here on my screen shortly. Um, in the 1900s, this book was purportedly written around 1896. It's a trilogy. Um, it's the Baron Trump trilogy, um, where Baron Trump's father was the last president of the United States before it became a republic. And Pence was one of his cabinet members that he first appointed. Just it, there is a whole lot of stuff in this book that rings true today. It's called a trilogy. It's 3 books in one, though. Off of Amazon. I would love to get it. I will find a link and put it in my Amazon storefront as well as on the wish list so you guys can easily find it if anybody's interested in getting it. Um, it's mind-boggling. Somebody either had information from a higher power passed down to them, or they psychic or something. Yeah, it's a very popular book these days, Miss Lisa. And several, y'all probably seen it on TikTok from the Starkey Farmstead. She's the only one I know that's really been going. You got that right, Lori. I did apply. Um, I apparently I'm not getting anything until they come out to inspect my property. I don't understand that because I applied as a renter because technically that's what I am. And why would I? Why would it matter if I'm renting? It's the property owner that's got to do that, not the renter. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't get it, but whatever. Okay, so oh, and by the way, just so y'all know, the Department of Justice actually charged 10 different pharmaceutical distributors um, in the last, I don't know, hour or so. They made an announcement. Um, Charges against 10 individuals affiliated with pharmaceutical distributors who have funneled billions of opiates to what they call pill mills. So, yeah, that's a big thing that probably is flying under the radar with everything else that's going on. Yeah, they definitely will. They want me to do it. I don't want to sell the home. I don't want them to fix the home. All I applied for was the immediate assistance of the $750 that we that were within the areas have been told. Matter of fact, I'll show you. Hold on. If I can find it, I'm gonna have to go back, but I'm gonna play it. I don't take my word. Let's take the word of our government officials. Somebody's texting me and my ringer's not off. Let's take the word of our, and I'm that's it means that YouTube is about to cut everything if I don't get it to quit. I'm trying to turn the ringer off, but I'm sorry. Don't take my word. Let's let my government officials during their press conference tell you what they told us. Here we go. Speaker Johnson delivers remarks in storm damage. Let's see what he has to tell you about FEMA. Okay, real quick. Hold on. I gotta mute myself and turn the sound on. So just bear with me. This is what I'm talking about. He says you walk up to the table and you get the 750. No questions asked. Everybody that's in the area qualifies. I'm in the area. I can show you and prove. Um, I can't even get $5, Lori. They're coming to inspect before I get anything, it says. Hold on. Let me mute. Let y'all hear.
You all for being here. We took a what really was a heartbreaking tour of the disaster area here. Helene did real damage across 6 states. Of course, over the last week or so, I've been in Georgia to see some of the devastation there. I went to Florida on the coast where the hurricane made landfall and devastated communities there. But I think some of the worst devastation is probably right here in North Carolina, and that may be surprising to people. We don't think of North Carolina and the mountains here in terms of hurricanes and floods normally, but this probably has been what they refer to as a 1,000-year event. It's devastating, and it's heartbreaking to see the families, the small business owners, just the communities that are quite literally digging out from debris and all of the terrible things that have been left behind the floods. We went to Swananoa, to Biltmore Village, and we've seen some of the most disaster I've seen in my life, and that's saying a lot. I'm from the state of Louisiana, where we know hurricanes, we know disasters of this magnitude. Katrina was almost 20 years ago. We're still recovering in some ways from that in South Louisiana. So we know these situations well, but it's really hard to see. What is encouraging is the spirit of the people. And we were at the First Baptist Church in Swananoa there, and it's become sort of a hub of a community activity where people and organizations and volunteers from all over the nation have come in to lend supplies and support and diapers and baby formula and medicine. They set up what is effectively a makeshift hospital in the parking lot, and they have done such extraordinary work of serving and reaching people up into the hills and the mountains who were unreachable because bridges and roadways have been washed out. Some of the estimates we heard today that there may be as many as 615 roads and major thoroughfares in the state, in western North Carolina, that are severely damaged, and many will need to be rebuilt and replaced. You have bridges out all over the place. You've seen the devastation here in Biltmore Village, where we are today. Historic levels of flooding, and up to 20 feet in some places in these buildings, and it'll take a long time to recover. But the people are very resilient, and they remind us of what is best.
I will say this. I will say this though. I gotta give them this. They're right about one thing. The people are very resilient. Yep, we are. We didn't. If we'd waited, let me say this. I understand what certain people are saying that are on the ground for recovery efforts, and I get it. Okay, I get it. You don't want to become another one of the missing. They don't want just anybody walking. Okay, through, because then that's somebody else they got to search for, right? Got you. Now, let's go to the next level though. If we're 11 days in and the National Guard's not there, FEMA's not there, our local EMTs are drowning too. They're searching for their family. Our police officers in our police cars have water up to the roofs. The ambulances, as everybody's seen on TV, they're up to the roofs in water. How can they help anybody? Where can they go to help anybody? They can't. They need help too. So our neighbors from the north, the south, the east, and the west roll up their sleeves, jump in pickup trucks, minivans, helicopters, whatever they got, and they came to help. And then walking in like Johnny Bench, 3 days late and $10 short. Here comes our government. And then 5 days later, here comes the president and the vice president. By the way, when Joe Biden toured our area, guess what? All air traffic was shut down for those 6 hours. So for 6 hours of daylight, the day that he was walking around, they couldn't do any rescues. They couldn't do any food drops. But he's here to help us. Us, the average American citizen. They're here because they care about us and want to help us. I feel so thankful and privileged for that. It's amazing how, with a straight face, they tell us they're not doing this for this person or that person. But again, you're using my tax dollars, my cousin's tax dollars, my 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 mama's tax dollars, my daddy's, my whole family's, my friends. You're using their tax dollars, and I can't even go see New York City. But how many people are getting a free apartment or hotel room there? I ain't never been to Springfield where migrants are being housed. And I'm not saying, understand this. And let me put it in a perspective to where people can understand what I'm saying, okay? Can you imagine somebody telling your mama or your daddy that they got to take care of the neighbor 3 doors up from you and their family, and whatever they got left, they can use for their family? Because that's what's going on. That's the simplest way that I can put it out there as to how we feel. And I say we, myself and a lot of other people right now that have been affected by Helene and Milton. That's how we feel, Uncle Sam. That's how we feel, Kamala. That's how we feel, Joe. And let me say this, Kamala. Number one, you've been MIA for 4 years. I can't think of 3 appearances that you've made in the last 4 years until you got the little nomination that nobody voted you in for, except Joe maybe, in one of them moments before he got his pudding and jello. And my thing is, what have you done for us lately? I'm going to be like Janet Jackson, and I'm going to say her simply because, you know, I don't even like Candace Owens. I'm going to keep it a band. I really don't. But she's an equal BI to everybody. I got to give her that one. And Kamala, she makes a pretty good, um, pretty good case for saying that you're claiming a heritage that you don't own. And I don't understand why you would want to do that, except maybe you don't want people to know that you wasn't no middle class, that you grew up, your family was wealthy and made their money off the backs of slaves. And that they also, when you look at, by the way, look up her mother. Look at what her mama and daddy's jobs were and what they did. Real talk. Can you say family ties run deep to communism about 4 or 5 generations back, and that's documented proof? I mean, birth certificates, paperwork filed in Jamaica and such. And by the way, I would really love, if you can't explain nothing else to me, your book, Kamala, the one that wasn't the second edition that was edited and the pictures taken out of. Usually, let me say this. Usually, when you write a book and then you issue one that's supposed to be for younger readers, if they put more pictures in, they don't take them out. But there is a picture in our book specifically that interests me. If I believe nothing nobody else has to say, this part I can't argue with, and I don't know how anybody else could. Um, it's a her and a lady in Jamaica. Kamala got the cool hairstyle for, the 16 to 20-year old that we had during that time frame. Ain't knocking it. Everybody was rocking it. The earrings, the whole little nine, the little sweats, Disney characters, the whole thing. And for those of you that don't know, it was kind of the preppy look. Um, you had Outback Red, Forenza, Izod. You was shopping at the Limited Express. And please don't let her say no, because I'm telling you, and that was the upper middle class, minimally, to be able to afford it. Because we're talking in probably, let's see, around the time seventh to ninth grade for me. Um, I'm 53 now. So we're talking around the time that I was 13 to 16. So about 40 years ago. One sweater was $50 on sale. That's a hell of a lot. Today, that's a $175 sweater. You feel me? That's not blue collar. That's not middle class. That's not hard working McDonald's income. Mama and daddy were very active politically in their countries. They were very vocal, and everything they said tied them to communism, fascism, and Marxism, and it scares the hell out of me. That's number one. Number two, Kamala, how do you have a picture with you and Grandma Beryl when you were 20 years old visiting her in Jamaica, and she died, according to her birth certificate, 4 years before you were born? And the same lady that's supposed to be your grandma, your daddy's mama, your paternal, that's daddy. Maternal is mama. Paternal, grandmother. The daddy's name that you have, Donald, Donnie, whatever, I can't remember. It's a pissed off right now. According to birth and death records and everything else, your daddy died before he was 2 years old. That Beryl had. But now there's a white lady, Iris, that married the Oscar that's supposed to be your pawpaw, that died in Florida not too long ago. You went to the funeral too, by the way, just in case you didn't know. They held the funeral for over 2 weeks waiting on you to be able to come. Yeah, yeah. I'll make sure and show y'all. Candace has done a whole lot of videos, but I'll show you the best one that's got all the documents that shows the Communist Party ties. And maybe I wouldn't believe it. Oh, I'm gonna Google it and pull up exactly what I'm talking about with Karl Marx. Lori, if you know, you know. The phrase that she keeps repeating about moving forward into the future by forgetting the past, and equality and the DEI and all that rolls in together. Please, if you don't believe me, go read Karl Marx's book, It's a Communist Manifesto, I believe. But I'm gonna show y'all that quote, and you tell me, and then I'll find her saying it, because there's like 27 videos of different speeches where she says it every time. I'm tired of being lied to. I'm tired. My name is not Mushroom. You're not going to keep me in the dark and feed me full of shit and make me happy. I'm not the one you want for that. Ever wonder why people graduate high school and can't read? Or why they can't do simple math nowadays? Or why students, like, I can't fathom when I was in school and in math class being allowed, even encouraged, to use a calculator. Now they have to have one. And I'm not talking about when they get the square roots and shit. I'm talking about any math. adding 3 columns of numbers, doing fractions or decimals or whatever. Real talk. Can y'all fathom that? Why would they let that happen? Why would they pass somebody? It's a law. Why would they pass somebody that didn't meet the requirements needed to go on to the next grade? No child left behind, remember? Why? Why would they do that? Maybe because they want a dumber race of Americans. They want a dumber generation after generation after generation. So we got to dumb it down and dumb them down. We even teach them a false history, false current events. Don't tell them what they need to know to succeed on their own, because we don't need the elite. Just like I was talking about the unalignment of Javion up there above Raleigh in the Durham, right there in Raleigh, Durham area, and the, my opinion, stage scene, and that I feel that law enforcement was involved. They lie to us. They feed us crap. Why? Because they want us to accept what they want us to accept. And if they can dumb us down, just like that town, it predominantly is minorities, specifically African American, over 74% population in that area, in that county. So that's the last place you would expect to hear of an unalivened by tree and rope, right? Of someone that's that minority. But when you have 75 to 80% of your population that the wealth and the land isn't owned by, and that 15 to 20% is who has all the control and the wealth, it's still a form of slavery or a feudalistic society, however you want to put it. You got to work for the man to get paid. And usually the wages you're getting paid with inflation and everything else are just barely enough to live on. I mean, I've looked at stuff over and over and over again, and anymore, the way this country is and the way it's run, there's very little that's any different than a libertarian society, than a communist society, than a fascist society. It's the same shit, except we get lied to more. They outright tell you that's what they doing. Here, they try to act like you're stupid and can't figure it out. How come if it's not that, then why are a lot of my videos censored or blocked in certain areas that aren't communist areas? France is the first one for some reason that they don't play in. But anyway, I'm going to go back to this video. And I want, there's specific parts, so I'm going to speed it up and get to the speaker, the guy that's here with his hands clasped in front of his crotch and next to the speaker. I want y'all to hear what he says about his work with FEMA and how quick you get your money on that $750. And then I want to tell you how he's full of shit. And then I'm going to play another video and another one and another one. But I'm going to paint a picture, and I'm going to do it with documents, with headlines. I'm going to give a statement where FEMA says this is misinformation and a lie. To find the truth, blah, blah, blah. Then I'm going to show you the headline behind it. And guess where the headline came from? FEMA's own damn website. Okay. Oh, potty training. Lori, what kind of puppy? Tell us what the breed. I need something happy. So Anyway, and I know 750 ain't much, but when, I need, I think 31 left and I could pay my cell phone bill on the 14th. $4 is my copay to the doctor. And for my blood pressure and inhaler medicine, and I got to have those two. I leave my space age inhaler off with my insurance. That's $8. So what? Basically $45, and I can take care of my phone and my medicine, and at least have the ability to be able to make stuff and support myself. I mean, I know I'm sitting here blubbering. My work from home job was based out of Asheville. The two people that worked for the company and referred me still haven't had any communication. DSS just started back work here in Burke County this week when school went back in. And some of our schools are still on remote learning. And for those people that said it don't look that bad in this area, I'm going to play some video of my area in the background. Also on mute. I'm not going to play the sound. I'm going to talk over it, but I'm going to let it go. Oh, oh. I love golden retrievers. I'm a dog person. I got bit by a cat when I was 9, and it was my grandma's cat. And I almost had to have the rabies shot. So, yeah. But I'm going to play this and, pause like I have to periodically so YouTube doesn't strike it in the middle of the live, but I can at least get it out, you guys. So I'm muting and going back. Thank you, Lori. And Miss Justice, love you. And everybody else that's here, please understand. If something happens and I get a donation and I'm able to pay that, or FEMA pays me, great. But the main thing I want is to get the truth out. We are so fed up right now, from North Carolina all the way into Tennessee, South Carolina, and Kentucky. We're fed up. If you're going to do whatever you're going to do, FEMA, the government, whoever you want to blame, do it, but stop lying and stop trying to make us liars. Stop saying it's a bunch of good old boy tall tales and stories. Maybe some of it might be inflated, like telling the hunting stories and the fishing stories around the pot-bellied stove. But I heard somebody say one time, and it's true right now in a different sense, that people have been saying for 20 years that Whitney Houston was smoking crack, and everybody kept saying no, that she done smoked her kneecaps off, and they were still saying no. I can't believe people within the states and the affected areas, all people from all over the United States and other countries, coming to help. People with a whole lot of money, and some of them with a vested interest in what's going on. They're all telling the same lie. They're all living the same hallucination. Maybe it's that we're just some dumb mountain folk that don't deal with hurricanes and don't understand what's going on and telling it wrong. We're just dumb, ignorant hillbillies and ain't smart enough to know that after 11 days, it's a little too late to do the right thing now. Shit. All right. Back to this video so I can blow my nose. I'm irritated as hell.
Asked about America, and that's the encouraging thing. I came here, we wanted to be here to let them know that not only do they have extraordinary leadership in Congress, Congressman Chuck Edwards here and the Senators Ted Budd and Tom Tillis, Also, you have Virginia Fox and Richard Hudson and Patrick McHenry. Everyone who has anything to do with Western North Carolina has had all hands on deck, working to serve the needs of their constituents and to be on the ground and deeply involved in what's happening here. But I think it's important for the Speaker of the House to come as well. It's symbolic to show that it's the whole of Congress that has our eyes and our attention, our prayers on the community here and those who are affected. We want them to know they will not be forgotten and that we will get recovery dollars to these communities as is needed. I want to point out that before we left Congress 2 Wednesdays ago, all of our days run together now, we're on day 13 post-storm here, but the day before Helene made landfall, Congress passed an appropriations, a continuing resolution to fund the government. We included $20 billion to go to FEMA so that they would have what was necessary for the urgent needs that followed the hurricane. We knew that it would be a large one. Of course, we saw it. We had more than
Rather than Congress giving 20 whatever to FEMA, which is wonderful, great, whatever, why don't you ask them what about that slush fund they got to the left that's leftover monies? Congress should be able to see it if OpenYourBooks.com can pull it out. And I'm going to show y'all that. I promise. Everything I'm talking about, I got lined up. Let's get back to this because we about to see the other man tell us how FEMA gets you your money in your pocket real quick, y'all. How can somebody that still can't get rescued, that's less than hours away from oxygen running out and don't have any refills and nobody can get to them and they signal a helicopter with a freaking mirror to get picked up, or that's out here doing SOS in the dirt or with rocks in the sand, can you please tell me how they're supposed to get to the shopping strip mall that's shut down to the FEMA truck to apply? Shit.
more than a week's notice that would happen. And so we supplied FEMA with the resources that it needed to respond directly. When I last checked, as of Monday, only 1% of those funds had actually been distributed. There's concern that the federal response was a little too slow, and that needs to be addressed. But the FEMA and the administration have the resources necessary right now to address the immediate needs. What happens next after a storm like this is that the states then do their individual assessments and calculations of the damages, and then they submit that need to the federal government, and Congress acts. So as soon as those calculations are prepared, Congress will act in a bipartisan fashion to supply what is needed to help these communities recover the appropriate amount that the federal government should do. But it will take some time, sadly and unfortunately, for those calculations to be made. In the meantime, again, literally billions of dollars are sitting in accounts at FEMA with the administration to address the immediate needs. So we're hopeful that that can be done. I'll just say this, and I want to yield to my colleagues here to say a word here to give a local perspective. I want to tell you that one of the encouraging things is to see these valiant, heroic first responders, to see volunteers from churches and private organizations. Samaritan's Purse has been on the ground, of course. Mercury.
And I will say this, anybody that wants to help out and wants to donate, not just, I'm not talking about to me, myself, and I would be wonderful, be a blessing, and not asking for none of that. What I'm saying is, no, stream's been up for 1 hour and 45 minutes, JR. Mine has. I told y'all YouTube be, I don't know. Samaritan's Purse and Mercury One are two organizations that are boots on the ground, that every single person and family member, friend, and people that I've run into that don't know, that do know, have been nothing but good things said about. They are working with and helping. They are out there, boots on the ground, getting dirty, helping clean mud out of houses. We have streets all over where I live with the insides of people's houses sitting lined up in the road because everything's destroyed, wet, mildewed, molded. I got a wall looking like that on the inside of my bathroom right now, and as cold as it got. By the way, let me explain something to you. The situation's about to get real around here. Do you know that last night we got down to 27 degrees between the hours of 2 a.m. and 4:55 a.m.? We were down below 30 degrees. That pipe that's leaking, that water that freezes, I don't have water, and it's probably going to bust every pipe in here. Not to mention the black mold that's probably already growing. I'll try to take pictures and post them just so you can see my bathroom cabinet is already getting like the white little powdery looking spots on it. I'm sure that's why I'm staying sick and keeping a headache But what am I supposed to do? I gotta wait on an inspector to come out to even get qualified to get the little $750 we don't gotta pay back because I'm not taking a damn loan from you bastards. Sorry, y'all. I'm just over it. Okay, back to the video.
There's all these outside organizations. We saw the Red Cross here. There's a lot of really good people, a lot of great Americans doing a lot of important work here. We saw people hugging one another and just leaning on one another, and that's what reminds you about what's great about our country. We do this better than anybody. The private sector, neighbor communities are the best in sticking together at a time like this. And I was heartened to see state police troopers from Louisiana, my home state, who are here, and those friends.
And I want to say this right there. He is telling the truth. Because without the average citizen, without people that give a damn, 90% of those that have been rescued and helped wouldn't have been. And shame, I'm going to say this right now, and I won't, if y'all hear nothing else, please hear this part. The government agencies, and be they, and I hate to say this, be they military or acronym with the three letters and such, that are taking credit for the rescue of that 11-month-old baby. Shame on y'all. Shame on y'all. Y'all didn't do it. Private citizens did it under threat of arrest with y'all telling them they couldn't go. That's the truth. The military wasn't even here yet. And Roy Cooper, I'm calling you out. I'm going to tell it because it's provable. How long did men and women of our military from other states, as well as our personal National Guard, sit on the sidelines because they were waiting on you to give the order and clearance for them to move in the state? Let's tell the truth. And why? Why did we have to wait? This is stupid. If a house is on fire before the federal government can send a fire hose or a bucket of water, they got to wait on Congress to come back into session and to meet and approve it. Does that make any sense? But we didn't have to wait on Congress to come back to write a check to send out of the country. And that's not because I have a problem with anybody other than this country. What I'm saying is, like the analogy I used before, I can't fathom somebody going into your house and asking you to give money and pay the bills in your neighbor 2 or 3 doors up's house, and then whatever's left is what you and your family have out of your paycheck. But that's exactly what our government is doing right now and has been doing for years. At least it's 2022, and then they want to lie to us about it after they told us the truth 2 years ago. Nobody's saying don't help. Nobody's saying that at all. Not saying don't give money to the Ukraine. Not saying don't help, in the Palestine Jordan situation. I'm not saying any of that. What I'm saying is, can we at least put the house fires out and then see how much money we got left to send first? Can we pay the bills in our households first before we support our neighbor's household or the next state's household? I think that's fair, considering it's our damn tax dollars that's going into the coffers to pay. It's our taxes that's going to go up again for money that you sent outside the country while we still can't even eat and don't have a place to lay our heads. But by God, you'll get them tax dollars and send them somewhere else. And which one of those countries that we've given money to every time the wind blows for many moons? I'm not talking about this year or even this presidency. I'm talking about since Nixon, probably, at least. Millions and billions and zillions by now to certain countries. Which one of them sent an aircraft, a helicopter, a note, a smoke signal, anything to help with the crisis going on in America right now? Because it looks like we got bombed. It looks like a war zone and a natural disaster area. So, which one is sending their military to help us? Which one is sending us $5 for help? When did the United States become the universal donor? Kind of like, when you give blood, you got the universal receiver and the universal donor. When did we become the universal donor? When did we become the Red Cross for the world? And who is here to help us when we need help? I think those are fair questions. Because by crackies, if I've been given 75% of my paycheck, every paycheck, to Sally Mae, and I'm in a car wreck and in the hospital for 3 months, I'm going to want to know where's Sally Mae when I need her. And I don't think that's an unfair question. All right, back to the video. I'm going to try to quit preaching. I'm just mad.
Friends, they know hurricanes and disaster recovery really well, but there's law enforcement all around the country. There's over 1,000 troops deployed right now out of Fort Liberty and out of Kentucky that are out here in the mountains and doing what they do, recovery and rescue and removal of debris and anything that's needed. So we've seen the best of America. That's what's encouraging. We will rebuild. And
Mayor of Asheville, this is and her team. This is a time where we need strong leadership, and we need Asheville to be successful. So thank you.
I'm not going to make y'all watch all this crap either. Fast forward a little bit. This guy right up here that's talking now, you'll see in a moment, he's the one that's going to tell y'all about how FEMA works because he's been helping them man the tables. Gotcha. He's a liar too.
Thank you for your leadership. This disaster is extremely personal to me. I was born and raised in these mountains. I know what these communities looked like before this storm. I know a lot of you are familiar with the storm of 1916. None of us, at least I didn't live through that, but we've heard talk about it for a couple of generations now. What we see here in Asheville in this metropolitan area is being played out all over North Carolina's 11th district right now. I spent the last 13 days traveling the district, getting to understand what's taking place, where the problems are, trying to push some buttons to get federal and state agencies to respond. My team's been trying to get resources to various distribution points. We've been working with constituents to get even some of the small wins, such as a lady from Canton came out to see me the other day, and all she needed was something to clean her house with because she didn't have power. There was water in her basement. There was mold starting to grow in her house. But bigger than that, you can expect me to be on the forefront in Washington, D.C., asking for a supplemental to help the folks here in the mountains of Western North Carolina recover from the storm. I'm really appreciative that my good friends and partners, Senators Ted Budd and Tom Tillis, have been here with me the whole time. They've been boots on the ground. They're going to make great partners in Washington, D.C. But this district, the North Carolina's 11th district, is the one that has been hit the hardest in North Carolina. Let me give you a couple of examples. This storm is, I'm told, covers 9,200 square miles, having been affected.
And just to let y'all know, he said the 11th district, correct? I am in the 11th and 12th district, just so everybody knows. I'm on the cusp. It's kind of like I'm standing on the county line, and my left foot is in 11th, and my right foot's in 12th. Just to clarify, because I have checked. Um, and don't worry, my next thing I'm going to show y'all after we finish here and he tells us how FEMA works, we're going to go to FEMA's disaster assistance webpage. And I'm going to clarify that my county and the county that I put my toe into are both on the list for Helene. So that people quit messaging me and telling me I'm not getting help because I'm not in an affected area. And I'm going to show y'all some video that some of y'all may have seen before. And it's not Asheville, even though it looks like what y'all seen for Asheville. It's where I live, my town. And I'm trying to figure out how to cover up the 9-digit, 4-digit claim codes on my FEMA app to be able to show you guys what it currently says live, so nobody can say I altered it. And kind of prove what it's saying. Basically, after I wrote them an email telling them I had had no discourse, and it said they were expecting nothing from me since October 5th, and that I was running out of meds, my services were about to get disconnected, and everyone around me had already got their monies, even paper checks, while I had direct deposit available. That's when it was updated and said that my stuff had been assigned to an inspector and they were coming out for the housing damage or whatever. There is damage, but I'm a rentor, and no matter what, just listen to what he says about the $750 that I have yet to get them to address. And I'm going to call FEMA while we're live and let you hear what happens when you call that 1-800 number. Okay? All right, here we go. Back to him. Let him tell you the lie, and then I'm going to prove it's a lie.
In fact, 6,000 square miles are right here in NC11, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I thought that it was so important for me to encourage the Speaker to come. I'm really appreciative that you did that, not only because you're a loving, caring person about people, but as I've been out traveling the district, looking at the station, I've taken many.
I know I said I wasn't going to interrupt
and then
again, but I am.
and showed them to folks.
But I am. And I'm going to say this. Can he kiss their ass anymore while he's talking? Him and Roy Cooper has had their lips puckered up so much to the Democratic administration right now. I'm mad as hell. And please believe, let me tell y'all something. Trump's just as bad. I don't give a damn what y'all think, what nobody thinks about what I got to say. I'm going to tell the truth. Tell the truth. I don't trust none of them. None of them. It's all, everything they did when they walked through here was a photo opportunity to get their name trending in the news and to sell another dollar. Elon Musk, he's going to give us a $320 a month service if we spend $400 to buy the equipment. Suck my big toe. You're not helping. You're helping yourself. Let's get it straight. Just like the GoFundMe that Trump set up. He forgot to tell us that the reason he's not the beneficiary and his campaign manager, Marjorie, is therefore he's eligible to apply for help from that fund. And so are his buddies. You know, I said early on that there's areas in Brevard, Buncombe, Ash, and Avery that are very affluent. Chimney Rock. I worked for a lady. I did her taxes. She ran a cleaning service. Lake Lure and Chimney Rock was her two biggest places to go. Why? Well, let me tell you. Because that's where the summer houses of the rich and affluent were. And when the season was in, she had to go and open. And when the season was over, she had to shut them down. That's when they put the covers over the couches and all the linens are laundered and folded and put in the drawers. And the china is put back up and everything else. How do I know? Because, like I said, I did her books for her company. She also owned a business that was rented out to a place that made headstones right here in Burke County. She also owned 2 mobile home parks that she rented out. And I was her bookkeeper till her husband died and her Botox addiction cost her everything. But that's a whole nother story. Got plenty of them. Someday I'll be able to share. Now, I'm wondering, by the way, too, does anybody wonder all this stuff going on in the entertainment industry right now? Is it just a distraction so we don't notice what's going on? Because, in my personal opinion, I don't think that our government at this point is able to create the storm, the hurricane, the tropical depression, whatever. What I do think is they can create conditions that are right to produce a storm. And once it hits, they do have ways to keep it from going somewhere. Like, they can't just steer it where they want it to go, but what they can do is block it. So it can't go here or there. So the only route it has to go is the route they want it to take. Because it's very convenient that the area of South Carolina that was worst hit ties to the areas of North Carolina that were worst hit, ties to the areas of lithium mining and quartz mining and other minerals that they couldn't get because people wouldn't sell their land. And now, in certain areas, our government can take that land. It's a disaster area. And it's something they've been working on since the Vietnam War. And I've got the proof, and I'm going to show y'all. We just got to go here and get this piece here and this piece there that they give us over the last 10 years and put them all together. It's like, to me, it's like I got a puzzle. And right now, I got the outside edges and I'm putting them together and I'm going to fill it in. Coincidence is ass. Outdoorsy life. I don't believe in that many coincidences. It just can't be that many. Can't be. Especially when that storm was trying to go a different direction. And there's one question that keeps getting swept under the rug that not one meteorologist has addressed, not one government official has addressed, not one person has explained. And I keep asking this. And my people in Florida, my people that I know in other countries that are stricken by typhoons and hurricanes, however you want to say it, we all have the same question that we want answered. Please show me a storm that has ever performed in the past history of recording of these events like Helene. Where have you ever seen a storm make landfall, go over 100 miles over land, and then increase in strength? Helene hit in Florida. It went up Florida, almost completely through Georgia, and right before it hit South Carolina, it got stronger. How does that happen? I know we're all dumb and forgetful, you know, and I owe so many people tweakers an apology because I made fun of chemtrails, and God darn it, I do research and find out the shit's real. I, I'm, I'm so mad at her. You're willing to sacrifice people, human lives, for an almighty dollar and tell us how much you care while you're doing it. Okay, back to this video because I want y'all to hear what he says about FEMA. Then I want to show you their website and as much info as I can without giving out all my information away and just totally doxing myself. And then I want to show y'all some other video information. I want to show y'all how HARP really works. I want to show y'all why the lithium mining was being fought so hard. You gotta understand, do you think a tourist town wants a rotten egg stitch throughout it? Or half of what the people come to see has to be destroyed for the baths to do the lithium salt because of the amount of land it takes up and then what they leave behind, like they did in the past when they abandoned the mine and didn't need it. And then amazingly enough, right around the time, and I'm talking within a week before Helene hit, Almar's stock was in the toilet. And now, after, it's on the rise. Too many things are all pointing in the same direction for me to be looking the opposite way. It can't all be a coincidence. It can't all be just happenstance. And when the same people are the people that's pockets are getting lined, and the same people are getting screwed over again and again, pink butterfly, no, not the 750. When the inspector comes out, anything that you get from that inspection process has to be paid back. The 750 is the only thing that does not have to be paid back. I have been able to clarify that through multiple different sources. That and it was a former FEMA representative that was talking about that. Been retired for more than 3 years. The part that gives the 750 was was added to FEMA stuff around the Maui situation time. It's something that's newly into effect within the past 36 months. Okay. All right. Now I'm going to mute and let the rest of this play real quick so y'all can see what he says about FEMA. And anybody that's had an interaction with him, please feel free to chime in if he's telling the truth or not about how quick you can get your money.
And those photos were not the pictures that I saw. Photos just cannot depict accurately what took place. And so I thought that it was important when I go to the House floor and start advocating for help for Western North Carolina that the Speaker had a real first-hand perspective on what it is that we're dealing with here. Past that, I've just got to echo the Speaker's sentiment. I've always known what mountain people are like. I'm one of them. Having been born and raised in Haywood County, carrying a squirrel gun, I know how tough mountain people are. I know how prideful we are. I know the tenacity that we have. And I am ever so proud to see those characteristics coming out in Western North Carolina right now. I've never been more proud to be from these mountains and represent the people here in these mountains. And with that, I'd like to hand the mic over to my very good friend and good partner in Washington, D.C., Senator Tom Phillips.
Thank you all for being here and casting or directing attention onto a weather event that's going to be with us for years. It will take years for us to get back to anywhere close to where we were 15 days ago. To do what we need to do for the people of Western North Carolina. And that's to rebuild and come back stronger. And you can count on my support to be here every step of the way. I'll turn it over the days after that. As a volunteer on roofs, cutting off trees and carving roofs with Samaritan's First Hearts. And now that one I had no idea I'd ever serve in elected office. But now it's I'm serving the folks again, but in a different way we serve. I know you were serving your state 19 years ago with Katrina, and we continue to do that. It's a lot different when it's in the mountains. And I just want to begin with a framework of gratitude. With all the many, many needs that you and we see each and every day, I want to thank each and every one of you, elected officials, the mayor. They know that there's lots of distractions in Washington, D.C. and in Raleigh, and they say, please don't forget us, because this isn't something that we fix in a few days or a few weeks or months. This is years. And so you have our commitment that we're going to keep coming back. We're going to remember you. We're from small towns.
We know the importance of remembering the needs here, but we thank all the resources. We thank you as the media for covering this, but we ask you don't forget either. Please remember the small towns and come back. Do a follow-on story in a few months and in a year so that you don't forget what's happened here. I also want to thank all the groups, whether it's Samaritan's Purse or Baptist on Mission. Remember, this Asheville area just down the mountain is the home of Billy Graham, and it's his ministry which continues. It's Samaritan's Purse that's able to serve, well, usually they fix problems around the world, which includes the 101st out of Fort Campbell, Kentucky, and our own Fort Liberty, 82nd Airborne, as they're integrating to serve other North Carolinians. Thanks, Speaker.
Let's take a few questions if you have them. As you all know, we impeached Secretary Mayorkas in the House of Representatives over the last year.
Serve other North Carolinians. Thanks, Speaker.
Let's take a few questions.
Okay, guys, I finally got it pushed up to the point. I forgot they switched back and forth to talk. They're going to ask some questions and tell some truths right here about what happened to the director of FEMA, Mayorkas. Want you to hear that part too. And right here, starting where they start talking about impeaching him in the House, from there, about 2 minutes worth of this, you'll see what I'm talking about, where the guy comes back up, tells how he's been sitting at the FEMA tables and all that too. But let's ask ourselves, why did Mayorkas get impeached? And why does he still have a job? Y'all ever got fired from your job and still been able to work or get a promotion? I mean, I'm just saying, I didn't know it worked that way. And Pink Butterfly, I'm so glad you asked that question too about the 750, because I thought that was true as well. There's a thing called an SBA, Small Business Administration loan. Then there's the home loan and stuff. If you don't have insurance or your insurance won't cover your damages to your property, whether it's a tree down to your roof or whatever, at that point, those monies you do have to pay back. It is extremely fine print, as I understand. But that's $750 that's supposed to be available to everybody living in the areas that are listed as eligible on FEMA's site that I'm going to take us to as soon as we finish this press conference, is monies made available to you immediately that you do not have to pay back. They're basically giving you tax money you paid back, not even all of it. Some people, it's not even half of their property taxes they just paid. But anyway, back to this. And I agree, outdoorsy life, not never.
Questions if you have them.
With Fox News, I have two questions. First, just cleared up, is there any money that was for this disaster that was donated to the migration?
Yeah, so there's a story to be told here, and there'll be a lot of talk about that. I mean, I think it's fair to say that there were mismanaged resources and misplaced priorities. It is true that FEMA is a division of the Department of Homeland Security. It's run by Secretary Mayorkas. As you all know, Secretary.
Don't know if y'all caught that. Okay, Miss Justice, love you. Good night. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Everybody tell Miss Justice good night. Again, he just said funds and monies were mismanaged and misappropriated. Wow. Did y'all hear that? Maybe I should rewind just a little bit and let that play again. And then he tells how Mayorkas was impeached. The head of FEMA, you know, Telly Savalas look-alike? Yeah, that one. Okay, just checking.
Yeah, so there's a story to be told here, and there'll be a lot of talk about that. I mean, I think it's fair to say that there were mismanaged resources and misplaced priorities. It is true that FEMA is a division of the Department of Homeland Security. It's run by Secretary Mayorkas. As you all know, impeached Secretary Mayorkas in the House of Representatives over the last year because we did not feel like he was fulfilling his responsibilities and he had committed impeachable offenses that didn't go anywhere in the Senate. But I do think it's failure of leadership at the top. There's some valiant, heroic people working on the ground, as there always is in situations like this, but it's the concern about decisions made at the very top. One of the decisions they made was to use an account in FEMA to resettle illegal aliens in our country. It's an outrage. It has outraged the American people, and I want
Hello, did y'all just hear that part? Okay. Did y'all? Yeah, the bowling ball with eyebrows. Love that. Love that pink butterfly. I wasn't ready, but I love that. He just said they used a FEMA account to resettle migrants and illegal aliens. So, now is this congressman lying to us? Was the press secretary for Joe lying to us? Is Kamala lying to us? Is Trump lying to us? They can't all be telling the truth and they can't all be lying because they're all giving a different answer. I'm just saying. Don't take my word. Listen. And this is North Carolina. These are our senators, our congressmen, our mayors. That's who's up here speaking. I don't see Mr. Cooper, my governor, but that's who's up here speaking. These are the officials that I'm supposed to be able to trust. But they're under the other one that said something different. So how do I sit here right now in North Carolina know who to trust and what to believe? And can I eat the words coming out their mouth, or can I give those to Duke Power to keep my heat and electric on? Or because I was promised stuff from our government that is yet to be delivered and not getting it. And now any food that I've got, thanks to other American citizens, not the government, not FEMA, is going to be lost again because my refrigerator is going to be gone again. Let's keep it real. I'm going to be out here cooking on a freaking fire that I made with a bottom oven rack and twigs out of my yard and paving stones. Yes, I had the good sense to be able to do it and cook and feed myself. Oh, and by the way, please don't tell me that the news helicopters, the Black Hawks, and the other choppers flying over didn't see the fucking smoke coming off the fire. Not one person came. By the way, I made an emergency call at 3:14 a.m. on that Friday night. They still have not got here to help me.
it outrages all the Republican members of Congress, House and Senate. After this election, I believe that we were going to have people working on the ground, as there always is, and there'll be a lot of talk about that. I mean, I think it's fair to say that there were mismanaged resources and misplaced priorities. It is true that FEMA is a division of the Department of Homeland Security. It's run by Secretary Mayorkas. As you all know, we impeached Secretary Mayorkas in the House of Representatives over the last year because we did not feel like he was fulfilling his responsibilities and he had committed impeachable offenses that didn't go anywhere in the Senate. But I do think it's failure of leadership at the top. There's some valiant, heroic people working on the ground, as there always is in situations like this, but it's the concern about decisions made at the very top. One of the decisions they made was to use an account in FEMA to resettle illegal aliens in our country. It's an outrage. It has outraged the American people, and I want you to know it outrages all the Republican members of Congress, House and Senate. After this election, I believe that we are going to have control of the House and Senate and the White House again. I think Republicans will be in charge with a unified government, and we will restore sanity to those accounts and make sure that doesn't happen. But that was a decision that Mayorkas and Harris and Biden made at a time when the American people need those resources and not illegals over the open border that they created. So there'll be a lot more said about that. Right now, we want to focus on the
JR Nana, Boomer, I want to say good night. Thank you for being here. Please hit the thumbs up as you exit. If you didn't hit it as you came in my door, that's all I ask. Anything else? Awesome. Subscribe, please. It's free. Thumbs up is free. Sharing this out on your social media platforms and asking friends and family to subscribe, watch, and give a thumbs up is also free. That's all I ask for. Anything else is a blessing. That in itself is a blessing. And Kylie, Rodney, them alphabet agencies, I believe personally, were involved there too. I've not stopped looking at that. By the way, her case is still open, in case anybody wondered. It's not been closed. I want everybody that's here and anybody that watches this video, by the way, in 1 year, let's revisit. Let's see what's going on in these devastated areas of North Carolina, please, and South Carolina and Georgia. Let's see how many of the places that were destroyed and wiped off the map have something that provides monies in the pockets of people in power and able to make decisions. I wonder how many people who are involved in this in our government own stock in Albemarle Mining Company. Where's what open, babe? If you tell me, I'm sorry, J.R. Nana. I forgot what you asked. Where's what open? Please tell me what you're asking, and I'll do whatever I can to find it out for you and help you. Anybody that's in my chat or that's watching this, if you're in any of the areas that have been affected by Hurricane Helene or Milton, please pop it in the chat and let us know that you're marked safe and that you're there. We're still missing family and friends, and I'm asking for prayers for them. CHP is still yet to close. When they close the case, there's certain information that they can withhold because the case is open and still active. And when they close it, see, it's no longer open and active, so they have to release that information or redact it, like they did in our report that we went over not too long ago. Why is that important? In my personal opinion, that is vitally important because as long as they keep it open, they don't have to release all that. Oh, CHP did? Okay, because I thought there was still one report that's outstanding that they haven't released to the public yet. And when they close the case, they have to. So they've either had to redact it or seal it in the best interest of the government, the town, her family, something. Now, we went over the final report, JR, that they put out. The whole report with all the stupid redactions in it currently. Somebody, because I said when we went over that report, it was really, what struck me odd was the associations with, and I'm trying to think of what like ambassadors, and or people with like government immunity. Oh, really? The investigator got the unredacted version? Because nobody could explain to me why there was like foreign, God, I'm trying to think of the name and I can't, ambassadors and such that were referred to in that report, and the government clearance and stuff. And that's individuals that gave information. It wasn't anybody integral in our case, according to what that report said. I had the redacted version. That's what I paid for you for and got. I'll have to go. He's on my. Did he post it on his X, JR? Because if he did, I can go pull it up. So the ones that seem like they were foreign ambassadors, huh? Well, I didn't see Jules posted either. Cause I don't care for him and his personality and attitude to keep it a band, but I love Jules. She reminds me of my daughter, just with her style and her personality and attitude. But the references and the way it was worded made it seem like there were people associated with government agencies involved in her case, and that's why them and their names were redacted. By the way, the guy that found her laptop and made the big splash, is his YouTube channel even still around? Because I was subscribed to him and I'm not seeing videos from him. Does anybody know? Just a question out of the blue, I know. Gotcha. So nobody's posted a copy or shown a copy of the unredacted report. And how is SF Investigates able to get the unredacted report and her family couldn't? Just wondering that question, because a regular private investigator doesn't have that clearance. If the family can't get an unredacted copy, somebody would have to be associated with one of the agencies needed. Now, maybe through a friend that is associated, he could have got it, but not directly, just because of a PI's license. At least, let me restate. I don't know about California and Nevada. I can only speak over here on the East Coast how it works. So let me give that little disclaimer. Here in the South, you would have to be a member of a police department, a federal, state, local level department with a certain level of clearance, or a certain official, like mayor, senator, congressman, something, to be able to get the unredacted copy if the family can't get that unredacted copy themselves, especially, or coroner's office, some branch like that. That's all I'm saying. I don't know if he's former military and might have connections. It's a possibility. But let me go back to this, because we're getting to the part where they're getting ready to tell you how you just walk right up to the FEMA table and in 15 minutes you got your money. What a crock of shit.
The rescue of the people that still need it, and recovery, and the re-remove and all the rest. Yes, sir.
In terms of, obviously, I know there's been a lot of misinformation over here, especially in North Carolina over the last couple of weeks in general, but I know one thing specifically, I know you've condemned a lot of that misinformation.
So like I told you earlier, this gentleman that's about to step up to the podium is who I'm talking about, that's going to tell us how FEMA works and how quickly they get you your money. And in my personal experience, my child's personal experience, my neighbor's personal experience, 3 of my good friends' personal experience are not true. JR, Nana, if you put the link in the chat, it won't show up. YouTube won't let you post links in the comments or chat section. You can email me real quick or DM me and just tell me you sent it and where, and I'll go look at it and probably actually end up making a video. But I would, or if it's on your channel, tell me the name of your channel and we'll get it up. I don't have a mod in the chat right now, so I have to do it myself, but I'll be glad to, honey. And I'm very thankful and appreciative.
Wrong, that's a bad thing. But we have heard from former President Trump talking about the fact that even the $750 is the most people are getting from FEMA at any point. And this is people who lost their homes. So what do you say to that? You hear that from former President Trump as a Republican as this continues?
I have found that there's a lot of confusion with the way that FEMA works and the benefits that they offer, how we get people back on their feet. What happens is, and I've actually been shoulder to shoulder with FEMA workers while they've been taking applications. Folks that have been displaced walk up to a FEMA station, they make an application. There's no point of verification at that point. We then put them in a system in FEMA, and so that we can get a few bucks in their pocket immediately. If they've got an account number and a routing number, they can get $750 to meet the immediate needs. They can buy a few groceries, put some gas in their car, put some time on their cell phone, or whatever's necessary. That's the way this works, and I think that's responsible for Carolina.
And has to rebuild and come back stronger. On my support.
Seems like Kamala Harris would rethink that answer. Maybe she'll.
I am saying what I know, and I've actually worked with the FEMA agents and learned the process myself. This is my first natural disaster, and it's been a very educational process. I think all of us out there need to understand the way that it works, so that's what I've learned.
I'll add that I think if there are comments to be condemned, it may be
fashion storytelling. All of us have been through an exercise where some put some gas in their car, put
dollars is the most people are getting from FEMA at any point. And this is people who lost their homes. So what do you say to that? You hear that from former President Trump as a Republican as this continues?
Sorry, I accidentally hit the thing and switched it around. I've got it stopped where he's again going to say, you walk up to the table, you need no ID, and in a few moments, with an account and routing number, which I've already provided and been approved, on the 4th of October, online, which is supposed to be the fastest way to do the application, and I'm still waiting. Okay? Here we go.
I have found that there's a lot of confusion with the way that FEMA works and the benefits that they offer, how we get people back on their feet. What happens is, and I've actually been shoulder to shoulder with FEMA workers while they've been taking applications. Folks that have been displaced walk up to a FEMA station, they make an application. There's no point of verification at that point. We then put them in a system in FEMA, and so that we can get a few bucks in their pocket immediately. If they've got an account number and a routing number, they can get $750 to meet the immediate needs. They can buy a few groceries, put some gas in their car, put some time on their cell phone, or whatever's necessary. That's the way this works, and I think that's responsible to the American taxpayer as well. We're reacting to the needs of the people on the ground, but then we go and make all the other verifications that we need to determine if somebody's eligible or should get something else. In terms of the rumors that are out there, I attribute that to just good old-fashioned storytelling. All of us have been through an exercise where somebody said something to somebody else, and by the time that story got traded over 4 or 5 times, it turned into something different. I have said that FEMA turned something away or refused to do this or confiscated that, and I found every single one of those to be false. None of them have been corroborated at all.
I just want to follow up on that. Do you condemn what former President Trump was saying about that 750 and that's all that these people are being given?
I am saying what I know, and I've actually worked with the FEMA agents and learned the process myself. This is my first natural disaster, and it's been a very educational process. I think all of us out there need to understand the way that it works, so that's what I've learned.
I'll add that I think if there are comments to be condemned.
Okay, I'm going to let like 2 more sentences play out, but I think it's real important what homeboy just said with the glasses and the little neat beard and the comb over, about how he's watched the process and seen it at work. And now if you have an account and routing number, within moments, you got money in your pocket. Again, I'll show you everything that I can without giving out my account numbers that it says I can't show to other people. But I applied officially on October 4th. Okay. October 5th, I got the email from them telling me that they'd received my application. Everything is still pending, except for I can go get a hotel room in Kannapolis. But without the $750, I have no way to get there. How am I supposed to get gas to even get that far? Because Kannapolis is over 2 hours from where I live. And that's the nearest hotel with vacancies on the FEMA list. On the list. Okay. Let me get back because we'll never get through all these videos if I don't shut my mouth. Sorry, y'all.
Condemned, it may be what Kamala Harris said yesterday on The View. They asked her if there was any decision that President Biden had made that she would do differently. And then, of course, she boasted that she was the one that helped him make all the big decisions. And she said, no, not a single thing. I think that's something to be condemned because, I wonder what the families of the 13 service members who are lost in Afghanistan would say about that answer. I wonder what the families who are having a hard time putting groceries on the table would say about that right now. I wonder what people in the path of the storm of Helene would say about the fact that it took days for them to receive services that they desperately needed. It seems like Kamala Harris would rethink that answer. Maybe she'll correct it. I hope she does.
By the way, let me say this again. While the federal government is standing here and news agencies are all saying misinformation, false rumors, these are congressmen, senators, city councilmen, mayors right here talking, right? And we just had the head of this conference say again, unequivocally, that it took days for the first person representative from our government to get their asses up here and to try to do anything. Days. Anywhere between 6 and 11 days before FEMA arrived. And this is what happened. They came in 6 to 11 days, a day late and $1 short. They showed up, right? By that time, neighbors, friends, family, strangers from all over the U.S. and Canada had already got here. And they're already doing shit. And FEMA wants to come in and be, the chief and take over. And everybody have to go through them. Everybody get their approval. Everybody register through them. And by then, everybody done got everything set up and working together as one, cohesive unit to help whoever needs help and to get there first and prioritize. And they got Johnny come lately wanting to roll in and run the show and take the accolades for the sweat and hard labor that they performed. So when everybody gets all heated and mad, it comes out as they're blocking. What it is you're coming in late, you're wanting to put all, like government does, all these loopholes, restrictions, red tape, permits, whatever in place. And you want to lead and run the show and not put no sweat equity in. And everybody's looking at you like, take guys where you been. We didn't need you for the past week and a half, 2 weeks. What can you do to help us now other than slow us down? Because as they're looking at it, them having to stop and halt everything, quit cooking, quit feeding people, quit searching, quit picking them up, quit taking meds, quit taking water, quit taking food, let you inventory everything, let you delegate everything. And during that 2 days to 4 days it takes you to get the shit together and start making it happen, another 100 people's dead. You're already lying about how many people are missing unaccounted for and how many recovered bodies you have and how many you hadn't recovered but you seen. Way underestimated and underreported on purpose, in my personal opinion. And then the first thing out of your mouth is, we gonna give each one of y'all $750. Like, that's all they're gonna get. And mind you, at least 70% in the state of North Carolina that were affected by Helene don't have cell phone service, don't have $400 to give Elon for the equipment to use the free Starlink, don't have a mailbox or a house to put a mailbox in front of. Because most of us around here, we don't got post office boxes. We got a mailbox at the end of the driveway on a freaking stick that we got from Lowe's Hardware or Wally World with the little red flag you raise. Come on now, let's keep it 100. And how are we gonna get in the car and take the 20 to 30 minute to 45-minute drive to where the FEMA truck's set up to fill out our application that way when your car was washed down the river? I'm just asking for a friend. All right, we're almost done with this and on to the documents and everything I want to show y'all. And by the way, the documents, the videos that I want to show y'all about the damage that's underreported, about the contracts and the mines and everything else, in my personal opinion, give a motivation for the lies and the underreporting of everything and to take the land. Why lie? Because if they tell the true numbers of what lives were lost, because it took them as long as they did to get here, and once they got here, they didn't do shit, because guess what? Like they told Glenn Beck, and I'll try to show a little clip of that. When they first got here, it took them 2 to 3 days to set their truck up to be able to get signal and service, because there wasn't no cell phone or Wi-Fi service or signal and no electric power. God, y'all didn't know that? Hello? If FEMA is our Federal Emergency Management Association, organization, whatever it is, if that's who we're supposed to turn to in times of crisis and need because of natural disaster or whatever emergency, we're in a damn hellhole of shape. If it takes them 6 to 11 days to get to an emergency site, how many is going to die before they get there? And I'm not talking about here, because it's already happened. What about in Florida? What about when something happens, I don't know, on the coast of California or down in Texas? Yeah, all y'all, listen, I know Texans are hardy folk just like we are, and I know everybody's going to jump and band together, and that's wonderful, and it's heartwarming, and it gives me hope for humanity, and it makes me praise my God. But what it doesn't do is give me confidence in my elected officials or my government. And I want to know where the hell my tax dollars is going. That's what I keep asking. If I can't get a paltry $750, if we can't get an answer, if we can't get help, if we can't tell the truth about how many people are missing and how many people are dead, because they really don't know the damn answer yet. Because what people don't understand is when the water left, you got 6 or 8 feet of mud still in that house. You don't know if there's anybody trapped in there that lost their life. There might be 5 people that live there and all 5 are there. And there might have been none and they evacuated. You don't know until you dig through. And if they're declared disaster areas and the government buys you out and don't let you back into your property and they just bulldoze it over, will they ever really be claimed? See, if they tell the truth, they can't just do it that way. They can't just bulldoze it over and build a mining town in its place and open the mine up and get the process going so our Department of Defense and our government can collect their money. Just saying, in my opinion, allegedly. Okay, I'm going to let a little bit play, and we're going to show you this contract, this Department of Defense contract with Albemarle, when it goes into effect, and how between 2025 and 2030, full operations are supposed to be there and expansion to where they're producing the largest amount of lithium for EV vehicles in the world. Might help their stock a little bit, huh?
But in the meantime, what we need to do right here, right now, is focus on taking care of the people and not let politics get in the way of it, but make sure they get the resources that they need and make sure, again, that all of the funding that Congress gave to the administration flows to the people that need it. That's what we need right now.
Speaker Johnson, I want to stay on this question of resources right now. You're absolutely right. These businesses need it. The administrator with the U.S. Small Business Administration for this area, also upstate South Carolina, where we are based in Fox, Carolina, saw the devastation that businesses here are facing right now on the ground. She is saying, along with President Biden's administration, that the SBA is specifically going to run out of funds so they can write checks for the small businesses and homeowners applying for loans. What is your message to those small businesses, and do you anticipate maybe bringing Congress back for resources?
Well, the way the SBA loan program, this is another source of confusion. The way the SBA loan program works is that it is a lifeline, a vital lifeline for small businesses, which is the heart and soul of the American economy. And Congress, everybody here, all of us, and I think this is bipartisan, we are going to do everything necessary to take care of our small business owners. But the way the loan program works is that is money that comes from the federal government that supplements insurance payouts. Okay, so obviously we're only 13 days past the storm. It takes a while for all these small businesses to work through that process, submit their claims to their insurers, and work through all of that. And then the SBA loan program kicks in. And so the SBA has plenty of money right now to serve the immediate needs, and those that are being submitted already, they'll work on. And when Congress returns to session right after the election, that'll be one of the first agenda items that we have to address. So of course, we'll replenish that fund. We'll have to, because the magnitude of this storm is larger than anyone probably expected. And let's not forget, another one is about to hit Florida as we speak. I mean, it's going to hit tonight. So Congress is going to have a lot on its plate to address, but Congress will, because we're going to provide principled leadership and do what is necessary to take care of America first. When we say America first, that's what we mean. We have to take care of our own household, our own house, metaphorically, before we talk about the rest of the neighborhood.
Yes. Rich with you with News Nation. So some of the leaders we've been out and just want to know, some of the leaders, former military, that are helping deliver aid to the communities, say the number one problem that they're facing is that they need funds released so that the people in this community can get it without the red tape. They are referring to the FEMA, and people aren't being able to communicate with FEMA. Is there anything that you or Congress can do to address that?
We have been trying to address that. I'll give you an example. The question was, if you didn't hear it, people here on the ground are really desperate for this relief. The funds that are available to FEMA that they should be using and dispersing, as I mentioned earlier, they're not doing quickly enough. Again, when I last checked, this is Monday, as of Monday, they dispersed about 1% of the $20 billion that we gave them 2 weeks ago. So that needs to get out to the people that need it quicker. Whatever needs to happen to do that. I'll give you a quick example. A few nights ago, I saw an online a post on X from Elon Musk. Several friends sent it to me. That he was having a hard time getting Starlink distributed to people who needed it so they could get their communications going again. Well, it turned out, I mean, what he was told through his people on the ground here in North Carolina is that FEMA was impeding those persons going into those areas to provide Starlink. And I saw it, several people sent it to me, so I texted Elon and I said, hey, is this true? What's going on? He said, absolutely. So after I texted Elon, I picked up the phone and I called Secretary Mayorkas on his cell. This is in the late evening, a couple of nights ago. All my days run together right now. But he answered the phone and I said, this is what's been reported to me. You have to fix this right now. He said, oh, I'm sure that's not happening, Mr. Speaker. Let me get on it. He did. About 20 minutes later, he responded and said it would be cleared, and Elon got that cleared, and it was done. It took hours to cut through the red tape, finally, to get Starlink sent to people. The problem was, as we assessed later, is that someone at FEMA or someone down the line apparently was instructed that they couldn't allow anyone in unless they had an appointment with someone at the top of the mountain. The whole point was they didn't have any communications. They couldn't have an appointment, right? So you got to apply common sense and logic. You got to cut through the bureaucracy, and we're demanding, and we're hoping, and we're rolling up our sleeves to try to make sure this happens. So much as Congress has anything to do with it, to get the people the resources and the assistance they need. We're calling on the administration to do it.
Hopefully, y'all can hear me. Because now, real quick, I'm going to call the 1-800 number for FEMA and let y'all hear what happens, okay?
Hello, you have reached FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. You with your disaster-related needs. For help in English, please press 1. Hola, se ha comunicado con FEMA, la agencia federal. You can also
I
apply
pressed
for
1.
assistance or
I'm
update your
muted.
application online at www.disasterassistance.gov. Just to confirm, are you calling about damages in North Carolina? Is that right? If yes, press 1. If no, press 2. You have called outside our hours of operation. If you've already applied for disaster assistance, you may use our automated system to check the status of your application. Would you like to do that?
I said yes.
If you received a 9-digit FEMA application number or registration ID when you applied, your application is in our system. You can check it online at www.disasterassistance.gov. It may take 48 hours for your new application to appear in your online account. To check the status of your application, you'll need the following information for verification purposes: your 9-digit FEMA application number, the last 4 digits of your social security number, and your date of birth. Sorry, an error occurred. Please try your call again.
Did anybody catch that? Give me a comment. I didn't hang up. They hung up on me. Every time I've called, that's what I get. And when you call during the day, it doesn't say you called outside their business hours. That part's missing. But when you get to the part where you're supposed to be able to enter your 9-digit number, your date of birth, and your last 4 your social, an error occurs and it disconnects you. Don't take my word for it. I just played it. Anybody that would like the number, I'll be glad to tell you what number I dialed. Also, no problem. 1-800-621-3362. Don't worry. I will be making a short and uploading that here and on TikTok and on all social media sites associated with that. There's a lot. When I told y'all there's a lot that I'm going to expose during this live, I'm not kidding at all. Just so you can know, I pulled up my email correspondence that I received from FEMA. Let me show y'all that real quick before we go into the Department of Defense and their dog in the fight. Okay? Just waiting on it to be on your screen so I can scroll up. It's my email from October the 5th, back after I put my application in, so you guys can know I'm not telling you no lies. This delay is killing me. Here we go. It should be up any second. Okay. Let me make it bigger so it's easier to see. I apologize. Just bear with me, y'all. Okay. Alrighty then. So you should be able to see this, and I'm doxing the heck, and it don't. At this point, it doesn't even matter. This is FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. Okay, you see this? It's automated, and it says this email was used to apply for FEMA assistance due to Hurricane Helene. You are eligible for the lodging program, which provides 1 hotel room for every 4 household members. Hotels have been notified of your eligibility. Be prepared to provide a photo ID when checking in. Okay? And you click that link and it shows you the hotels. That's how I know that Kannapolis is it. Okay? For a list of hotels, you can call that or click that link. It's got the number I just told you I dialed, amazingly enough. If you use a relay service, blah, blah, blah. So, again, I qualified for them to pay for me to be in a hotel for 30 days, but not for the $750 that can immediately be used for groceries, toiletries, gas to get there, cell phone bill, power bill, whatever. Still pending on all that, okay? Have emailed them also, just so y'all know, okay? And that's the end of the email. I just wanted to scroll down and show y'all. I showed y'all beginning to end of it, okay? No other emails since, except the one telling me I logged in from my cell phone because didn't have Wi-Fi at the house and didn't have a good enough signal to even turn on a hotspot and run the laptop. Yeah, it's been that. You must think outside the box right now. I don't know what else to tell you. Still no reply. But by the way, and if y'all want me to show you, I'll be glad to. I did get the email from SBA loan portal that I didn't apply for. Loans for businesses, homeowners, and renters. It's the money you have to pay back. On October 7th. Dear Need a Car as well. And I'll be glad to show it if you guys want. You recently registered for FEMA for assistance with your disaster losses. As a result, you've also been referred to the U.S. Small Business Administration to determine if you qualify for federal disaster loan assistance, which may help with your everyday recovery needs. If you did not apply with FEMA or SBA disaster assistance and feel communication is in error, please report it, blah, blah, blah. SBA provides affordable disaster loans to homeowners and renters for their uninsured or underinsured disaster losses. All disaster survivors referred to the SBA disaster loan program should apply to determine the appropriate type of federal disaster assistance you may receive. There's no cost, blah, blah, blah. Homeowners up to $200,000. Homeowners and renters up to $40,000. I'll go to the bathroom right quick. It's horrid. Just reading it makes me want to cry. Before you make me apply for a loan and you approve me for a hotel, can you just give me the $750 that everybody, that our president and our vice president have said we all get, that our officials I just showed you in the video just today said you get immediately? And I gave my account routing numbers and it's not been approved. So now I'm going to take you to the FEMA webpage just so I can prove to everybody that my county is listed, because I've been told it's not. So let me show you that it is, okay? And I'm sorry, I'm trying not to get emotional, but it's real hard. I have to turn the thing off and on under my toilet to be able to flush it right now. I have a wall that's starting to bow out. My siding on the outside's bowing out. I'm scared to death to see what my water bill is going to look like. And I don't know what to do. I've got, real talk, I got a hacksaw. I got the tool to turn the water off and to pull the lid off of it. And I got the pipes and the stuff that I need. One thing I don't have is the thing to rethread the pipe once I cut it off and reattach it. And a second set of hands, because somebody got to be out there to turn the water off, and I need a set of hands, inside to help me put the stuff together and fix it. Like, it's a two-person job. I don't need a loan. I feel like the lady I saw interviewed, nobody's asking for a handout. We're asking for a hand up. We're asking for what we've been promised for our whole lives, that we were paying taxes for. Protection and assistance in our time of need. I think that's all anybody's asking for. And my heart's breaking for the destruction that I've seen in Florida because not going to get treated any better than us. The only good thing I can say is that most likely they probably have flood and hurricane insurance. Honey, Pink Butterfly right now, I'd be happy if they sent me $100. I'd be happy to get 50. My stuff just says pending. My daughter says approved for the 750, and she's still waiting on her check to arrive. One of my friends, by the way, who told them that she's homeless now because of the storm, got the 750 check yesterday. She didn't get approved for the temporary lodging that I got approved for and didn't even ask for or apply for. That's the thing. They're giving you shit you didn't ask for, you didn't apply for, but they're not answering you about what you did apply for. Just like I know somebody that he works at Dollar General, matter of fact, seen him yesterday. And he said he lives in apartments, and he got denied the 750 because he didn't have enough damages. Okay, but 2 doors up, his neighbor isn't like he's in apartment D and they're in apartment B, got approved. How does that work? And when do they actually answer the phone or an email? Because the email address that they give you is an automated AI email. But it's awful weird that no movement had happened in 6 days. And 2 hours after I send an email about it, it gets updated that I got an inspector coming or assigned that's going to be contacting me to come and look. If I'm a renter, what does it matter about the property damage? That's the homeowner. That's not the rentor. I don't get it. I'm confused. And I would like to talk to somebody, but you heard what happens when you call. And like I said, don't worry. I'm going to call again, and I'm going to record it, and I'm going to upload it, because I'm going to put the truth out there. I won't be silenced. You're not going to shut me up. And, well, technically, I guess that's a lie, y'all. I'm sorry. Because on the 14th at midnight, they will be able to shut me up. I won't have a way to communicate with anybody. And I won't be able to go to my doctor because I can't confirm my ride through Blue Cross Blue Shield of North Carolina Medicaid, and I don't have my copay. I won't be able to get my blood pressure medicine or my breathing medicine, so probably won't be long before I'm gone. Yeah, but do you get what I'm saying about it? Don't make good sense, outdoorsy life. You could spend up to because it's around $300 a night at that hotel. So they could pay $300 a night for 30 days. That's what I got approved at a hotel in Indianapolis for me. But you ain't approved me for $750 yet. Make it make sense, please. It's like saying you're a little bit pregnant. It don't make sense. But anyway, let me show you. Let's go to this page, and then we're going to look at the Department of Defense. Just waiting on this to show up on your screen that I'm sharing right now. I'm not going to sign in because I have to give my social. I have to get. I can't figure out a way to show y'all what it says on here without showing you my social security number and driver's license number. And I've already doxed my address and shit. I can't go that far. But I'm going to figure out a way. If I have to take a screenshot and blur it out or something. But let's go. Let me hit this X. Let's scroll down. Okay. By the way, there's no disaster recovery centers near me right now. Y'all didn't know. List of disasters. Okay. Over here on the left. Then they also have your deadlines to apply. And you see that they ain't got it listed. But we got North Carolina right here. See North Carolina. So let's click the little plus. And then we come down to here. And I want y'all to see, here's McDowell that's on my left foot. And here's Burke that's on my right foot. Okay. Everybody with me? Alright. So I'm going to click Burke because that's my official address where it's at. Okay. Have telling I'm not a robot. Forgot. And submit. Oh Lord, here we go. Okay, this would take me to filling out an entire thing again. Let's see if it'll do this. If it'll find my location. Okay. Exactly, outdoorsy life. I don't know why they'd think it'd be any different here. We just ain't due to shut up. Pink butterfly. All the people I know that has received direct deposit and the paper check for the 750 has not had to have a check because I didn't lie and I said that there had been damage to my property that I rent during the storm. Now they want to come out and do that. But again, just like our government officials, my congressman, my senator, the mayor, everybody said the $750 or up to $750. Let me say it that way. You don't need an ID. They don't come out to your house and check. If you have account and routing number that's acceptable, and mine was accepted, you're supposed to be able to get that money if your county's on the list within 24 hours. I've been 6 days and I ain't heard shit, and I'm not the only one. Unfortunately. By the way, they can't find my location apparently because I even said they could. See? Bam. Okay. Still can't. But let's just be nice. Let's see here. We'll do it quickly this way. Just to see. I'm going to show you this is pretty much going to start my application, but it will tell that you're now, just so you know, my county, here's what pops up. Okay. This is proof for those that say that we're not on the list. We are. This don't pop up with the ability to check that box if you're not on the list. Okay. You click it, and hit next. There you go. Burke's already filled in. Hit next again because I've already went through this. And then this is where it goes over all the stuff you can apply for and everything else. You click next. Then it asks, what assistance do you need? And I chose food, clothing, essential utilities. I didn't say lodging. Didn't say I didn't have none of these. None. Let's see what happens. These are what I chose. Those two boxes. So let's see. Let's say I don't know, because, yeah. Let's check. I don't know. I just want y'all to see the process, okay? I missed the question. I'm so sorry. If you're asking food stamps, I will get some on the 17th. But not before then. Is what I think you were asking, I think. No, it sure don't. You're right, Pink Butterfly. It don't seem right. I agree. Um, that's through the food stamps program. And honestly, Amanda, I just got mine and went on the 24th to the store and pretty much lost 90% of what I'd bought. So, you know, it is what it is. Let's see what happens. I don't know what seepage under the ground. What makes so deep it smells crack. Yeah. Okay, so what caused your losses? I mean, so let's say hurricane, power surge. I mean, I don't know if it's. I think we had. What do you say? What are your answers to this? While y'all were looking, what would you answer? Because it was a combination of floods, power surges, uh, sewer backups, hurricane, trees falling. I mean, I don't. I'm not an expert. What would you answer on this? You know? No, I don't, Amanda, because um, the three people I know that have already received direct deposits and paper checks also got food stamps. Actually, more than I get, and around the same time. So I don't think that has any bearing, honestly. And why would they offer me a hotel when I told them I could get in my home? I was staying in my home, and they didn't offer the person who said due to the storm they were homeless a hotel stay, if that makes sense. Let's just check all these. Let's see. So it's going to make you ask why. I'm just showing y'all what the options are because I know it's going to tell me I already have one. So it's going to kick me out when I try to do this app. And it may ask for info I don't want to show on the screen. Yeah. I'm not showing my password and stuff, y'all. I'm sorry. It's not that I don't trust y'all in here now, but afterwards, everybody and their brother can see it. Okay, so I showed y'all Starlink. Trying to think what I wanted to show next before we show those contracts. Hold on. Back and let me pull that video up. I got to go potty, but there is a video that I specifically want y'all to see, and I hope Blaze TV does not strike me. I think that's who aired it. Let me double check before I give somebody credit that don't deserve it. Yeah, Blaze TV. I'm not going to show the whole video, but I want to show some certain excerpts.
Although Hurricane Milton is an immediate.
Sorry, and I got to pee. So I'm going to mute if I can get my stuff together. Gosh, come on, come on. I'm trying to go potty and share screen at the same time. Okay. Because this video shows some receipts that I'm talking about that I want everybody to see. And I'm not going to give up, by the way. I am going to call FEMA again tomorrow. And I'm going to email them again. I'm going to see if I need to cancel and redo my app or something. Or get some help fixing my app. See if there's something I accidentally clicked wrong, because it's possible. I'm an old lady, you know. I don't know. I don't know the answers. What I do know is what we're being told isn't the truth. Plain and simple. Y'all give me like 30 seconds. I got to go potty real quick or I'm going to make a mess. And I see that, JR. Thank you. Everybody tell JR, Nana Boomer, good night. And I'm going to check my email as soon as I go to the ladies' room, because if I don't go right now, I'm making a puddle. Y'all give me 30 seconds. Potty break. Matter of fact, real quick, I'm going to let my intro play for a moment. Everybody take a potty break and a coffee making break, because I'm going to use the bathroom, grab me a cup of coffee real quick, like if I can just get to it. Okay. I'm trying, y'all. If everything just worked with. Oh, mercy. Got a cold chill at the same time. Okay. Let's see. Oh. Okay, share screen. Even to just play one little thing takes 13 hours. I don't want to leave people unattended. So, here you go. Amanda, I don't want you to be sorry, baby. I'm not taking it no other way. And I agree with you. It's unfair. It's mentally and emotionally screwed up to do this to people that are already going through everything we're going through at this time, you know? And if it was just me, I wouldn't be out here thumping and hollering about it. But there's so many people with the same story that it needs to be told, because everybody's being, you know, I watched President Biden the night after he was here, right here. He didn't come here. He went to Asheville. We got to go to Asheville because that's the Democratic Center in North Carolina. You know what I mean? And I watched him ask what storm, and then say that we're happy. Everybody's happy and have everything they need. Joe, go sit down somewhere and eat some pudding and jello and drool on yourself with one of them big bibs and an electric jerry chair. I'm serious. And I mean that. And I don't mean any disrespect by it. But you can't remember what storm? And you say that everybody has what they need and they're happy? They're dying, Joe. Waiting on y'all to get there to help them. That's the reality. People are dying. We still don't have cell phone service without Wi-Fi or Starlink. We still don't have roads and bridges unless we're building them our daggum selves. Some bullshit. And that's the truth. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. And I don't mean it in a disrespectful fashion. And I don't trust the heifer that come up under you. Because if those are your ideals, and she just gave an interview on The View that said she wouldn't change nothing that was done during his term, that she agreed with everything and was in on every decision. Think about that. Personally, I think all politicians, once you get to a certain level, are full of shit. I think you're all about yourself and what you can do for you and yours, and screw everybody else. I've always thought, for many moons, since I was old enough to cast a vote, that our president is nothing but a figurehead and a marionette puppet that's got strings being pulled. By the way, guess while I go pee and y'all listen to this or whatever, do me a favor, pull out DuckDuckGo or Google and ask who has the main owning, controlling interest of all official fact-checking agencies. And guess what name you're going to find on every single one of the fact-checking agencies out there in the free world right now? None other than George Soros. Don't believe me? Check it yourself. I was shocked, awed, amazed, and pissed off. I'm tired of being lied to and played stupid. My first, middle, or last name is not fucking Mushroom, and I'm gonna stop being treated like one. All right, back to the thing, and I am going to potty. Sorry, and you're right. You are right. I could have went pink blah. I could have done went back twice. I do agree. Sorry, not sorry. Here you go. Okie dokie. I am finally back. Sorry about the wait. I went and pottied and got my coffee because it's kind of cold in here right now. God knows. What, if y'all ain't familiar with North Carolina weather, let me tell you what the weather's like kind of right now. We have 3 seasons in one day. I say that kind of funnily, but not really. You got a little bit of summer, and then you got either spring or fall and winter. Because for like 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning till about 7:30 in the evening, it's air conditioner weather. And then from about midnight until about 9 and 10 in the morning, it's cold as hell. Right now, it's 41 degrees. I went and checked that so I could tell y'all. I am currently at 41 degrees Fahrenheit outside. Don't ask me what that is in Celsius. I'm old and we never used that. I attended college on a quarter system, if it tells anybody anything. Now, we're going to get back into some stuff. I want to pray that I don't get cut or cleared for this, but I think it's important enough to take that chance. Let me see if I can figure out how to change what's running across. Okay. I don't have the disclaimer, but we'll try this and see if it'll work. Hopefully better, better than nothing. And what I will say is I'm showing this under the Fair Use Act and for educational and news purposes. I think it's important to show everybody, and I want y'all to know I am going to be putting out some shorts and short videos with certain things contained in this live stream, just like the FEMA call, the Starlink, the speaker, I forget her name, Karen whatever, the press secretary for Joe Biden, and what happens when I call FEMA, and now I get hung up on before I can do anything but hit the one for English and the one for North Carolina and the one because I have an application in, and when it tells you have your 9-digit number ready and the last 4 of your social and your date of birth, which I have at the ready, there was an error. Click. So if I had made a mistake on my application, how do I get to correct it? I can't get anybody on the phone. I can't get a response because the email is automated AI email. Yeah. So I guess we just starve. We just end up back in the position we were in when the storm came through. I don't know anybody that saw my video that I uploaded where I was cooking outside, but I literally took the bottom rack out of my oven and took some little paving stones we had beside the walkway. They're, cement blocks similar to, I can't think of the name of them. Oh, sorry. And stacked them up. Made a little rectangular area. Went and picked the limbs and stuff off of the trees that had fell in the yard and whatnot. Wet and green, still some of it. Had to burn it. Set it on fire. Out there with a fire fan, whatever you call, like Grandma used to use the little thing that you poof air out. I had a piece of cardboard folded to fan the flames to keep the fire going every day. From sun up to sundown, I was out every day working, spending probably 2 hours to make a cup of coffee and boil water to make oodles and noodles that I wasn't supposed to be even drinking. But we had no way to get informed. We couldn't get the emergency notifications because they come to your cell phone, and guess what? They weren't working. They weren't even properly charging unless you turned them off. And we still, by the way, for over 6 hours today, or well, now yesterday, my phone had no bars and the X in front of the bars and an SOS in the corner. The only way that I could send or receive anything, couldn't make phone calls at all or receive them for those 6 hours. I could send text, SMS text, and the rich text, RC something text. And that was it. I kept having to turn my phone off and back on because that's what they tell us to do so we can reconnect with any tower in the area that may be working. Yes, I do have my roaming to take advantage of the free roaming or whatever that's available right now. But the two main towers in my area were completely destroyed. They weren't just turned off, they were destroyed by debris from the hurricane. The one right off Dyersville Road, off exit 94. I'm off exit 96 of Interstate 40, heading up the mountain. Right before you get to the Old Fort area, was demolished. And that's the one obviously closest to me. The one on the other side of town, near Bost Road, and I tell you this, it's Bost Road and Spain Hour, I believe. I have video of that area that I'm going to show you guys as well. That tower was completely taken out. We had one that was functional, and that's right on the property of the North Carolina School of the Deaf, which is here in my town. When I say we are a state-driven economy, we have J. Iverson Riddle, the facility for developmentally disabled. We have Broughton Hospital for mentally challenged individuals. We have multiple prisons that are state facilities. They did shut quite a few of those down, and we took an economic blow there recently within the past 3 years. And we have my mind just went blank, y'all. We have the North Carolina School for the Deaf, and those are the main employers here in Burke County. Specifically, a lot of people commute to work there. I know one of the individuals that I've talked to that's battling and begging for the $750 check is she works direct client. She's what's considered an HDT, which is health direct technician, which means that she is direct in contact with residents as a small group, depending on what area she's assigned, usually less than 6 members of residents that she works with on a regular basis. Right now, the group number is doubled because they have the state facilities from Black Mountain and Kings Mountain. All of those individuals are being housed at J. Iverson. So our state facility for developmentally disabled has incorporated 2 other state facilities since this event with Helene has occurred. May not sound like a lot, but in her area, and there's 3 main areas at J. Iverson, they're divided up, names of trees. Like you got like hemlock and pine and elm and stuff as different cottages. But you have like A area, lakeside, and different areas, or like A areas, non-ambulatory individuals confined mainly to specifically molded and made wheelchairs that suffer from varying forms of paralysis and conditions associated there within. When you get to the hill area, those are mid-level functioning individuals, and then when you get to lakeside, that's where your highest functioning residents are, that you're hoping to be able to prepare at some point in their life and in their residency there to run your aggressive programs, that you're teaching them how to do personal care and schooling and learning, will eventually, hopefully within less than 36 months, prepare them for transfer to a group home and more independent living. And that's just kind of like an overview. I did work there for over 6 years till I was injured. And I did win my workman's comp claim to an extent. And my little grievance procedure that I went through, where I proved that they tried to set me up. It's how the state works. I learned a phrase in my early years. I started working there when I was 18. And by 8 months working there, the phrase that I learned was CYA. Cover your ass. Because rather than, and it reminds, I say this because the way it happened and things ran there reminds me of this situation. Everything had red tape and bureaucracy that group homes and private facilities don't have. It was an act of Congress to get bluegrass tickets for a resident to go to the Red, White, and Blue Festival. And maybe we could have got them donated for free to that individual, but it was an act of Congress, because if he went, the other 5 members of his group also had to go, along with an EDA, a psychologist, and then, of course, your DCT or HCT or HDT, depending on which acronyms and initials they were giving you that week. But long story short, somebody had to be there to tell the EDA how to tell you to run the program and set it up. And the psychologist told the EDA what to tell you, and you're all standing there, but it's like you're not there. I mean, literally, I sat there and watched while an area director, 2 psychologists, and a behavioral specialist watched a resident beat the axles, wheels, and brakes off of a direct healthcare worker, because the individual that was doing the assault, his cue cards that we had on a flip chart on a keychain on our belt said that the only forms that were used to get him to start or stop an action were redirection and praise. So my coworker ended up with 2 black eyes, a broke nose, several cracked ribs, 1 broken rib, a dislocated shoulder, and a fracture in his hand and wrist, hairline fractures, and with a sling on his arm that he had to wear for nearly 11 weeks. And they paid for his physical therapy, his doctor visits, and he was on not leave, but it's like when you work but you can't do your full job. I forget what what it's called. Darn it. It'll come to my mind in a minute. Like, he was out of work with pay for like 4 days. And then after that, he had to come back to work. But it was, limited. So basically, they had him doing filing, and he would have to do all of our report documentation at the end of the night while we gave dictation and copying and such. But anyway, I'll shut my mouth and I'm going to let this video play. I'm not going to play it in its entirety. We're going to skip around. I'm going to stop and pause as the requirements are. But there's some really good information here that I really want everybody to see. Things that have been labeled as misinformation by FEMA that came from their actual website and their press releases. Here we go. Mute me.
Immediate concern. We aren't looking past the deficit. The agency is giving money to illegal immigrants rather than hurricane victims. Watch this response here.
Throughout the week, I've been reporting how FEMA has been taking over $1 billion of our dollars that's intended for disasters and shifting it towards. Now, FEMA's addressing my report on their website right now, calling it a rumor, actually.
Okay, I muted it right here because I want y'all to be able to see what it says. And I paused. I'm just waiting for the delay to catch up to where we are. I think everybody that's here in the chat right now, let me know that you can see and hear this. But it says rumor. Funding for FEMA disaster response was diverted to support international efforts or border-related issues. Facts. This is false. No money is being diverted from disaster response funds, FEMA's disaster response efforts, and individual assistance is funded through the Disaster Relief Fund, which is a dedicated fund for disaster efforts. Disaster Relief Fund money has not been diverted to other non-disaster related efforts. That's posted October 3rd, 2024. Okay. Now I'm going to mute and I'm going to let you see this reporter is about to reveal her source that she got her info from that caused them to post this. Okay.
They're saying that this is false. No money is being diverted from the disaster response needs. Interesting. That's very interesting that FEMA is now denying this. And the reason why I say that is, take a listen. Okay, I never divulge who my sources are behind a story, but I'm going to do it now because I don't want FEMA calling me a liar. So my source behind all my reporting is actually FEMA itself. If you go to the same website, you search.
Okay. Now I'm muting and I'm waiting on the delay to catch us again. But we're going to look at the headlines, multiple, that she used as the source for her report that FEMA is now calling rumor. Okay? I'm just waiting on it to pop up on the screen so we can read it together. From FEMA's website, and we can go pull these up. I just showed you I was there, been there, done verified this is true. But I'll be glad to show you guys and we can go direct look. Department of Homeland Security announces $300 million in direct funding to communities receiving migrants and 140, or wait a minute, that might be a 3. Let me get my glasses on. Hold on. Oh, and $340 million for a new competitive awards process, whatever the heck that is. Now, I'm going to mute again and let her finish showing us the headlines.
Search these headlines, guess what? They're on their own website, okay? I pulled all of this information from their press releases. They've been bragging about giving our money away to the invaders for years now.
Okay, now, before this one was a little bit unclear when it came up in the screenshots I tried to get. I'm going to do the best I can. Again, I'm waiting on the delay to catch me. Lord have mercy. So, those of you that are in here right now, y'all are about 15 seconds behind me. Jeez, hold on a second. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to holler at everybody. I got to stand up, and I pray y'all can hear me. So, the FEMA press release says FEMA announces 510 million for the Emergency Food and Shelter Program. And the excerpt from that article says available through the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. 400 million is for local social service organizations aiding in our nation's hungry and homeless. The additional 110 million is for organizations providing humanitarian assistance for migrants from the southern border. Again, that was a FEMA press release. Let's check the rest of this out. I think it's important because I'm tired of us being called liars. I'm tired of stuff being said rumor when we got facts to show you. Again, I might just have to show my sword again and pull it up there. Or it's in this as well. You're going to be shown here in this video what I showed earlier, where the press secretary is telling us lies today or lies in 2022. They cannot both be truth. Back to this.
Now all of a sudden that they need more money from Congress, they're calling it a rumor, they're calling it a lie, they'll probably call it a conspiracy theory. But if you go to their website, and in case they delete it, we've got the archives, so don't you worry. And they're bragging about taking your money and giving it to people who are invading our country. It's unbelievable. So here to discuss is Matthew Peterson, editor-in-chief of Blaze News, and Brianna Morello, host of the Brianna Morello Show. So it's a little convenient, right, for the federal government to come out right now and say, oh, this.
But they are my source behind the story, and they had no problem bragging about giving millions and millions of dollars to illegal aliens. Now, it looks like it's been about $1 billion in the last, I would just say, year alone that they've shifted over. Now, they're claiming that this
so don't you worry. And they're bragging.
Sorry, guys, I'm trying. Hopefully, I'm unmuted. I skipped and didn't get to this headline, and I wanted to make sure that I read that and showed it to y'all. Again, from FEMA's website. No, this is Homeland Security's website. Sorry, my bad. Department of Homeland Security announces distribution of more than 77 million in congressional funding for communities receiving migrants. Just saying. It is not a drill. It's not a lie. This is what y'all told us. And now that we are believing what our government told us and applying it to current events, it's a rumor. It's lies. It's bullshit that's being told to make them look bad. Y'all told it. Matter of fact, let's see what the date is on that article. If I can see, I believe it's August. I can't tell if that's 26, but it's definitely August 2023, I think. Or it might even be 2024, but it looks like 2023. Anyway, now I'm going to fast forward a little bit in this video, but I want you to hear where she tells that she went through openbooks.com and how FEMA is lying about being broke, y'all. And I will provide the link for this entire interview and news show talking about this in the description box. And I encourage you to watch the entire thing. It was pretty freaking mind-blowing. And it isn't the only thing I got to show y'all, but stay tuned. and listen to where she tells us FEMA has over 8 billion with a B sitting in a bank account right now, and how she knows and how it was found out. Stay with me, folks.
About taking your money and
disasters itself, but that's literally what FEMA is as a whole. So the fact that they're sending some of our money over $1 billion in the last, I would just say, year alone. I mean, when the government's your source, it's kind of scary, I have to say, but they are my source behind the story. And they had no problem bragging about giving millions and millions of dollars to illegal aliens. Now, it looks like it's been about $1 billion in the last, I would just say, year alone that they've shifted over. Now, they're claiming that this money wasn't money meant to be used on disasters itself, but that's literally what FEMA is as a whole. So the fact that they're sending some of our money over to help with the invasion, help keep that going, is concerning. And the worst part about all of this is, while I was digging and trying to find all of this, I actually reached out to the audit group, Open the Books, and asked them if they
Okay, so here's what I was talking about. The online group she's talking about is auditthebooks.com. Real important. And like I said before, let me reiterate this. And I'll do a DuckDuckGo or Google search if you guys would like to pull it up and show you that it's true. And I apologize for any glitches or delays throughout this broadcast tonight, but I am having to use my phone as a hotspot, and I got to get this out before I can't, because I'm about to lose cell phone service before we even get it back. Ain't that something? Hey, and here's another thing. Thanks, New Power. They cut my power on for 11 days, and they're going to cut it off because I can't pay you because FEMA wants to inspect my rental. I don't understand. Oh my God, I don't understand. But I do understand, and that's the problem. I overstand. Every time that they can deny one of us, let's say they deny 3 people, right? Or they make 3 people wait or misunderstand what's on our application for 3 people. Out of those 3 people, maybe only one is dogged like me, and I want my fucking tax money I paid. I want what I'm entitled to. I want what my president, my vice president, my governor, my senator, my congressman, my city councilman, my county commissioner, my fucking head of the rescue squad told me I'm entitled to. I want that. I want that. I want to know why that we, as somebody that pays taxes and works our asses off in this country our whole life, can't get 100, 1,000 of what you're giving to somebody. What do I have to do? Do I have to go to Mexico and get citizenship and then come back to the U.S. to get treated like I am somebody? You want to know why people come across as racist and bigoted and hateful and rude to somebody from another country when you're in America right now? If it happens, in my opinion, it happens because our government set it up and laid the foundation for that conflict to occur. It's like you're in a house and your mom's here, and she got 5 kids, and she's the mom to all 5 kids. 2 of the kids got one daddy and 3 got another daddy. 2 of them, they shopping in the mall and they're wearing Adidas and Air Jordan and whatever is the expensive shit right now, Nautica or whatever. And the other kids is having to go to the thrift store, the yard sale, and the clothing giveaway to get dressed. And they're wearing mismatched socks with holes in them. And skips, as we used to call them, or Kmart brand shoes, Walmart, Athletic Works. That's what it's like. That's what it feels like. Because you got people that's in the same country, the same city, even the same apartment complex. And the ones that's breaking their back and paying taxes that's a fourth nearly of their income or more to support their neighbor. And their neighbor is given what they make in half a year. Here you go. Don't forget to vote for the people that gave this to you. Right? Right. And please don't say that's a rumor and not true, because I've seen not one, not two, not three, but 5 interviews in the past 9 days with immigrants in the hotel, right outside of it, right outside of the camps with the tents, where they're saying they registered to vote and they even named who they're supposed to vote for in English to get their free card and money. How is somebody that's not legally in this country able to work? How is there even a news headline that somebody tried to rob the wrong DoorDasher because he was one of the migrants being housed in New York and he was on a bicycle delivering for DoorDash? How is that possible? Because I can't work for DoorDash right now because I don't have a car and because my license expired. So how, again, can somebody that's not even a citizen get a job that I can't get as a citizen? How can they get free rent, free utilities, free phone, and a card with anywhere, depending on reports, anywhere from $3,500 to $9,000 to buy necessities, when we've had everything around us turned into popsicle sticks and toothpicks? Abandonment feelings, and not from the people, but from the people in charge. And we are having to beg and fight and sit on hold and get hung up on and ignored for a paltry $750 fucking dollars that we probably pay more than that in property taxes in 1 year. But that's the land of equality, right? The land of the free. What we're supposed to be prideful about. And I'm upset because I used to feel pride in where I come from. I used to think I could turn on my TV and look at Dan Rather or Katie Couric and know the truth was being told to me. I used to know that when somebody called themselves an investigative reporter, that they really were investigating, not investigating how they could make the best dollar and who was going to pay them the most to spin their way. Shame on 60 Minutes for editing that interview. And if y'all don't know it was edited, there was so many jump edits, it ain't funny. And I'm sorry, you guys. I am getting sick. It's cold. I have water leaking in. I have mold growing in my bathroom. I don't have heat. And I don't get help. Damn it. I give up. Let me go back to this. I don't want to talk about me no more. Shit on it.
If they had any information on FEMA itself. They did share, though, that FEMA actually has $8 billion sitting in bank accounts right now. Now, that money, according to Open the Books.
I hope y'all heard what she just said. 8 billion with a B sitting in their bank accounts. FEMA. FEMA that's broke, FEMA that can't pay $750, FEMA that can't make sure we can eat or that we live and get medicine. And I don't mean just me. I'm one of probably 3 million right now. And it's getting a larger number because look at Florida. And right now we would love to be able, everybody up here in North Carolina would love to be able to be down in Florida to help you guys. But now we can't even get across town. Oh, back to the video.
Is from previous disasters that they haven't actually paid out on, like Hurricane Katrina. I mean, it's been sitting in bank accounts for years now, but they want more money so that they could keep this invasion going. And so they have to beg to Congress. They've tried to hide all of this. So FEMA's out here calling it a rumor, but if it's a rumor, they started it themselves because it's on their own website.
Well, it's on their own website, and the White House is also trying to back away from this as well. Let's take a listen to Karine Jean-Pierre.
And I apologize to everybody for getting so upset and emotional, but it's not just about me. Understand, if we don't do something and we don't call it out now, we don't take a stand and we don't use our voices and raise our voices and let our representatives know that we're not going to take it anymore. This shit is not going to fly around here and that we're not going to accept what they're giving us, then little man has no future. And every little man and little woman has no future. And that's what really pisses me off. Okay, so for those of you that saw the short that I had made and uploaded earlier, this will be kind of like a repeat that's about to play, but I think it's important to look at, so I'm going to play it.
When she was contradicting about everything that FEMA and the migrants in that entire situation.
Would you be interested in collecting
Just categorically false. No, Biden did not take FEMA relief.
Thing that FEMA and the migrants in that entire situation.
It's just categorically false. No, Biden did not take FEMA relief money to use on migrants. So FEMA regional administrators have been meeting with city officials on site to coordinate available federal support from FEMA and other federal agencies. Funding is also available through FEMA's emergency food and shelter program to eligible local governments and non-profit organizations upon request to support humanitarian relief for migrants.
When I watch that, I just say they have.
Okay, so which one is false? Because in the first clip of 2024, October, just like last week, that is categorically untrue, false, a lie. But in September 2022, almost exactly 2 years prior, what is said? FEMA is taking that money and giving it to the migrants. The border crisis, disaster, those being the operative words. Okay. I think that's probably all I'm going to show of this video. I wanted to make those particular points. We're going to go on to the next one. And before I do that one, most likely I'm going to show the Department of Defense contract for the mines. I think is the next thing. We'll see in just a moment. If there was something about the lithium mines I wanted to show y'all first, or I'm just so angry, pissed, because we're not that stupid. We just aren't. I wish I was. Let's see how old. Ah, let's see. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's so many. It's just like, which one do I go to first? Bear with me. Some I know I can't show because I know I'll get struck. I don't know if I want to do. With the Met Office admits to spraying our skies. I'm also going to put some links. It's the first one, I think. The Heart documentary. I think that's where I'll start. Jesse Ventura did a program. It was about conspiracy theories being debunked and whatnot. And Hart was one of the, in Alaska was one of the things that he focused on. And sorry, y'all. I was just looking about the 11-day-old baby that got saved and how the military and certain leaders are taking credit for it when it was civilians that did it. But and there's just so much out there. I mean, how do you know which is right, which is not right? You know, I don't know. Okay. And there's more lithium stuff. Gosh, y'all, there's so much. I don't know which one. I'm going to do let's look at the Kings Mountain mine, I think, first. And then, but then there's the spruce pine stuff too. Okay. I'm trying. I don't know which one to do first. Okay. I gotta start somewhere. So, yeah, he sure did. He went to Bilderberg. He went to Harp in Alaska. And y'all know how many years ago that was? You know, by the way, the internet came out to everybody during the tech boom and all that. The internet came available to the public late 70s, early 80s, right? Y'all know confirmed at least by 1967 our government already had the internet up and running for their use. Just saying. Okay. Hopefully Tony Lee Glenn will not strike me for this. This is a 9-year-old video. It's about the mines in Spruce Pine. I'm going to speed it up and play it. And then I'm just going to go into lithium mine documentary. It's only, all the videos I'm going to show you are less than 10 minutes. And with speeding them up, they'll be less than 5. The reason is I want y'all to understand that all these areas that are addressed in this stuff are the areas that were hardest hit by Helene. Coincidentally, just saying. Okay, let me share my screen and mute myself, and we'll get this party started.
Folks, I'm showing you a Google Earth map here of a cemetery. This is called Spruce Pine Memorial Cemetery. This is called Burleson Hill in Spruce Pine, Highway 226. I'm going to show you this video I'm getting ready to share with you. It's kind of interesting. I wanted to show this to you. I think I was parked right here shooting this video. I'm going to back out and show you what I was shooting. We're going to back out. We're going to see the little town of Spruce Pine here in a minute. And this is Spruce Pine. This is the downtown and all. This is a hospital where I work. I actually work in a little building right along here on Broad Street, I think right here. This is the hospital where I work. Anyway, Spruce Pine, and back up here is what I was shooting at the other day. It was during a lunch break, and these are the mines where my dad used to work. My dad used to work in a thing called the Mineral Research Laboratory, MRL, which I think is one of these buildings right here. I'm not sure exactly which, might be this one, actually. And the reason I'm showing you this is Spruce Pine is this place where I grew up. Actually grew up in a place called Little Switzerland, just south and west of here, a little higher in elevation. But this is one of the most significant mines in America, and I don't want to overstate this. I just want people to understand this is like crazy cool mine. So what comes out of here? Well, it's feldspar, but also probably the highest grade quartz that is available in the United States. And these mines are extensive. When I was in college, I worked in
Understand also, these mines were shut down. Oh, and what they're not telling you on the news, let me put a little bug in your ear about what's been going on in the past 5 days in the mountains of North Carolina, in the foothills that they're not telling. These mines, they're crumbling and collapsing right now. The tunnels, the ability to get to them, the ability to mine them. So they're going to have to like bulldoze stuff down to be able to still mine the lithium and the quartz that the townspeople were not going to allow them to continue to do and expand. The referendum was voted down. I also have videos to show y'all that. So we're going to get through it as quick as we can. Some of it, the links to what I'm showing you, I'm putting in the description as I can. There's a lot. Please understand. I want y'all to go and watch the entire videos. Just going to show y'all portions to give you an idea of the areas, the terrain, the minerals, and what it's about. And then we're going to look at the contracts. And then I'm going to say goodnight because I'm going to be probably spending a full work shift on the phone trying to get through to FEMA and uploading everything because I'm tired of being called a liar. So I'm going to prove the truth. And I'm going to let them tell the story. Just like the Karen Jean-Pierre. We're going to put that out there. I'm going to record audio and video, and I'm going to put my phone call and how FEMA's hanging up and won't let you get through out there. I'm going to find a way to show my screen and my application and what they've told me and what I'm waiting on and get it out there. Because it didn't take 5, 10, 15 minutes, 3 days, 5 days, 48 hours. I'm 6 days since I put in an application. And until I wrote an email that was quite scathing yesterday and sent it, Nothing had changed on my application since October 5th. And now it's telling me everything's held up until an inspector comes out to inspect the property I don't own. Technically, because it's still in the estate. And according to the insurance, the company that's bonded me, and the attorney that's over it, I am a rentor to the estate. That's why I don't pay the mortgage company direct. I pay the bonding company, and they pay them. Oh, it's just stupid. Because why would I have to prove whether I rent or own if, according to the officials in the news conference I showed y'all just a minute ago, you don't even need an ID. You walk up to the table, you tell them your address, you tell them that you're affected, and the $750 is to buy immediate needs, gas, groceries, toiletries, whatever. Pay your cell phone bill. I mean, right now for full price of a phone card from Straight Talk, I can get a new phone. I wasn't even trying to do that, even though my phone looks like ink's bleeding across it. My screen's all shattered. I wasn't trying to do that. I went and got the Lifeline to help out. So my $35 plan, which is the cheapest one they offer, after taxes and 911 fees and everything else, is like $28, $29. And I just wanted that. And the $12 to go to the daggum doctor and get my blood pressure medicine and my breathing medicine. And the rest of the $750 was going to Duke Power, Brentwood Water, and the mortgage company. So I could still have home. And buy myself, 3 weeks to find alternative employment, because where I work no longer exists. They don't care. Back to the video. I'm sorry, y'all.
And they didn't work in the mines. I worked crushing barrels where the material from here was floated off. And so what happens, all the raw materials come down out of the hills with these huge trucks, and they're brought into these places here. And there are different kinds of acids and flotation chemicals and things that are brought in here. And the raw materials are crushed, super fine, and then floated off in different layers because they're treated with acids. And the acids pick up certain layers of rock and float them off. And then other layers of rock will have maybe caustic soda or something. This is where the materials are then, the waste from all this is treated. So it's a very interesting place to me. And what I was going to say is I did go up here some when I was in college. This is back in the 80s, 1986 or 85, somewhere along there. And these things, folks, are like 800 feet deep. They were back then. I have no idea how. I don't even remember if it was this mine that we went and looked into. My buddy and I just went down. It was unbelievable. This is incredible. So where does all the silica and stuff go? I'm going to show you the video where I shot, showing you what it looks like from the cemetery. But then, and by the way, it was super windy up there. I could barely stand. The wind was blowing so hard and it was so cold. But I'm going to go ahead and show you a little bit of the Uniman website. Hang on one second. So this is the Uniman website of the people that do this. And this is a very very well established mining company in the United States. If you go and you want to find out about them, you can see where their locations are. And there's an interactive map here. And you can see the Bakersville plant, Spruce Pine. This is where I'm from. And they have these plants all over and down into Mexico and everything. But let's close here and let's go into the products. Here we go. So here we go. We can see what it is. This is the thing that, of course, feldspar comes out of the mines up there. And it tells you here that feldspar can be used in a lot of things: ceramic wares, electrical, porcelain, all types of glass and fiber insulation. But here is what is the gold. High purity quartz. And it even says high purity quartz Uniman mines a coarse grained granite rock unit in the Spruce Pine intrusive suite to produce high purity quartz. Unique deposit mineralogy and proprietary technologies yield ultra pure grades with total impurity levels measured in parts per million. So what happens here? Solar cells, semiconductor chips, and quartz lighting applications. So folks.
So I'm not sure if y'all could hear what he said. And that's pretty much all I'm going to watch in this video. We're going into the next one. Solar cells, semiconductors, and microchips. That's what comes from Spruce Pine in the Newland area. And in the 80s, those were 800 feet. Now they're deeper than 1,200 feet, which may be why they're collapsing. And also why now they need to expand width-wise instead of depth. And that encroaches upon other residents' land that aren't wanting to be encroached on, basically. Okay, let's go real quick. It might be, let's see. If I can do this and get back to what I had tagged in the playlist that I made, so I can easily find what it was that I had wanted everybody to see. Okay, so did y'all know how long it's been that weather manipulation?
Want to remove all those annoying video ads slowing you down online? Just go to privacy ad.
Weather manipulation has been a thing in our country, even as a weapon. This is about Operation Popeye. Okay. Trying to look. I thought I was subscribed. This is a video that's over 3 years old. Hopefully, Dark Documents, Dark Docs, as it's called, is who put this out. It looks like their comments are turned off. Hopefully, they won't slap us, but and we're not going to watch the whole video. You'll have to go over here to see the whole video. And please do give them that view. But I want y'all to see this is important when we're saying or debating whether this was a man-made or man-manipulated storm. I personally, like I said, I believe that our government has the ability to enhance conditions that are necessary for tropical storms, depressions, and hurricanes to develop, set the stage with all the conditions they need for that to happen. And then to maybe manipulate the direction of the storm, not 100% accurately, but, give or take 30 miles, you know what I mean? And possibly enhance the intensity and damage created from. But to actually create the storm and set it on its path, I don't think they're there yet. That's my personal opinion. This is about Operation Popeye. And we're going all the way back to, I believe, 1973 era. I was born in 72. That's why it's interesting to me to learn this. Figuring if I'm 50-something and I don't know about it, that most people my age or younger probably don't know that this exists. But remember, in 76, there was some agreements came to from our nation and others agreeing to not treaties signed, agreeing to not use weather manipulation as a weapon. Wouldn't be a need for a treaty stating that fact if it wasn't a possibility or something that had already occurred. Now, let's find out what our government did in Vietnam that may or may not still be affecting people there to this day.
Both conventional and unconventional. And among the most unusual plots was Operation Popeye, launched in an attempt to weaken the Ho Chi Minh Trail, the Viet Cong's most vital mechanism and supply flow tool. To accomplish this, the U.S. would turn the weather into a weapon of war. Operation Popeye utilized cloud seeding technology, a type of weather modification that artificially creates rain or...
By the way, I have it speeded up to 1.5 times. If it's too fast for you while this is playing to be able to hear it proper or whatnot, then just go into the little settings. It looks like the little gear, and try it on point and below normal. Go above normal to 0.75. That should get you to normal speed. Unfortunately, sometimes it has to be done to keep YouTube from taking it down midstream.
Or snow. With it, the U.S. military extended at least 5 monsoon seasons, causing detrimental effects to the unknowing Vietnamese citizens and soldiers. The mission spanned 5 years and cost taxpayers over $15 million. Despite multiple hearings in Congress, military officers, and even President Nixon himself, denied it existing at all.
Uber important right here. For 5 years, congressmen, senators, officials, even our current sitting president, which was Nixon at the time, denied that the technology even existed. And by the way, at that point in time, it said that we had spent over $15 million using this during the Vietnam conflict. Just saying.
Unlike any other war American soldiers had ever seen. Instead of a standard campaign frontline, where the American army had more than enough experience, the Vietnam War battles were fought in the dense South Vietnam jungle. This was an isolated region filled with mountains, animals, and endless greenery. The Viet Cong's most significant advantage over the U.S. in this region was the Ho Chi Minh Trail, a logistics network made up of dirt pads and hand-dug tunnels. It had secret bunkers, barracks, and even a few hospitals. All were cleverly hidden from American aircraft looking for them in reconnaissance missions. With its extensive web of roads and handmade pads, the trail helped the Viet Cong carry massive amounts of manpower, weapons, food, and other war material from one side of the country to the other. At over 1,000 miles in length, the trail ran from North to South Vietnam and extended through the kingdoms of Laos and Cambodia. The U.S. military attempted to destroy the trail with never-ending bombing campaigns. More bombs were dropped in Laos than in Germany and Japan combined in World War II. None of the tactics were entirely effective. Even Agent Orange wasn't up to the task. The trail network was so...
And as a side note, I think the deployment of Agent Orange and chemical warfare during this time ended up hurting more of our servicemen than the people we were fighting. And I'm not sure about the Vietnam conflict, but what I will say is what got us into it, I believe, was a false flag operation that has now come out with declassified documents. So again, would our government lie to us about what happened on our own soil? Yes, it's a proven fact. They bombed our own ship, killed our own servicemen, so that we could say that we were bombed and done by somebody else and get into the conflict. And probably it was over oil again. And I don't know, because I wasn't born yet, or had just been born and wasn't old enough to understand at that time. But what I do understand is that in my opinion, our government is corrupt. And they used to try and hide it from us, but now they just stick it in our face because we're so stupid we don't get it, in their opinion, in my opinion, in whatever opinion. Okay, sorry, y'all. Rant over.
So vast and complex that if one of the paths were closed, all Viet Cong soldiers had to do was obvious rain. And so the Department of Defense decided to attempt to recreate this process. Their goal was to try to control the weather and extend the monsoon season for as long as they could. To achieve this, they resorted to cloud seeding. This process is thought to have originated in 1946 by Vincent Schaefer, a chemist employed by General Electric. Cloud seeding is a method for artificially producing rain or snow.
Just in case you didn't catch that, because I do have it speeded up, cloud seeding was used as a weapon during the conflict to extend the rainy season. It was developed in 1946 and originally used and developed by General Electric.
It requires modifying a cloud's chemical structure to boost the chances of precipitation. The added substance of silver iodide, which works as a condensation agent. There are two ways to disperse cloud seeding agents, either using large cannons to shoot the particles into the sky.
Yeah, and one question to ask yourself, it's kind of rhetorical. What are the after effects of this? By adding chemicals to clouds to now become Mother Nature itself and man control to a point, what are the repercussions? Are those chemicals now what's caused the acid rain? And let me ask y'all this. Ever wonder why so many people have asthma and ADHD that didn't have it 30 and 40 years ago? Could this have anything to do with that? Just questions that I've begun asking myself within the last 10 years. And I think they're valid. And I don't think we'll get an honest answer. Because God knows then what would happen. Well, the government would be liable for our medical costs and expenses. And maybe just a lot of things that are going on. Survival of the fittest happening anywhere? Between the fungalitis, all the weakest of the population were weeded out, right? Yeah, okay. Then now, we got natural disasters and floods affecting, what, a quarter of the country at one time, at least, maybe a third. Survival of the fittest. Those who can adapt, think, and engineer are still here. So population control 101 is in effect. And then those that are left are those that are procreating. So the way of maybe outside looking in, those that are making those choices and creating these programs and weather anomalies and such, the chances of having hardy peoples with the ability to survive any and everything from those survivors are greater. And what would anybody want with a slave force that does all the hard labor for the least amount of pay? Someone that don't get sick often and need to take a lot of time off work. Somebody that has the ability to live a decent long life and have longevity working for the company. I'm just This is where my mind is. That's all I'm saying. These are my thoughts and opinions. All things shown and expressed in all formats on this channel are strictly the thoughts and opinions of myself and to be taken and used for entertainment purposes only. Please do not contact anybody with any hate. Don't strike out at anybody. And let me say, when I'm talking about the migrants, I want to say unequivocally, they have no control. They didn't create the situation, in my opinion. They see the situation and they're taking advantage of it like any other human being would. They aren't to blame. The people that we put in power and that made the choices and decisions, those are the people that need to be blamed. I encourage each and every one of you that watch this broadcast and that feel that the need, pick up your computer, your pen, your paper, your phone, whatever. Reach out to your senator, your congressman, your governor, your local authorities, whomever you feel can help, and let them know how you feel about what's going on. It's an election year. I believe it's 28 days till we vote. Now is the time. And let me know in the chat, in the DMs, in the comments, if anybody's interested in the Vote Chili Pepper for President shirts. Just say it. She's a great animal, born right here in the US of A, in the heartland of the Bible Belt South, the mountains and foothills of North Cackalack. She got 4 paws firmly on the ground. And she's a real people personality. For the people, by the people. And her vice president's a real enforcer. A pit bull. For real. Named Dottie Mae. Also, one of the working class, blue collar. Getting it out of the mud and the muck. Literally. 4 paws squarely on the ground. Chili Pepper and Dottie Mae, President and VP 2024. Woo! They got my vote. Can they get yours? Let me know if you're interested in the shirts. If so, I will be designing and selling them on my Teespring, along with some other designs for t-shirts. I am streamlining my Teespring. It'll only be t-shirts, coffee mugs, and hoodies. And the Nita's World is limited edition. The tie-dye will be going away and no longer available. And I'll just be doing special ones. I'm also going to be doing PHUCKU, and you can just have that, or you can insert a name or a picture if you would like. Special request art getting taken in coffee mugs, t-shirts, and hoodies only. We can do Biden, Harris, with the PHUCKU, FEMA, whatever y'all want. I am taking requests for until I have no service. And, just trying to find an honest way to earn the money to pay my bills right now in the interim. All right, back to the video.
Or using airplanes to drop the particles from above.
Attention.
Throughout the planning period, the program went by several names to maintain its secrecy. Operation Popeye ended up being its official name. In a memorandum sent in January 1967, from Deputy Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs Foy D. Kohler to then Secretary of State Dean Rusk, Kohler described Project Popeye's goals, stating, quote, "The objective is to inhibit overland vehicular movement and to reinforce the bottlenecks already created at stream crossings by the bombing of bridges and ferry installations. With respect to Laos, the objective is to extend rainfall through the dry season, keeping the ground as near the saturation point as possible, and obstructing traffic that normally fords streams during the low water period. By generating rain, the American Army would slow the Viet Cong's truck traffic, impairing the supply flow throughout the trail, and leaving them more susceptible to other attacks." Kohler also believed that cloud seeding was relatively more ethical than common warfare, stating, quote, "With respect to there might be speculation about man-made alterations in other climatic anomalies they had no connection with." However, American planners were also convinced that their intervention on the weather would inevitably be discovered. According to Deputy Undersecretary Kohler's memo, quote, "In the first place, the altered weather will be observable, in contrast to the experimental phase conducted during normally rainy periods. Disclosure of planned weather experiments in India would make it likely that the connection would become apparent. Secondly, the possibility of a U.S. seeding aircraft being downed cannot be discounted. Thirdly, there is virtually no aspect of military operations in Southeast Asia which has not over time become the subject of leaks, or at least of speculation in the press." The operation was codenamed Motor Pool. 3 Lockheed C-130 Hercules aircraft and 2 McDonnell Douglas F-4 Phantom aircraft, based at Udon Thani Royal Thai Air Force Base, were altered and fitted with silver iodide ejectors. The 5 cloud-seeding jets had the standard Southeast Asia camouflage colors and markings, but no unit identifiers, likely because the operation was top secret. The squadron, 4 months after the first official flight, the area of intervention was increased towards North Vietnam. In September 1967, the Oshawa Valley in South Vietnam was also added to the mix. As bomb operations over North Vietnam expanded, that area was eliminated from the list on April 1st, 1968. Likewise, the southern regions of North Vietnam became part of the operational site for only a couple of months. In 1972, northeastern Cambodia was added to the operational zone. A total of 47,409 units of Cloud Seed cartridges were expended. The operation's details were so secret that the soldiers who got selected to participate were usually kept in the dark until the last minute. Everyone had their own theory about what Operation Popeye was really about. Doubted its effectiveness due to the unknown long-term consequences, stating, quote, "Despite years of experiments with rainmaking in the U.S. and elsewhere, scientists are not sure they understand its long-term effect on the ecology of our region." A few days after the story's publication, the entire program was officially ended, and all cloud seeding missions stopped. Silver iodide, a material used in cloud seeding condensation, is known to be toxic to aquatic life. So when used in the long term, precipitation from seeded clouds could harm the environment.
Okay, I am gonna go back. I agree. I'm trying to put that on the screen if it'll let me, because it some reason did not show. Oh yeah. Yep, agreed. I've spoken many times about those 2 R names that you mentioned. Bilderberg is where they tend to attend. But you're right. J-Rock said they're mad that we're using their weapons technology, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, to wake each other up about all the evil they are doing. Right on. Because these technologies were intended to use so they could reach the masses with propaganda quickly and mobilize, rock the boat type things. And it's backfired tremendously. Don't believe that they had control and that they were editing Meta. Come on now. Anybody that hadn't seen, God, I forget, my mind went blank. He looks like Justin Timberlake to me, or Mark Zuckerberg or whatever. And the testifying that he did before Congress, and what he came out and told the American people recently. Facebook was censoring post, comments, and advertising about the fungalitis so that we'd all take the jibby jab. We ain't as dumb as they want us to be. I think the important thing, I'm getting ready to go to another video, you guys, about HARP before we get into the Kings Mountain lithium mines and the Department of Defense documents that I have to show, because I want people to understand, and I'm trying to remember the website I wanted to go to, and I'm exhausted. I did show you guys, and what I'll do is I'll try to just pull that up right quick from Cap's channel while the HARP video is playing. see where it. Prisons, old folks' homes, and in the hospitals. Ones that were making money off the government. And yeah. Agreed, J Rock. Agreed. I'm gonna show y'all a couple. I probably picked the shortest one I have tagged of the heart videos, and then go into the Department of Defense documents that I have and the contracts for the mines that the major areas were destroyed in North Carolina. Let's see. So we're going to look at this 10-year-old video because there's less chance I'm getting struck for it. We can get through most of it on our...
Hey, check this out. So I stopped buying random lotto tickets and started...
Lord knows, don't want YouTube to get me for playing a commercial. They'll get you for that more than anything. I want you to get a little background, those of you that don't know what HARP is. And then I'm going to show you the documents and a little bit about the Kings Mountain Mine and what's been going on for 3 years with the residents fighting the rezoning and the reopening of that mine. And it's awful funny that almost exactly a month ago that the owner of the mine, Albemarle Mine Company's stock took a deep dive and now has all of a sudden took a shoot up after Helene. Prior to Helene, they dropped 75% in stock value. Buy low, sell high. 75% in stock value over a 90-day period. Even though they were the leader in supplying lithium for EV vehicles. The leader of the nation. Which is where Tesla and Elon Musk come in the mix. And like I showed earlier in this broadcast, yep, you don't have to pay the $120 a month subscription to Starlink. But to get your free 30-day Starlink, until January 1st, whatever, a little over 30 days. But you have to wait 3 weeks for your kit to get here. And then, I showed y'all, I qualified. I'm in the hurricane area. So I get that free month. I don't have to pay that $120, but I got to pay nearly $400 for the stuff to set up the free service. What the fuck is that? Excuse my language. But if I can't afford to buy a fucking gallon of gas or pay an Uber or Lyft driver because I've been out of work for a week and the place I work for no longer exists and I have no check coming, if I can't even buy food, bologna and cheese and bread, how the hell can I pay $300 for a Starlink equipment to only use for about 45 to 50 days? I'm just saying, somebody please make this shit make sense. It can't be real. Oh, this is free, but you can't even access it or use it without this $400 kit. And why would I pay $120 a month for that? We get the same service through Rectum for $59.99. And don't tell me that Elon Musk don't got a dog in this fight. Hello. Yes, agreed, J-Rock. And I addressed something similar to that earlier on, like the fact the hardest hit areas in South Carolina, North Carolina, and Tennessee all play a part in the lithium and quartz mining, as well as Let me tell you a little secret about Vanguard and BlackRock. If you don't know, in my last live stream, I dropped a little note, a little bomb, a little mini bombshell or two. I might get it backwards on which one about which, but does it really matter? Because Vanguard and BlackRock practically own each other. Okay, that's one. Two, 23andMe and Ancestry.com, the two major players in sending you DNA off to find out where you're from, got purchased respectively by Vanguard and BlackRock recently. So those two companies own samples of multiple millions of folks all around the globe and their DNA. Wonder what they can do with it. Because we needed a pile before to do DNA. You had to have blood and a pile of it. Now it can be saliva, hair, nail clipping, all kind of stuff, and they can get it. And it's a minuscule amount compared to before. How much do they need to make a clone of you and replace you? I don't know. Shit. If they'll do all this in our face and throw it out there and then tell us to vote for them in the same breath, who knows what they would do with our DNA? And Vanguard and BlackRock, they can take it. Smith and Wesson, Ruger. Do I need to keep naming shit that they own? When it comes to wars, the equipment, the machinery, and everything that goes on that's needed to finance and create and continue a war. BlackRock, Vanguard, and the third one, I can't remember. I think it starts with a C. All got their fingers squarely up in that pie and hunting. Cha-ching, ching, ching. This will sound stupid to some people, but by watching The Real Housewives of Atlanta, I actually learned about clear, fair-skinned individuals in South Africa with large compounds that are heavily invested in BlackRock and Vanguard and subsidiaries, and have made quite a large amount of monies from what is affectionately termed as warmongering. It behooves and facilitates their pockets to continue these wars, Ukraine and such, that we keep financing rather than ending. Ever wonder why our dollars and cents are good, but our advice is not? Why we give money, but we're not sending troops? Why we don't say, here's 500,000, we'll give you 1 million when the war's ended, and no more as long as it's going on, instead of the reverse? Because it's not beneficial for it to stop, in my opinion, allegedly. Okay, back to whatever. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm just mad as hell.
Destroy our planet. Wilderness is timeless, most of it remaining just as it has for thousands of years. In the midst of all its natural beauty, just outside the small town of Gakuna, stands an enormous and seemingly harmless antenna farm. It is a $100 million Air Force project known as HARP, and critics of the soon-to-be completed facility charge it just may turn out to be the ultimate doomsday machine.
It's got all the marks of Dr. Strangelove on it.
HARP is an acronym for High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program. According to program manager John Hesher, HARP is a research facility designed to study the ionosphere.
All the military have communications, surveillance, navigation systems whose paths either traverse the ionosphere or reflect from it. And so we need to be very careful about what we know about it and how we study it. What we're interested in is what is the effect of a large input of energy on the ionosphere.
The ionosphere is the outermost layer of the Earth's atmosphere. It is part of an electromagnetic field that keeps out harmful solar and cosmic radiation. One visible effect of the sun's rays hitting the ionosphere is the aurora borealis, known as the northern lights. The ionosphere also plays a vital role in worldwide radio communication.
The first transmission of radio waves across the ocean were quite a surprise when it was first done. People thought there'd be no chance to transmit the signals across the ocean by wireless. And what the ionosphere does is act like a mirror. And so you transmit a signal and it bounces off the atmosphere and then it bounces off the Earth.
When HAARP is fully operational, it will transmit extremely powerful blasts of high-frequency radio waves directly up into the atmosphere, superheating the electrons that make up the ionosphere. This will cause them to disperse, effectively punching a hole in the ionosphere.
But after you turn the instrument off, this thing kind of moves around and it gets replenished. And within a few minutes, it's back to where you can't even detect that there's a hole anymore.
The Air Force says that manipulating the ionosphere and studying the effect will allow them to improve the efficiency of communications, navigation, and surveillance systems. But researchers outside the military see HAARP as a high-tech weapon with global implications.
The way I see HAARP as it is right now, it is a premier, top-notch, high-energy.
Journalist Mark Farmer lives in Alaska and has written about the potential impact of HAARP for both Jane's Defense Weekly and Popular Science magazine. He believes that HAARP will be used to take giant X-rays of Earth.
Earth-penetrating tomography is a technique using extremely low-frequency radio waves. Today, in geophysical probing, scientists will use explosives or a machine that thumps the ground to produce these waves, but HAARP will stimulate the aurora electrojet to make an antenna thousands of miles long that will emit these ELF waves.
Farmer's research indicates that the extremely low-frequency waves would be capable of penetrating several kilometers into the Earth, ferreting out nuclear storage facilities and other underground military installations.
This is producing surveillance systems able to
necessary for continuing national security. Alaska native Nick Begich proposes a different scenario in this new book.
The things that we found in other Air Force documents, one in particular was a document put together in '82. The document was called Low Intensity Conflict in Modern Technology, with a foreword by none other than Newt Gingrich. And one section spoke about using radio frequency radiation transmitters for disrupting human thinking, for basically debilitating troops invisibly by being able to bombard them with radio frequency that was tuned to just the right frequency, in just the right waveform, so as to totally disrupt their mental.
By the way, I'm almost 98.5% positive that what he's talking about right here already exists today and is being used. There is a machine for crowd control that emits a frequency that is debilitating to humans, to disperse crowds and end conflicts. It's a thing they roll out, looks kind of like an automated tank in what I've seen. I'll see if I can't pull something up about it. And let it be known. Y'all, I'm sorry. I'm having major hot flashes. Guess it's good I don't got heat. I'm gonna get through this, and I'm gonna show y'all the Department of Defense documents. And sorry. And sign off for the night because I want to get a couple hours sleep before I got to get on the phone with FEMA all day. I'll probably take a nap and come back and still be in the same spot I was in 4 hours before I took a nap. But, I want to make sure that my information to them was accurate and that it can't do nothing. Why am I not seeing J-Rock's comments? I don't know what's going on with my chat. There's only these countries. Yeah, I know. And J-Rock, if you hadn't seen the beginning, I'll go back to that real quick and tell you quickly that also it's interesting to me how our current vice president and candidate for president, and let me say, I am not a Trump supporter. I don't support either side. I support facts. And fact is, her mantra that she's been repeating over and over and over again is basically the major part of Karl Marx manifesto. You know, the future and the past thing that she keeps repeating over and over again. Let me let this play real quick, the rest of this part, and I'll show y'all the agreement with the Department of Defense about the mines in North Carolina that are, you know, right there in Chimney Rock, where everything got just taken out. And it really pisses me off too, you guys, that all we hear about is Asheville. Because I could show y'all video right now of my town. We're not Asheville. We're a small podunk town. And for my whole life, the town has leaned red. Unlike Asheville, who always is blue, it's considered like the liberal Mecca, or depending on, you know, who you're asking, the Sodom and Gomorrah of North Carolina. And they're getting the attention of the media. Amazingly enough, that's where our president went. Can y'all see a pattern at all here? And the rest of us, old hillbillies in the hills, feel forgotten, abandoned, whatever words you want to use, unimportant. But hey, you know what? That's at least 40, 50,000 votes that probably can't or won't get counted or cast, that they're figuring are for their opposition. And those are the ones. It's amazing to me, everybody I've talked to, the people that are getting ignored by FEMA and are still pending and waiting, the people that are getting denied by FEMA are the people in the red areas of the states. I'm just saying, my opinion.
Mental process and basically debilitate those troops.
Because of HAARP's potential to disrupt the Earth's magnetic field, many observers are concerned that it will damage the biomagnetic sensors that migratory animals like salmon and birds depend upon.
Anything that HAARP can do to the magnetic field is orders of magnitude smaller than the natural variations of the Earth's field. So I would have to say, no, there's nothing we can do to affect the salmon.
But what generates the most?
Yeah, one quick question, right? So all these climate change issues that we're dealing with, wonder if any of them were accelerated or even created by man and their endeavor to harness and control Mother Nature and the weather and weaponize it. Could cloud seeding and the chemicals used to do so, and HAARP and its electromagnetic whatever fields, could any of that be affecting what's going on with our climate, with more earthquakes and everything else, if man is not behind it? Could it be a response of Mother Nature and the earth to what man has been doing? Just a question. Just food for thought.
The most concern by far is HAARP's ability to tamper with and punch holes in the ionosphere.
The thing that one of the Air Force documents points out is that they want to use this heater to create enough energy in the ionosphere to get a runaway effect up to the next stabilizing level, whatever that might be.
It's precisely whatever that might be that worries Dr. Patrick Flanagan, a physicist who believes the ionosphere is extremely fragile.
The ionosphere is a chaotic system that is on the edge of instability. So the trigger point for HAARP would be that energy and that frequency which throws the ionosphere into chaos. In other words, it would be that point which throws it over the edge.
For example, it is believed that a hole in the Earth's ozone layer has caused an increase in infrared radiation, contributing to the melting of the polar ice caps and forcing New Zealand children to wear protective clothing to school. Flanagan and others believe the potential danger from a hole in the ionosphere is much greater.
It could create a change in the ionospheric shield that protects us from cosmic radiation. We're worried about the ozone layer. The ozone layer is nothing compared to what HAARP could do. We're worried about ultraviolet light. That's just a very harmless ray compared to some of those energy streams or particles that are coming from outer space that are being deflected by this natural shield around the Earth. And this is what HAARP wants to play with.
Critics worry that HAARP has been placed in the hands of too few, and that international debate is necessary to fully explore all the potential dangers that this project may soon unleash, a proposal in which the Air Force has shown little interest to date.
Once we open this box, and it is the veritable Pandora's box, we're not going to be able to close it. And of course, once you acquire technology, you want bigger and better aspects of it. And then we come into the questions of whether or not...
By the way, if what they're saying about the hole in the atmosphere in this video and the ionic and all the rays and what could happen and polar ice caps melting and everything puts a little fear in you, take that and remember that this video was made and released over 10 years ago. And they started as far back as 1946 with weather experimentation. So where are they really at with it now? And how do we know, and how can we say that everything that's going on with climate change, with polar ice caps melting, with winds and water and all these natural disasters and events and cracks and all these sinkholes doesn't have anything to do with all the different things they're trying to do with our weather? I ain't seen a snowfall in years. I haven't seen a single snowfall in the mountains in years. We had significant events every year. We had over 20 inches of snow when my kids were a little less than 2 years old. We don't see snow and ice anymore in the mountains, hardly at all. Why? And why does our snow not melt the last 2 times we received any? We ain't all some dumb hicks and hillbillies up in here. Thank you, J-Rock. And you know, one thing I was raised, J-Rock, is we love everybody because God said to. Because that's how we was raised. And we treat everybody with kindness and courtesy and respect. And hope that we get it back. And if we don't, then you're probably going to hear bless her little pea-picking heart and something else following behind it that might not be nice. That really ain't nice. People just don't know if you don't know. But my granddaddy had a 6th grade education and ended up inventing something for Great Lakes Carbon Corporation that they bought the patent, and residuals and royalties were paid to him for many years for. Of course, they ended up taking it back in the end. Okay, let's go to another video real quick. Told y'all a little bit about HAARP. Now, let's talk about lithium. Let's see what was going on about a year ago when it came to the fight and the mines and what all was happening there. Hopefully the news agency won't take it from me, and strike me. But if I get struck during this, it's worth it to get this information out. Just a chance I'm going to take. Let me mute and let it play.
Rusty Wise.
And I'm Jermaine Gash.
And today, Wise News Network is in Cherryville, North Carolina, in the downtown area, and we're standing in front of Piedmont Lithium offices in Cherryville, which houses their office and also their foundation office.
Yes.
Now, tonight, the city council voted to relinquish their ETJ. A lot of people were upset about that.
Yes, they were.
And some people were happy about that. Most were in attendance tonight were not happy about that. And here are some of their reactions.
I'm Dr. Dennis Beam, pastor of Anthony Grove Baptist Church. Our property is across the street from the ETJ that they just relinquished. I'm very disappointed in their decision. They could have maintained the ETJ, still approved.
Just to clarify, this is a year ago. This is in Cherryville, North Carolina. This is another area that was hard hit. Cherryville is near Shelby, Rutherford College areas. It was hard hit by Helene as well. It also has lithium mines owned by a different company, not Albemarle. And they did give up their rights, unlike the Kings Mountain, Chimney Rock, areas who have larger, more productive mine areas. They shut it down many years ago, actually, in Kings Mountain, and left it sitting unused for a long time because Chile and Africa and South Africa were more fertile grounds, cheaper labor, and everything else. But now it's costing them more because, yes, they can mine it, they can get it out, but to separate it and to turn it into what they need to make the batteries, they have to fly it out of that country to another facility. Anyway, back to the video. I just want y'all to kind of get an idea that there's a lot of areas in the North Carolina mountains, going up across Tennessee into those mountains, up into Virginia in those mountains, and the mountain area of South Carolina. All from that South Carolina line to Tennessee and Virginia and all of the North Carolina area that was hit. Lithium and quartz are very rich in those areas. Just keep that in mind.
Proved anything that lithium wanted. This wasn't really a vote, but what they have basically said is we don't care if they build a chemical plant across the street from your church. I mean, the whole point of zoning is to control the growth so that you don't have industrial property adjacent to residential property. But they said, we're going to give it up. We're going to let Gaston County. They just passed the buck. But did you hear them say that in the meeting that they privately had met with lithium?
Throughout this process, city staff, as well as all of your officials, have met with Gaston County. We have met with Piedmont Lithium. We have talked to many citizens in Cherryville, Gaston County, and across this country. And we would like to thank all of them for their involvement, their participation, and their insight in helping us to make this very tough decision.
They hadn't privately meet with us. They didn't meet with the property owners that are adjacent to the property. This is all about the money.
Has there been any private meetings with any landowners that you know of?
None. None of those people in there have been to Anthony Grove. We have 10 acres of land across the street. Like I said, they're going to build a chemical plant across the street from a daycare, a preschool, a church, a school, and that's just us. You know, there's a Hispanic congregation right across the street from us.
Now, they say a for vote is not necessarily a for the mine. How do you feel about that?
That's just a barefaced lie.
Who knows what's going to happen?
Just so you know, again, the point of this is I want you to see and know that the citizens, the average persons, were against this, and they didn't care. To the next video. Promise you guys, I'm going to make it make sense. It's not easy. Let's see. This is the one I think that has the Elon Musk story in it that I think we all need to know about right about now.
Your father.
Let's see. And again, if it's too fast speed, go into your settings, this little gear right here, and slow it down to 0.75.
And Lake sits on top of one of the largest hard rock lithium deposits in the U.S.
Kings Mountain we believe to be a top tier, top quartile resource capable of supplying at least 1 million, if not more, electric vehicles with its feedstock.
What we're going to be doing is producing a spodumene concentrate. We're going to crush it up, and we're going to figure out a way to get just the green crystals out.
Those green crystals are then processed into lithium hydroxide. Albemarle is the world's top producer of this critical metal and operates mines in Australia, Chile, and the only active lithium mine in the U.S. Demand for lithium, a key component for electric vehicle batteries, is expected to surge from 500,000 metric tons of lithium carbonate in 2021 to 3 to 4 million metric tons by 2030.
Never in my career have I seen this rate.
Also, just to tell you, not yet, J-Rock, don't tell me that. If not right this minute. Anyway, yesterday, yes, for about 6 hours. During the storm for 4 days. Right now I'm on a hotspot with my cell phone because I didn't have the money to pay Spectrum. My service was back up for less than 5 days before they disconnected it because I couldn't pay the bill. And I'm trying to get all this information out to the public before my cell phone is cut off and subsequently my power. Because I have my job doesn't, my employer no longer exists. It's difficult to talk about. I'm sorry. I'm gonna get back to the video.
Rate of growth, but I think even relative to some of the cell phone growth rates, it's been even faster.
The difference really between North America and Chile and Australia is the demand this year. And fortunately for North America, there is resource here.
Albemarle's clients include the world's top battery producers and auto companies like Tesla, in addition to its extraction business, and it's more than a...
Don't know if y'all just got that or not, but maybe I'll rewind and replay. Wonder why Elon is so gung-ho to come and help us, to come and provide us this $400 package, and to make sure that everything's good. Tesla is Albemarle's biggest customer. Albemarle is who owns the mine in Kings Mountain, owns the mines in South Carolina and Tennessee, who needs to operate more in the north and in the U.S. basically, because here's where the demand is. So they don't have to pay the extra money to bring it over. When they got more mines operating in the United States, then their stock price can go back up, who a month ago dropped by 75%. If your main company gets 90% of what is needed to make it work from this company who needs this land to be rezoned and people to quit fighting and to sell their land so you can mine it and get the shit out of it to make your stuff work. Can we really believe what you're telling us? And I'm questioning that. Elon, can we believe you? The company that owns the mine that is benefiting from the disaster that befell North Carolina provides you and your company with the batteries needed to power Teslas. Period.
demand is here. And fortunately for North America, there is resource here.
Albemarle's clients include the world's top battery producers and auto companies like Tesla.
Bingo! What's on your screen? Right there. It'll catch up in just a moment. What's on the screen currently? Where'd I pause it? Tesla. 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 How lithium producer Albemarle took over the electric vehicle industry. That's the name of the video, by the way. And I don't know if that's where he any longer receives the bulk of his money, but it does seem like he may have ulterior motives. Call me crazy. I'm not trying to look a gift horse in the mouth, but is it really a gift when I got to pay $393.94 to use the gift? And I don't mean $3, $393.94 to get the equipment needed to utilize the free Starlink service. If you missed it, just wait. I'll be uploading a short along with the FEMA recording that as soon as it gets to the part where I put in my 9-digit code, my last 4 of my social, and my date of birth, error, click, and they hang up. It's in the live stream already. Back to the video.
In addition to its extraction business and its more than a dozen processing plants across the globe, Albemarle is also developing improvements to its lithium-based compounds that will make batteries that are longer lasting and more efficient.
The challenges for the whole industry are many, and they really start with some of our lithium salts, really understanding the impact of things like particle size and purity on the final performance of the cathode.
The entire lithium-ion battery chain from mine to market is expected to grow more than 30% annually from 2022 to 2030, where it could reach $400 billion. But despite that growth, Albemarle faces a number of potential headwinds along the way.
We are going to pay particular attention to what they're going to tell us is roadblocks along the way. But I want to draw attention to what was just said about purity and concentration. The one in Kings Mountain, according to my research, allegedly, in my opinion, has a higher concentrate and a higher purity level than those in Chile and South America, which are currently leading the world in production of lithium for lithium-ion batteries. By the way, they're not just in electric vehicles. Pay attention. Any rechargeable battery, the ones that are in charging blocks for your cell phone and other devices, the one in your cell phone that you recharge, the one in your computer, laptop, tablet, flashlight, anything, your rechargeable batteries themselves all have lithium-ion technology. Mined right here in these mines that we're talking about. Just saying. Question, J-Rock. Does that Salton Sea border the U.S. within a 400-mile radius of our coastline? The reason I'm asking is because within the past year, and I can show y'all a video, a short, about that, our government went to it's a meeting. I'm just going to try to narrow it down in kind of layman's terms to lay it out real quick, but basically there's a meeting that's held, I think, yearly, and it has to do with maritime law and stuff. Our government grew our country by over 200 miles of coastline all the way around our borders at this last meeting. As soon as I get through showing this video, I can pop it up real quick. Or, I mean, I can click out and click back in. But would that J-Rock, that Salton Sea for lithium mining, would that be in a approximately 400-mile radius of the U.S. coastline? Wow. Is it on the coast, like in the water off the coast of California? Oh my God. Hold on. Let me show you what I'm talking about. It's that important what I'm talking about, for real, for real. I can come right back to this video, to this particular spot. I'm going to have to go to my history real quick, but it's worth it. Let me show you what I'm talking about, J-Rock. It's only like a 30-second video, and it shouldn't be too far down here to find, hopefully. I wonder, do I have to go this way to see the shorts I watched? Bingo, here we go. It's called The U.S. Just Got Bigger. Just bear with me. The computer's moving slow.
Okay, look at this one now. Did you know that this year...
Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. J-Rock, help me watch this video and see if what I'm about to show you includes the areas that I'm talking about, okay? Again, this is at Johnny Harris, where this short came from. Interesting. This has all been within this year. Check these areas out, because I've been trying. I haven't had time since this came out and I watched it to do research to find out why in the last year all of a sudden our government is so interested in claiming these areas. But let me explain too that the areas that this video will do it. Let me let it do it for us. Gotcha. Hold on. Let me just mute and let it play.
Here, the United States quietly expanded its territory by over 1 million square kilometers. Up here in the Arctic, over here in the Bering Sea next to Russia, a little blip over here in the Pacific, the Gulf of Mexico, and over here in the Atlantic. This is now officially American economic waters. Ocean borders are tricky, and we have all this international law that sort of helps us decide.
So, officially economic waters of the U.S. Why is that important? Anywhere in those waters where the line has now been extended to, anything that occurs that makes money is officially money that goes into the United States government coffers. Period.
What country has economic rights over what water. The default boundary is 200 nautical miles off of your coastline you get as your economic water. But a country is allowed to go to this international body and present scientific data that says our landmass actually extends further than 200 nautical miles. If they can present a compelling scientific case, then they are granted more water under which they can look for oil and minerals and whatever they want. So the US spent decades.
And you'll notice that it says oil, minerals, whatever. And you said, so you see the area of California, I can, right there, where they've extended it. I know the area you're talking about. I have to see if I can't find it. It's landlocked, if it's what I'm thinking. And it is the most valuable piece of land in the United States, somewhere in that little zone and area. Because I also watched something on that and looked it up on everything. I don't find just because of YouTube. It has to do with search and search results. I prefer to go over Google, because Google is Gates, and that's who pays me though, so I gotta hush who don't pay me. My $30 I earned this past month. Anyway, I'll let this keep playing, and you can tell me, J-Rock, if that's any of the area you're talking about that it's showing.
It's collecting this data, presenting it, making this argument, and the result is this map, a bunch of new economic waters for the United States. The implications of this.
Here's the map that should be showing up on the screen. I was able to pause it. Hopefully it'll show up in a second. Moving extra slow at the moment, which means I might be close to losing service, you guys. If something happens and it gets disconnected, I do apologize. You'll see this map, and what's in yellow, red, and the extra green are all the areas that since the expansion occurred are now strictly the United States, and there's more up here in Alaska and over here towards Russia that we can't exactly see, but are now the U.S. territories. So any oil, minerals, oil rigs, anything that's in those waters now belong to the United States. They're not open waters. They're not any other countries. Anything that happens there, money has to come to the U.S., basically. Is that what I understand? All right. And it's just really weird. The reason I say that is I want you to see what the guy says at the very end of the video. That he does, basically he says he don't know why they did it yet. It's not become apparent that he's researching it. And it makes me wonder with what you said, you know, they know more than we know. So could what's behind it be lithium mining? Because here's what I've gotten from the research. There are mines owned by these two major players in lithium mining industry in South Africa, Africa, and Chile. The problem is it's going to take too many years and too many resources to be able to build the processing plants they need to convert them into the batteries, or to even get it into the powder form to produce the batteries. And currently, they have to fly them not just to the U.S., but to other countries with the processing plants to turn them into the lithium-ion batteries eventually, right? That process of mining it in one country, taking it to another country, extracting it, and into another country or another plant to formulate it is more expensive than it's worth. It's the easiest way that my brain can explain it. It's a whole lot cheaper to mine it, refine it, mill it, fabricate it, all within the same country, within a small area, and get it on out there and get your money. And that's what I'm understanding. But let me let this short play, and then we'll go back to the video that I was showing y'all about lithium mining and the connection with the EVs and specifically Tesla. Not done with that part. There's more.
This, I do not yet know, but I'm going to be looking into it, so subscribe for more.
Listen up. This election's about your wallet. Candidate A is a billionaire.
A side note, I'm so tired of all these darn commercials for Trump and Kamala. And every time I open my mailbox, the waste of trees and resources to print them stupid flyers that I've got enough I could give to everybody that lives in my county with what I've got in the past month to vote for this person or that person, and it ain't nothing but a bunch of propaganda and bullshit lies contained within them. Okay, end of that note. Back to the video.
Tesla began construction of a lithium refinery in Texas in 2023, and ExxonMobil just purchased rights to an area in Arkansas $1 billion. But despite that growth, Albemarle faces a number of potential headwinds along the way, including a possible economic downturn that could slow the demand for EVs, new battery chemistries that could reduce the need for lithium, battery recycling, and additional competitors. Tesla began construction of a lithium refinery.
Let's not miss what it says Tesla is doing about lithium and everything else. But let me also tell you that Elon Musk was partnering with somebody to try to do the sodium bicarbonate battery that would substitute the lithium ion battery. And about a month and a half ago, that project also failed. Well, and look here. Elon Musk and Texas Governor Greg Abbott break ground on the Tesla lithium refinery. So let's see. We mine the lithium in North Carolina and we take it to Texas. Could that be why Musk is so interested in what's going on in the mountains up here right now? I'm just saying, it's just questions. I have questions. And I'm right here, and I think I can ask those questions. I damn sure have earned the right. Okay, back to the video, y'all.
Refinery in Texas in 2023, and ExxonMobil just purchased rights to an area in Arkansas that could begin drilling for lithium in the coming months. And not everyone agrees that expansion of mining is the best way forward for a sustainable future.
What our research shows is that we could get to zero emissions with much less mining if we make some of these changes to public policies, to consumer habits, rather than just try to electrify the status quo of like really large cars and everyone needing to own an individual car in order to get where they need to go.
To better understand how lithium, known as white gold, is extracted, the challenges involved, and where production is moving next, CNBC got a behind-the-scenes look at Albemarle's operations in Chile and the U.S. Albemarle, based in Charlotte, North Carolina, got its start in 1887 as a paper company.
Decades ago, most of that energy storage was in non-rechargeable batteries, such as the coin cell batteries you'd see in a calculator or in the back of a watch that contain lithium.
A little over 167,000 electric vehicles were sold in the U.S. in 2013. The U.S. is on track to sell 1 million EVs in 2020. In China. 2 years later, it purchased a 60% stake in the Wodgina hard rock lithium mine in Western Australia, one of the largest hard rock lithium deposits in the world.
If you see an electric vehicle on the road, there's a high probability that Albemarle's lithium is inside of it.
Albemarle, along with its main competitors SQM and Pilbara, control about 40% of the world's lithium supply.
Albemarle currently is in the high teens market share, so it is a market leader, but it is not an extremely dominant one.
In 2022, Albemarle had net sales of $7.3 billion, 120% higher than the previous year. The main reason is that lithium prices shot up last year. Albemarle's lithium business made up 68.4% of net sales, followed by its bromine segment, which includes fire safety solutions and catalysts, which refer to products for the oil refining industry.
The strength is really that probably they're going to have the most.
At Albemarle's brine mine in the Salar de Atacama in the Atacama Desert, one of the driest places on Earth, lithium is extracted from beneath the surface by pumping extremely salty water into large evaporation pools. That salty water, known as brine, is then transferred among 15 different ponds over a period of 18 months, leaving behind high concentrations of lithium. About a third of the world's lithium comes from Chile.
So we use this power of the sun to concentrate the lithium from 0.02% concentrate to 6% at the end of this process.
That concentrate is then trucked to Albemarle's processing plant 150 miles away, where it is turned into battery-grade lithium carbonate. Albemarle says its brine mining process is not only cost-effective, but brine has limited other uses and is not the same as water.
For those who are concerned about
en parte de lo cultural, tiende a desaparecer nuestra propia cultura, nuestro patrimonio.
Under an agreement with the Atacama Indigenous
Todos los ecosistemas, ¿no? En parte de lo cultural, tiende a desaparecer nuestra propia cultura, nuestro patrimonio.
Under an agreement with the Atacama Indigenous Council, Albemarle contributes 3.5% of its Chilean revenue to indigenous groups that live near the Salar. The company also pays the Chilean government annual royalties that range from 6.8% to 40% of the lithium export price.
This year,
Oh yeah. Think about all that money that they're talking about that they're paying. You know, when you're dealing with billions of dollars, 3% is a lot of money, right? Um, J Rock, I think also on the West Coast, you might want to throw earthquakes in there too. And by the way, um, 3 years ago, for the first time in my lifetime, in well over 90 documented years, we had an earthquake right here. And for the first week or so afterwards, they tried to convince us that it wasn't an earthquake, that it was a boom and the aftershock from that boom created at the rock quarry. Just saying. And I agree with them trying to take the land. And for some reason, YouTube's not even letting your comments pop up. It's really weird. Like you're being shadow banned.
Year 2022, we will have paid the Chilean government over $600 million in commission.
And it has faced additional.
So, in 2022, did you hear the $600 billion in compensation? I bet for that same mining operation, Albemarle doesn't have to pay the U.S. government or the state of North Carolina no $600 billion. Now, do they? I'm just saying. I do think, J-Rock, that everything that we are being geared towards is about control. Less for us and more for them. In my opinion, it's leading us more towards fascism and communism with a centralized government that we're dependent upon. And right now, North Carolina should be an example, in Tennessee and South Carolina and Florida. Everybody right now that's dependent upon the government for their well-being and survival. And I would say that upwards of 75 to 80% are being let down. And it's an example that one, a worldwide electronic only currency would not be efficient or sufficient, because during Helene and the aftermath, for about a week, you couldn't access the ATM. If you didn't have cash, you weren't able to buy nothing. We still have bank branches, local ones, that are down. First Citizens, you got to go to the like 2 counties away to even be able to access your bank and walk into it. I mean, things that you would never even think of were and are affected. We don't have mass transit here. You know, we really are in the sticks and in the country and living in podunk. And again, you gonna tell me to go to Kannapolis to a hotel that's over 2 hours from where I live. I don't have transportation. I don't have no money. And you're making me wait until you can inspect my residence that you're telling me I can't live in. Please make it make sense to me, because I'm confused as hell. But I wonder, How much could the Albemarle stock and profit margin increase by saving that $600 billion that they paid the Chilean government by moving their major operation to North Carolina and South Carolina? Just a question. Let's get back to it. And by the way, I believe this is the video that shows South Carolina is a part of the equation. And specifically, some of the areas by crackies that were hardest hit by a lean. I'll be darned.
Additional challenges. In April, Chile announced plans to create a state-owned lithium company and laid out a future for the country in which private companies will be required to partner with the government on future projects. Chile's new lithium policy will honor the contract Albemarle has.
Well, hell, I'll be darned. Did you hear that? No wonder they gotta come over here. Chile said, hell nah, we're gonna control it, and you gotta be our partner. When does the right for Albemarle's contract? Let's find out when Albemarle's Chilean contract ends. Wow, y'all. I'm wondering, do y'all think it might end in 2027 to 2030 range? When they have to be up and officially full going? According to this Department of Defense contract they signed. Oh yes, as soon as we finish this video, that's where we're gonna go.
Has in place with the government.
Chile has a long history of respecting the rule of law. I would expect us partnering with the government and to expand our operations or to get additional mineral rights and to expand the lithium production in Chile and do that in partnership with the government.
Similar to its brine operations in Chile, Albemarle has operated Silver Peak in Nevada since 2015. It produces about 1% of the world's lithium, but an expansion to double capacity is underway. Albemarle also aims to bring another domestic mine online in 2027, Kings Mountain. That mine, currently covered in 150 feet of water, was previously open.
Huh. So they said 2027. Department of Defense said let's begin by 2025, and we expect you to be expanded and fully in operation and forgetting Chile by 2027. Ain't it amazing how things just kind of fall into a line? Think about it for a minute. Chile says, we want you to pay, you're paying them $600 million, and it's killing your profit margin, I'm sure. And then they say, well, we're going to honor your current contract, but when it expires in 2025, we're going to put you under a new contract that says you have to be our partner, and we're going to take the bulk of the money, and you get a little bit. So then they turn back to their abandoned mine up here in the mountains of North Carolina. The problem is, y'all done partnered with the Department of Defense and the devil and Satan himself. And what do you know? But the little peons are saying, hell no, we're not going to let you come in here and take our land and make these pools of water everywhere and everything else. And then seeing that once you get it there to Texas for the rest of the processing. And again, why do I say I have a hard time trusting Elon Musk? Well, let's see. Your free service ain't really free. And you have a hell of a lot to gain from these mines. Just as much as this company does. Make it make sense to me, please. Somebody help me understand. And maybe I do. And maybe I'm just being sarcastic and smartassy right now because I'm tired of somebody taking my name as Mrs. Mushroom. I'm tired of my government and people that think they're smarter than me trying to keep me in the dark and feed me shit and think I'll be happy-go-lucky labor. And that's until I die and somebody takes my spot. Because that's what the hell this feels like.
Been from the late 1930s until the 1980s, when mining in Chile was seen as more cost-effective.
When we are done, it'll look very similar to what it looked like before. There will be trucks and shovels. There will be.
So in the 80s, mining in Chile was seen as more cost-effective. But now that the Chilean government said, nah, we want a bigger piece of the pie, rather than us being just getting some money slung our way. If you're able to run this company and pay us $600 million, what the hell can we make if we run the company and pay you the $600 million? And flip the script. So now it's more cost effective to come back over here and take our land. Just saying, that's what I'm hearing. Maybe I'm wrong.
Be a limited amount of blasting, and it will be a conventional hard rock mining operation.
Unlike brine mining in Chile or at Albemarle Silver Peak operation that relies on the sun, at Kings Mountain, hard rock will be broken, crushed, and turned into a concentrate resembling sand.
We need to get the green stuff out, and that will produce what's called a spodumene concentrate. That concentrate will run about 6% lithium oxide, so the intent there is to produce that concentrate. That will be what we give to conversion facilities.
That concentrate will be transported to Albemarle's soon-to-be-built $1.3 billion processing facility in South Carolina, where it is turned into battery-grade lithium hydroxide. The plant will support the manufacturing of 2.4 million electric vehicles annually and will be able to process lithium from recycled batteries.
It's the nature of mining. You don't know exactly how big these projects are going to be until you get them fully explored, studied, and then permitted.
Before that happens, one challenge is removing the massive amount of rainwater that is built up inside.
It's not like we've got a big, billion-gallon tank to pump this into and wait. So our permitting process right now is basically to take this water, which we've done plenty of testing on, and we are in permitting with all relevant regulatory agencies to ensure that we can discharge this into waterways and into places that they tell us that we can put it.
The town's mayor has said that the community, while eager for the high-paying jobs, has expressed concern over the impact to the water table.
Worrying about wells running dry, pollution of the groundwater as well. They're fairly lucky that we're close to town, and most city water is connected all around the mine anyway.
Albemarle claims the water is clean, saying it has been tested and citing the wildlife that lives on the surface as proof of its purity.
The town is supportive, the government's been supportive to date, but we still need to get all the permits in order.
The U.S. was the world's largest lithium producer in the 1990s, accounting for more than a third of global production. Today, Australia, Chile, and China collectively make up about 90% of lithium mine production, while the U.S. only accounts for about 1%. Albemarle's stock price reached $325 in November 2022, roughly the same time the price of lithium carbonate soared to a new high. There are two main lithium compounds that Albemarle sells for use in electric vehicles, lithium carbonate and lithium hydroxide.
Those are the breadwinners, so those are the ones that really carry most of the weight today.
In Albemarle's battery lab, chemists and scientists study and test those compounds in an effort to improve battery performance.
So we're not developing new batteries, but we're developing the materials that go into the batteries. So we're trying to make our customers' batteries more stable, more efficient, cleaner operating, longer life.
In this lab, we'll take the lithium hydroxide or lithium carbonate and combine it with other transition metal oxides to make those cathode materials. And we do this at a relatively small scale to really understand what is important about our materials for our customers.
In general, lithium-ion batteries work like this. Batteries are composed of an anode, a cathode, a separator between the two electrodes, and a
potential of taking a cell that's this size and turning it into a cell that's this size. So ecosystem, and potentially even a broader look to understand how we can participate bringing not just the lithium but other transition metals.
Lithium-ion batteries on average last
Okay, so real quick, let's look at the contracts for Department of Defense. On the Kings Mountain mines. When it was signed and when it was supposed to go into effect and where we're at now. I'm just waiting on it to show up eventually on the screen. Here we go. This is from September 12th, 2023. Okay. And it says, where's my glasses? DOD, ouch, enters agreement to expand domestic lithium mining for U.S. battery supply chains. Scroll on up. And this was actually the press release. I don't know why I said it was a contract. I got a little brain damage at times. I'm sorry. Okay. This went on it to roll up as I rolled up. The office, sorry y'all, I'm opening my drink. I'm sure y'all see one of the numbers that jumps out at me immediately, which is 90 million. But anyway, the Office of the Assistant Secretary for Industrial Base Policy through Manufacturing Capability Expansion and Investment Prioritization, or MCEIP office, entered an agreement with Albemarle Corporation to support the expansion. Oh, my computer's about to die. Expansion of domestic mining and production of lithium. The $90 million agreement entered into. Now remember, 600 billion. Right, J Rock. I don't know. They said there's gonna be like voting posts up for us. Those that aren't registered by midnight last night won't be voting at all. Isn't that amazing? I already kind of addressed that a little bit too, but anyway. So, Albemarle was paying the Chilean government 600 billion, right? A year, right? That's what they said in what we just watched. And the Department of Defense is only 90 million. Looks like a whole lot of money just got saved right there off gate. I mean, that's my opinion. And it's like bungholes and everybody got one. I just think there's some important dates here too. So, let's look at something. So, 90 million agreement entered into under Defense Production Act, DPA, Title III authorities and utilizing funds appropriated by the Inflation Reduction Act will help support Albemarle's planned reopening of their Kings Mountain, North Carolina lithium mine to increase domestic production of lithium for the nation's battery supply chain. Albemarle estimates that Kings Mountain will be operational between 2025 and 2030. What year are we getting up on right now? What's about, let's see. So we get ready to hit, we're in the last 90 days of 2024. Just saying. The agreement with Albemarle demonstrates the Department of Defense's ongoing commitment to meeting the needs of our war fighter today and in the future, said Mr. Anthony DeStasio, MCEIP Director. This investment directly supports President Biden's April 2022 presidential determination for critical materials in large capacity batteries. So, Puddin' Jello Eater in 2022 co-signed this. Oh yeah. And if you didn't catch my previous live stream, go back and watch it. I played a video where one of my listeners sent me where they're talking to Alexa that told us ahead of time how many millions of dollars in repair cost was going to be caused by Milton, when it hit, what areas of Florida it hit, and how many people were going to lose their lives. Just FYI. And guess what? It's running pretty daggone close. I still got it. I ain't erased it. Even if they take the video down, I still got that video. Anyway, let's finish reading this. This agreement represents the continuation. Sorry, I'm trying to scroll up and read at the same time, and it was not working. This agreement represents the continuation of the MCEIP 5-year investment plan to secure supply chains for minerals and materials critical to the Department of Defense and the commercial sector. The DoD is committed to continuing work with industry to ensure the continued availability of these essential resources. In other words, to keep our American war machine going, they needed to do this. In my opinion, that's what it says. About the Department of Defense Office Assistant Secretary of Defense Industrial Base Policy, blah, blah, blah. Not important to what I want to say. But I will let it scroll up, okay? That last paragraph. I just think it's important to note when this got put into place, what president supported it and did it, and which president and vice president acts like they don't know that this mine exists in North Carolina. That's all. Next, because unfortunately I'm not done. Unfortunately, there's more. And I'm going to pull something up. And I've shown it before, and I'm going to show it again if it still exists. Let's see. Hold on. I'm going to make sure I get the right one. Because if I'm going to take a chance showing a video that somebody going to get mad over, it's going to be worth it. I don't know if y'all know who Cap Chatfield is. Let me show. Let's do this way. I'm going to show you his page. Everybody, please go sub him up. Make comments. Tell him I sent you. So that way, maybe he won't take my video down. He is a Christian-based channel. He does quote scripture in every one of his videos. He's a huge platform compared to me. 1.36 million subs. Just waiting on it to appear. Oh. I heard my phone make it sounds, but so guys, I got 2 days left to do whatever I can do to put as much info out there as I can about what's going on before I get disconnected from the world. Pray I, within the next 2 days, can get a hold of FEMA and don't get hung up on again like I did earlier. But this is the Cap Chatfield channel that I'm talking about. This particular video, we've looked at it previously, and we're going to look at it again real quick. I want to show y'all.
I want to buy your house. I can pay you cash for your house.
What everybody's talking about, specifically from someone with an educational background in weather and media, to kind of round out where we're at. let's see. I don't want to play his whole thing, but I want to make sure. Yeah, I have to rewind. Make sure that I get the important part out there at least. Um, it's about Hurricane Milton, but he's gonna speak also about Helene and manipulation. I want you to hear the credentials. Not between her husband, J Rock, but what about her dad and her parents' family? By the way, both of the positions her parents held in the countries that they came from before they got together were very politically charged and communist leaning, which is scary to me. Her dad's family actually goes back about 4 generations to very fascist slash communist. But I haven't found anything about her husband. All I've seen about her husband is the allegations about getting the help in a family way, allegedly. Okay. Let me see. Put this on 1.25. And again, this is for educational purposes. Fair Use Act. Cap, please allow me to get this out. It's urgently important to me because I'm living right here. Understand Black Mountain, Kings Mountain, Asheville, Old Fort, for me, is anywhere from 7 to 28 minutes from my driveway in a vehicle. All those. Okay. So when I say that it's important and directly affects me, it's not a joke. It's not a, this is not a drill. Okay. I'm going to leave y'all with an explanation of Hurricane Helene and why I really do believe that it was manipulated. I've never seen a storm gather itself together into a tighter eye and gain strength well over landfall. Like it hit land, and instead of weakening and disseminating as most storms do, even Hugo, which was a category 4 hurricane after landfall, by the time it got to the Marion Old Fort area, was downgraded to a tropical depression. That's what we're used to. And understand this too. Our history and our area is very hard, apparently, for weathermen to predict. The reason I'm telling you this is because this storm and its path and predictions were over 98% accurate by all of them. That's impossible. It's just, it don't freaking happen. Not even with snowstorms up here. Not with rainfall. Because, like, for instance, I'm kind of in a valley. You got one mountain, then the area I live in, and then another mountain. And a lot of times what happens is a storm can't get over that first mountain. But if they do, they kind of get stuck, and we get the worst of it because they can't make it over the second mountain, right? Didn't happen. Made it over both mountains before, and then on to another mountain range and another that, and got stronger. Understand that Helene that hit Florida and 90% of Georgia was not the Helene that hit us. We got over 20 inches of rain in less than 11 hours. Let that sink in for a moment. Google that and find out when it's ever happened before and let me know in the comments. You know, real talk. Real talk. Be real. Yeah, you needed our votes. Isn't it odd, by the way, J-Rock, let me say this. For you and the rest of those that are on the replay crew and the current listeners, how odd is it, by the way, that majority of areas other than Asheville, and I don't mean just in North Carolina, that have been damaged by Helene and Milton are areas that the perception was were Republican voters, majority-wise. So let me say this. In my opinion, the Democratic Party is now the demon party because they're using all types of tactics that should not be able to be happening here in the U.S. What are y'all going to do? If you're a card-carrying Republican, you're going to be turned away at the voter poll. Mind you, again, I am someone who since day one has been able to register, has been registered as a freaking independent voter. I claim neither party. But I think it's abhorrent certain tactics that I'm seeing and that I think all of our nation should be paying attention to that are being used by those in power to continue to keep power. And remember that absolute power corrupts absolutely. Now, to the video.
But when you look at these frequencies, it's almost like they're all triggered at the same time. They're all coming alive at the same time. And are those happening from like some sort of machine or some sort of technology that's turning on and emitting these frequencies to literally push this hurricane in this direction?
Absolutely. That's a completely coordinated network. It's an AI-controlled, coordinated network.
Oh my goodness. Ladies and
Don't know if y'all heard that, but the answer to that question was absolutely. That's an AI coordinated network. I'm going to let y'all hear the credentials, who this gentleman is that's talking to Cap, and what his credentials are. And then he's going to explain. And if you don't get this in coordination with what else that I've shown you, I don't know if you'll get it. And that's what scares me. Because they don't want us to get it, you guys. If we get it, we might stop it. We might play a part. They're destroying everything. From here to Gatlinburg and Pigeon Forge, for 50 years, my family and I, and many other families, have enjoyed Maggie Valley and the stomping grounds of Chimney Rock, even areas of Asheville, the Orange Peel, Smashing Pumpkins. I saw them live there. Magnolias, C&J's, the cobblestone streets. And all that's gone. Little man will never know. The galleries, the art exhibits that we had to go to Asheville and larger cities to be able to see because they're not here. My grandchildren and their children will never see it. Did I just get ended? If anybody's in the chat, let me know. I think they just stopped my live stream, you guys. Somehow. Nope. It's not biblical. And I'm going to say this. I don't want to say, I watched a video and it did give me some perspective on that. If we say it's biblical, then our government can say it's an act of God and they had no control and no part of it. And it gives them what's known as, in my opinion, is plausible deniability. I think it's diabolical. I think that's a better description. It's devastating. And it's a symbol of what man and those in power, hungry for money and power, are willing to do. They don't care about this earth and the things of nature and beauty that they're destroying in the process. But I want to go back to Cap's video because I really want people to understand. He's going to show Helene. And first of all, Dane Wigington, I think is how you say it. He's going to tell you his credentials, where he's been, where he's from, what he's done. Then he's going to show you why he believes that this was manipulated. And I want y'all to hear what he says about our government's explanation for all the little blue spears, right, that we're going to see. It's ladybugs. That's right. There's billions of ladybugs just so coincidentally at the time Helene's coming up the East Coast, to the left and to the right and above and below Helene. Just watch. It makes me want to curse somebody out. I can't lie. But let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a special video for you tonight. It's an interview that frankly I didn't put on my bingo card that I was expected to do this year. But here we are with recent events such as Hurricane Helene absolutely devastating the southeast of the United States. And now at the time of this recording, we are probably hours away from Hurricane Milton coming through Florida. And the meteorologists are saying that this is going to be one of the most devastating hurricanes that's going to swipe through the state of Florida. But there's an interesting conversation. Weather is that something that we're looking at in real time right now, and to have an expert voice on this topic was something that I really cared about. So today I have Dane Wigington. He's the lead researcher for geoengineeringwatch.org, and he has an amazing documentary that I just watched last night with my wife called The Dimming, which I recommend that you guys check out. I'll put a link for that in the description. But Dane, today I want to interview you. I want to get a little bit of a understanding from your perspective of what's happening here. So without further ado, Dane, if you could explain to our audience a little bit about your credentials, your career, and why you are a trusted voice, that you would say, in this topic, and also why we should be paying attention to what's happening right now and be critical thinkers about it.
On the issue itself, this is the most destructive interference in creation life support systems by the human race ever launched. And again, superseding everything else at this moment. We could exceed that with nuclear cataclysm, of course. But right now, this is the greatest single detrimental factor with creation, nature, web of life. I did not want this battle. I'm not an activist. I'm not politically oriented. I grew up in smoggy Southern California and was striving to get out of that environment, moved to Northern California, middle of the wilderness, which is where I live now, off-grid home, wind, hydro, solar power. It was the cover article of the world's largest renewable energy magazine. I'm a former employee of Bechtel Power. That's the largest engineering firm in the world. Very corrupt company, like Halliburton. I left at a young age because of that. Never was under anybody's thumb since. But I was restoring habitat here on the east side of Lake Shasta in Northern California. I manage a big habitat reserve here. And when I began to lose massive amounts of my solar power uptake with a huge solar system from whatever these aircraft were emitting, I knew that could not be just, quote, condensation. I began to research the issue cap and found mountains of data on geoengineering, climate engineering, solar radiation management. I was surprised I had not heard of these programs before, and that's no accident. The governments don't really want the public to understand this, but I searched for the primary elements named in these patents, the seeding the clouds with light scattering particles to block some of the sun's incoming thermal energy, which is the stated purpose of these operations. I began to test my precipitation to see if these elements were in the rain. I didn't want to find it. I knew it would change the entire course of my life if I did. I found aluminum. in the first rain test I took, 7 ppb, 7 parts per billion, which I talked to hydrogeologists. This was high given my filtered forested location, no industry anywhere near West Coast. Continued testing over the next 18 months. I had tests go as high as 3,450 ppb of aluminum in my rain. That's toxic rain. And aluminum is toxic, for those that don't know, to all life forms, period. No exceptions. And though we have some that try to cover this issue up, claim aluminum's a common element in our strata, which is true, we should expect it everywhere, not in free form. That's the key. Aluminum does not exist in nature in free form. If it's in free form and it's in your rain, it's been mined, refined, and dispersed, period. So that's what started me on this journey, Cap.
So help me understand, first of all, what does it mean? What does free form mean?
It means it's not bonded to any other element. It's bioavailable. And we're talking about aluminum nanoparticle. And for your listeners that don't know how small a nanoparticle is, you can fit 1,000 nanometers across the width of a single human hair. It's inconceivably small. 100,000. It's 100,000 nanometers across the width of a single human hair. You can't conceive of how small these particles are. So we have recent science study that indicates, this is peer-reviewed science study, that we may be inhaling, depending on location and conditions, as much as
Again, let me say in a comment to this, what he's talking about, the effects of the aluminum and other chemicals and other agents that are used to conduct these programs, or that are byproducts created by conducting these programs. One of my questions is, could they be directly affecting our health? Is that why that asthma, COPD, ADHD, and several other physical issues are so much more prevalent today than 20 or 30 or 40, 50 years ago? Yes, we had shorter lifespans. Absolutely. And I'm sure medical advance, and y'all don't even want me to talk about medical advance, Mr. Do no harm. You know, we don't have a wellness system. We have a stay sick system. Think about it. If you get better and you're cured, your doctor makes less money. The hospital makes less money. They're not motivated to cure you. That's why, and the same with the pharmaceutical company. That's why every medicine you take gives you 7 other side effects you got to take another medicine for. Don't get me started. Anyway, back to the video.
As much as 20 million nanoparticles in a single breath. And that's very hard to comprehend. But when you see every other commercial on Matrix Media TV is some sort of respiratory something, and yes, we have pollution. We recognize that. We have a lot of issues with particles in our air. But we've extrapolated from rain testing, working with the University of Minnesota, and geoengineeringwatch.org is the most credible source of data on this issue.
I think, I almost am positive, I just heard Mr. Dane Wigington confirm what I said I've been thinking. And I missed that. See, that's why it's important to sometimes watch something again, because I missed that before. Honest engine. He just said respiratory, I think he said upper respiratory, specifically illnesses, are directly correlated with the aluminum and the other chemicals that are necessary or produced when these weather things, are enacted. Sorry, brain damage for a moment. Okay, back to the video.
Issue. We strive to be that source. We're the only ones that have done the kind of testing we've done in the dimming. We took a National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration flying lab to altitude, top scientists, sampled what heavy aircraft were emitting, processed that at Rensselaer Polytechnic in New York, world-renowned institution. We don't say it if we can't back it up. So working with the University of Minnesota, with hundreds of rain tests, we extrapolated what the likely global annual dispersion was: 40 to 60 million tons of these particles dispersed annually as part of these operations.
My goodness. So,
thought, side note, whatever, just popped into my head. I would really love to know if dementia and Alzheimer's would also have connections to this chemicals that are used to conduct these experiments and that are also byproducts. That would be very interesting, especially with the increase in early onset dementia and Alzheimer's, not just in the U.S., but all over the world. I mean, that would make sense. It's wild. I think if we look at what, not diseases that have just been thought up in the last 10, 15 years, okay, but with the advent of medicine and technology, asthma's been around for how long? And it's not getting better, it's getting worse. Real talk. Why? Why? What's going on? What are we breathing? What's out there really? What's really going on? Not what are they telling us, but what's really going on out there? Is climate change maybe to blame? I don't know. But again, could the asthma, the upper respiratory issues, the ADHD, the dementia, the Alzheimer's, could all that be byproducts of the chemicals that are being put out there and being put in us through medicines, through the air, through the soil, through the water, through our foods? Could everything that's depleted the ozone layer and climate change be more of man trying to control things that man should never control than anything else? Just questions in my mind. Back to the video.
You shared a lot. I want people to kind of catch the gist of what you said there. You're not just a guy who is pulling together information you're finding on the internet and putting clips together. You worked with the top engineering firm in the world for a period of time, and now with the work that you're doing, I'm guessing, let me kind of craft your story or understand your story a little better. Did you make this discovery about this dimming effect that's happening with with solar energy? Did that take place before you finished working with them or after you finished working with Bechtel?
Way after. I left Bechtel Power at a very young age because what I saw I did not want to become. It's a very corrupt company. You don't become that size of company working with criminal cabals masquerading as governments without being very corrupt yourself, just like Halliburton. I'm sure people are familiar with the corruption there. So sure. I've been on my own ever since. But the testing we've done, and also working with former government scientists, U.S. Forest Service, Fish and Game, and their studies as well, soils testing, and that's what Geoengineering Watch has done. And for those that know who National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration is, the nation's weathermen, and NWS, National Weather Service, both of those agencies have an illegal federal gag order on them right now. Why would you need to gag the weathermen if there wasn't something very big to hide? I had a NOAA scientist cap say to my face, we all know what's going on. We're alarmed as hell. We have no First Amendment protection.
Want to point out, in case you guys didn't hear that part, government agencies that deal with the weather have a gag order on the people working for them. Why? Why? What are you doing? Why? Okay, back to the video real quick.
We don't know what to do, quote unquote.
Wait, time out. This gag order is taking place right now on these weathermen?
Right now, all agency operations, National Weather Service and NOAA, only federal, the government's weathermen. That does not apply to network meteorologists. But they're reading the same scripts, passes right down the line. They use the same terms. And sometimes you'll see when someone didn't get the updated script in time, they're still on the old script and their forecast is completely off base because, again, we're talking about the scheduled weather and the schedule can change at any moment. But again, and this is published, to try to help people disseminate this issue, we pass on printed materials at geoengineeringwatch.org. We're non-political. We don't sell anything. But we pass on printed materials called
So when he's talking about scripts, I want to clarify something. A lot of people don't realize, like your different weathermen that give us the weather on our local weather stations and such. If it doesn't say they're certified or licensed, like meteorologist, weather, whatever, then most likely they're just somebody real cute and cool that's good on camera to read out the stuff, okay? And they have a script that's sent to them by the Meteorological Society Association. I forget how it's done. Basically, just like a script for the, from the AP Newswire that the anchor's reading, that they read off. So back to the video.
Colored glossy satellite images or booklets, and in that is a copy of the federal gag order against National Weather Service and no employees, so people can see it with their own eyes. So the bottom line is, again, when we have a local meteorologist stating a week in advance that a particular day will be mostly sunny or filtered sunlight, and those terms are used here in Northern California on days when we have not a single natural cloud in the sky, only sprayed, dirty, filthy-looking canopy of aerosols, how would that meteorologist possibly know that spray dispersion is going to occur on that day 7 days in advance? And we have aircraft traveling all kinds of trajectories across our skies where there are no commercial routes at all. We'll have virtual grid patterns one day and nothing the next with no change in atmospheric conditions. People need to use their sense of reason. And this whole quote condensation trail narrative cap is a massive deception perpetrated on populations. We have up-close film footage at geoengineeringwatch.org. We're only asking people to believe what they see with their own eyes, not
stake. That's worthy of a conversation, in my opinion. And if we already know that the powers that be are genetically modifying food, they are tampering with elections through social media, they're tampering with the dispersion of media through legacy media. Now we're at the point where they're actually manipulating biological genders, and they're not ashamed of talking about that. Why would it be so far-fetched that they could create some sort of technology that would actually manipulate the weather? In fact, one of the things I discovered, and by the way, guys, hold on tight, because I know what Dane's talking about is he's going to give him some context into why he.
And by the way, I just showed y'all, going back to Operation Popeye, that in 1946, originally employed through General Electric, was the first official weather manipulation device the U.S. had. And that during the Vietnam conflict, the U.S. actually used weather manipulation as a weapon. Just to clarify.
That or patent I just found shared on x.com that I'd love your take on this. Quite honestly, I'm not a patent expert, but this just popped up. Patent US.
And by the way, prior to this broadcast by Cap, I was actually on X, and I have screenshots of this exact patent. People were on there saying how you can apply for patents, doesn't mean they work, doesn't mean they were approved, doesn't mean it was successful, blah, 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 blah. And it's not OPQ is the same person I exactly got my screenshot from that I can pull up and show. And there were several patents about geoengineering, chemtrails, cloud seeding, HARP, and weather modification. And the bottom line is, some were successful, some were not. But also know that we can be told they were unsuccessful, but that doesn't mean they actually were unsuccessful. Our government has a history of strong-arming to take control of something, like, I don't know, a weather patent that they may use and say that you can't have or do this. It's too much of a threat to national security, so we're going to take it. That proven fact, has happened to people in the past with other patents, whether it was a weapon or whatever. So it's not that far-fetched. I'm going to fast forward through this because I actually have these same documents and can pull them up individually and discuss them. What I want to get to, I want to get his credentials and background out of Mr. Dane Wigington. And then I want to show you the actual radar type video and let him explain that, what's going on with Helene, and why he says 100% unequivocally that something similar to this design pattern they're showing right here, that as it says, it doesn't create this weather system, it creates conditions conducive to one forming, and then through lasers and sound waves and stuff that can enhance, disrupt, redirect, or increase precipitation in what has formed. I'm going to have to hurry or I'm going to fall asleep. I'm exhausted. Been on here nearly 7 hours. Please don't forget to show your girls some love. I'm going to switch my byline again real quick. Just put my info if anybody would like to support me or the channel during this difficult time. It would be awesomely appreciated. Back to this video.
That is quite obviously a patent for a piece of technology to control tornadoes. So for me, it's like, okay, we have at least one example there. But is that something that you've seen as far as actual evidence that the government or other private entities are creating products that can manipulate and tamper with the weather?
Absolutely. That patent and about 200 more are on it's titled The Extensive List of Patents at geoengineeringwatch.org. People can look at this themselves. They can research this themselves. As soon as this is in the open, radicalism then becomes a potential liability to those in government. And to elaborate on that, at geoengineeringwatch.org under our documents section, we have documents like an 800-page U.S. congressional document that outlines the intergovernmental cooperation, even between otherwise adversarial nations like China, Russia, U.S. They are colluding and cooperating on these issues. And in that document, it calls.
You can go, I think they can check out the actual documentary there, The Dimming. So go check that out. Go under documents. Here's the whole list of patents that he was talking about. This guy, Dane, and his team, they have worked extensively to pull all of this stuff together. And I'm telling you, like, the case is pretty hard to come against. I want to share, Dane, the video. I think that you guys just put this up regarding Hurricane Helene.
This video, along with many others, of the website, and it just went away right as I would see it, chiefengineering.org, I believe, that's run by this team. Geoengineeringwatch.org. Again, geoengineering.watch.org. Definitely go check them out, subscribe. Invaluable information. We're going to watch this little segment that's coming up here. Going to give some commentary, and then I'm going to sign off because, again, guys, I am truly exhausted. I am almost on hour 7. Good morning, Annette. I'm glad to see you, even if it's about to be good night for me, because I ain't got to sleep yet. All right, back to this video real quick.
I'm going to share my screen one more time, and I might try to configure my screen a little bit better here.
It's fully narrated on its own, too. Okay, what we're seeing there, that's Hurricane Helene as it's migrating inland. The blue flashes are frequency transmitter installations. It's called the NexRad network. Those transmissions have a repelling effect on the storm mass that's saturated with electrically conductive particles, so it can repel or corral that moisture wherever they want it. Where they de-energize, where you see the storm migrating to the northeast and there's nothing in front of it energizing, that creates a clear path for that moisture to migrate further north. Again, these are patented technologies, so they decided where that moisture would go and where it wouldn't. And we've also recorded this for other storms like Harvey, Ian, Michael, Maria. All these can be found if your followers search geoengineeringwatch.org.
And just FYI, you guys, if you look as the hurricane itself is moving up, you see all these little blue, almost looking like geysers popping up, right? Where you don't see them is where the concentration of yellow, red, and green is. Why? They're all around it, you know, like an escort taking you and walking you through somewhere. But they're not in the areas of concentration and destruction. Please pay attention.
Of hurricanes, and where you feel we're not sure how long we're going to have access to the transmission frequency sites, but we have it still. We're going to keep recording this. We're recording Milton right now, but you're seeing real-time manipulation of a hurricane on that screen. That's exactly what you're looking at.
Help me understand. I'm not really tracking with what part's the manipulation. So here, I'm going to play it a little bit more slowly, or I'm going to play it back.
Okay, when he plays it more slowly, you guys will be able to see and hear. Once this part plays, I'm probably not going to come back. I'm just going to exit because I am about to fall out. But what I want to say real quick is they're going to explain. And a lot of people may not understand because you would think it would be simpler to lay out the pathway for it to travel or to just create it and drive it, you know, like a car, basically. But what this does is, and the best way I understand it in layman's terms, is, you know how when you're trying to drive down a road and it's got a road closed sign, so you've got to find a different route? That's basically what they're saying. That everywhere you see these little blue explosions is a road closed sign. It's closed. That's what the hurricane's been told. You can't go this way, go the other way. So in tightening that area of travel, it causes the eye to tighten up, the storm to strengthen, and it to follow the path they want it to follow. They can't necessarily create it and make it. They don't have full control, but they can influence which way it goes. Oh, by the way, according to our government, those blue spikes you see are like billions of ladybugs that came out at one time to surround and follow Hurricane Helene. That's the craziest horse shit.
Back again. Point out to me what we're looking at.
Yeah, okay, when you see that storm, as it migrated north,
Green storm.
There was no transmission. The bright blue is an energizing of the transmission insulation. That corrals that storm and keeps that moisture in a certain place and disperses it. So when you first roll this video, right there, you see it migrating to the north. You don't see any blue.
Yeah. So the blue is what's the blue part?
That's the sign of the transmission strength. So the brighter it gets, and as it changes color, it's getting even stronger. So you see that storm. You don't see anything on the right side of the eastern side of that storm.
Right.
You see it fairly on the western side. They're trying to keep it in that trajectory, and then they stop it and break it up so all the moisture falls right where it fell in the Carolinas. As that diminishes, they de-energize to the north side. Now you'll see any remaining moisture migrates to the north with no energizing. The rest of the moisture just migrates toward the northeast in that picture. So again, a repelling effect. Think of it in that terms. And by that repelling effect, they can push that storm in the direction they want or corral it and break the moisture up so it all falls in a specific location. The more you understand that, the more you watch this type of video, that type of manipulation becomes clear. And again, these are patented processes of frequency transmission manipulation. And about our film, The Dimming, we made that film. We spent over 6 figures on that film. There's 2 U.S. Air Force generals in that film acknowledging these operations.
You can see the eye of the storm, and it has a very natural sort of look to it, right? Very kind of organic formulation, and its movement. Its movement in general is very organic. But these blue things, are you saying that these blue frequency things happening over here, which are all kind of like populating at the same time? And I think when you look at this, obviously this is like a time lapse condensed, but when you look at these frequencies, it's almost like they're all triggered at the same time. They're all coming alive at the same time. And are those happening from like some sort of machine or some sort of technology that's turning on and emitting these frequencies to literally push this hurricane in this direction?
Absolutely. That's a completely coordinated network. It's an AI controlled coordinated network.
Oh my goodness.
There's no question. You can find every one of these facilities. We know where every one of these facilities are, and they're identified. And again, we're told it's simply radar. It's not. It's part of the other manipulation network. And listen to this, Cap. This is the official explanation for what you see there. When you see all that massive blue lighting up,
Okay, he's about to tell you right here that when you see all that blue lighting up, what the official explanation that was given by our government. And that's going to be where I sign off, because to me that's a mic drop moment. Because y'all going to tell me that looks like a bazillion ladybugs? First of all, let me say this. Here in North Carolina, we haven't got ladybugs out right now. That's one. Two, they're not going towards the storm. They're going to hibernate, and when the storm is over, they're going to come out. Maybe. They don't flock to that kind of ish because they would die. And they're smarter than that. Jeez. But apparently, our government doesn't think we're even that intelligent. Because that's the most cockeyed, cockamamie bullshit story I ever heard. Okay. Peace, love, and light. When the video ends, I will be saying goodnight.
Here's the official quote debunking for that they just used for this exact video. We're told by the so-called debunking groups that what you're seeing is untold trillions of migrating birds all taking flight at the same time in perfectly circular formations around these trans. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. And that's not the only explanation we've been given like that. We've been told from another source, another quote official debunking source, that it was a literal 1,000 square mile cloud of ladybugs over from Barstow, California, all the way to San Bernardino, and nobody saw any. Okay, nobody saw any of these bugs. We were told the same thing about the same size cloud of dragonflies, which nobody saw. Let me add this too: the polymer fibers, which are a particular problem. If you're
saying, hold on, Dane, real quick, you're saying all of this blue activity is birds and ladybugs.
I'm saying that's what official sources are trying to pass off as the truth. I mean, they must be laughing it up. They have to be laughing it up.
I gotta say, in my opinion, that within itself is the mic drop moment that I'm gonna say good night and end with. And I'm gonna tell y'all, please be watching my channel today for short uploads. If you just joined me, please go check out the short that I uploaded prior to this broadcast beginning of Karen Jean-Pierre, the White House press secretary, and what she told us in October 2024 after Helene about FEMA, and unequivocally lies, and split screen, same time, what she had to say in 2022 about FEMA and the millions and billions of hundreds of billions of dollars that they were spending at our border and in our cities, making sure the migrants were well taken care of. But she said President Biden didn't do any of that in 2024. And then it was all Trump. And then in 2022, though, when we hadn't had devastation and disaster and citizens didn't need money, they were bragging about all they had done for illegal aliens. Just saying. Peace, love, and light. I'm going to try to see you all later tonight because I got today and tomorrow, and then I may be cut off for an indefinite period of time. Thank y'all. I love everybody. And yes, the dimming by Dane Linden. Again, geoengineering, watch.org. Go to that YouTube channel or website, whatever, however, I think it's a website. Go to it. Watch the dimming. Watch this. Be educated. Find out what they're really doing. Know that our government's doing stuff for 40 years, 50 years before it gets declassified and we get told about it. But we got freedom of choice. Okay. Peace, Love and light. See y'all all later tonight.